gamble on the Super Bowl right now. So could you remote view the winner?
Let me stop you for a second.
Okay.
I want to having Ingo Swan on, who's kind of like the father of remote viewing.
Mm-hmm.
And you heard Professor Sprinkle tonight refer to Ingo Swan. I don't think there's any
It is
doubt
4:20
about the
a.m.
fact that remote viewing is real.
Wednesday, June 11th, 25. Unit 207, i.e. the North Everett Precinct, who have been illegally detaining me for over 300 plus days and are currently actively attempting to murder me, as was premeditated and reported like every other crime that they perpetrated. In the August 14th, 2024 tort claim filed at Snohomish Superior Courthouse in case number 10-5-005934, as well as reported to the FBI with named officers in 2017. I am an FBI informant. This is Mystic Gwen. This is a consensual recording per the FBI's instructions. I am not an employee of the FBI, but I've been authorized to state I am an informant for a year since June of 2024. The North Everett Precinct is in the condominium directly above my home, more than just that unit, but that's the unit we're going to focus on at present. They've been illegally detaining me for over 300 plus days. They've perpetrated over 250 plus separate crimes against me, most notably for the 2 years prior to when they began illegally detaining me on August 6, 2024. During my illegal detainment, they've perped a series of felonies, all of which were reported ahead of time. These felonies include, but are not limited to, aiding and abetting and extortion, kidnapping of myself and my sons, endangering disabled minors, abuse of disabled minors, illegal record sharing, civil rights violations, obstruction of justice, evidence tampering. The list goes on and on. They physically kidnapped me from this location where they've been illegally detaining me because they wanted to terminate my live streams. You can go to my original YouTube channel, which is youtube.com/mysticgwen. There you'll see that I ran 24/7 live streams from the moment of my detainment until they criminally and illegally shut off my internet connection, because after terminating over 200 separate YouTube live streams, they realized their hacking abilities were novice at best, although they do constitute domestic terrorism, and every single act to attempt to terminate or prevent my live stream is a series of felonies. So they criminally and illegally shut off my live streams to perpetrate the kidnapping, which was also premeditated back and reported back in August of 2024, made actionable in March. Then they criminally and illegally entered my home after I was gone, shoving USB drives into all of the devices they hadn't already destroyed in the tens of thousands of dollars in destructed property. Then they vandalized the exterior of my home as well, pulling down signs which are visible on the last page of that tort claim, 10-5-005934. Again, that's the case number, filed August 14th. And they pulled things from inside of my home, outside of my home, and left them out there when I returned home from that kidnapping, because I was literally sent via a taxi right back to the place where they've been illegally detaining me, which is where I am currently, 2120 Highland Ave, Everett, Washington, 98201. I am in Unit 105. They're in Unit 207, and sometimes they're in additional units because they've utilized and weaponized some of the neighbors, and that's where we're at. So it all sounds quite hilarious, or like a joke or a spoof or performance. It is not. I wish it was. I wish it was. Currently, the one felony that is remaining is for them to criminally and illegally prevent any further video or audio, something that they've been successful with via operating system rollbacks, their root access, their ongoing and incessant hackings, including this live stream. Just a heads up, when I went to initiate this live stream, it very clearly said it wasn't going to be initiating. I took a series of screenshots, much to the delight of two individuals, most notably the woman who woke me up chitter-chattering about her excitement for my YouTube live stream to end while I was asleep for 4 hours. Then when I went to initiate the new live stream, it said that it could no longer find my camera, that I required streaming software. And then the Bureau or an undercover agent or God themselves stepped in and allowed me to initiate it without the streaming software I don't need. Now, the remaining felony that hasn't been made actionable is to murder me in a way that is deemed a suicide. It is not a joke that the North Everett Precinct is involved. In fact, the South Everett Precinct has also been made aware. They've been fully aware for over a year because anytime I've ordered a package for delivery that was south of 41st Street, they were required to transport it and had to deal with the North Everett Precinct. The chief of police is going to prison for the rest of his life. But first, while being kidnapped, they had to shove USB devices into all of my devices to gain root access, kernel, blah-bitty-blah. They're using the Cisco network, man in the middle. All of these things and the forensics tied to those are available on the Google servers for a couple of email addresses I was able to create before their hacks prevented any sort of creation of working or functional email addresses. And the last week, again, in the attempt to criminally and illegally prevent any sort of live stream or video footage, they have the devices set up to eject extra storage and will not save video. So the final crime is for them to break into my home again and then to shoot me in the head without video or audio footage and do what they've made a pattern of to utilize the premeditated fraudulent claims they have in store. If this live stream ends for any reason without me orally and explicitly telling you the end time, be advised I didn't end it. They did. Now, there should be 2 prior live streams here. This is not my channel. This is my eldest son's channel. One of 2 sons that have been kidnapped, like was premeditated and reported and then made actionable like every other one of the 250 plus crimes. This is a domestic terrorist organization that began as an aggravated criminal conspiracy. There are numerous officers who have been paid at the North Everett Precinct to stalk me, to violate my civil rights, to plant evidence, to destroy evidence, to intimidate and retaliate against an FBI informant. The list goes on and on and on. If you want the full details, you can go to my real YouTube channel, youtube.com/mysticgwen. Watch a video there from December 30th of last year while I was illegally detained. Might have been December 29th. It's titled something like Mystic Gwen versus the North Everett Precinct of Fraudsters. I know for sure it came out December 30th or December 29th of last year. It's just under 2 hours long. And then watch the update with additional info, which came out 2/16. It is 2:16, 3 a.m. debrief. You've got just under 4 hours of recording. Listen to that. If you'd like to see a tour of my home, go to the first live stream on this channel, my eldest son's channel, which was taken yesterday. This should be the 3rd live stream. The prior one was able to run for 11 hours and 50 minutes. And then, as I told you, that hack was implemented. Now, in the description of the prior live streams is an SOS message, one that I copied so that I could use it here. And the North Everett Precinct, for some reason, they got rid of that. I'm unable to paste it. So I am going to see if I can navigate to the screen to get that description and paste it here. It is now 4:29 a.m. All right, I cannot. All of the buttons that should function are not functioning. One may be. but I'm not going to click it because when I clicked it yesterday, it triggered Unit 207 terminating the live stream. I really don't want to copy it. I don't want to copy it. Let's see. I'm opening up studio.youtube to see the preceding live streams, make sure they're visible still on this channel, and also to copy the SOS that's there. All right. It is. So I'm changing the title to the preceding ones minus the date being adjusted. Mystic Gwen illegally detained by North Everett Precinct via Unit 207 trying to murder me. SOS. 611. And then I am putting in the description all of the details you need to know, including which Google servers you can utilize in order to access the forensic details on the CISCO network, the Verizon usage, the kernel and root access that's been used to illegally detain me, and all of the numerous hacks being utilized to attempt to terminate any and all video footage in order to perp a murder. Now I'm going to read what's in the description aloud Urgent SOS. I am Mystic Gwen. Life under imminent threat of murder by North Everett Precinct, domestic terrorist organization operating out of Unit 207 at 2120 Highland Ave, Everett, Washington, where they have illegally detained me for over 300 plus days. They're blocking all comms using CISCO root kernel access due to BIOS access required following premeditated, reported in advance kidnapping of me when they use their USB to prevent live streamability. YouTube.com/MysticGwen. They're actively attempting to perp murder of me deemed suicide. FBI informant. If you are seeing this, contact FBI, Snohomish County Sheriff's Department of Homeland Security. 250 plus crimes reported in advance in case 10500594. Then they have perped them all during the 300 plus days of illegally detaining me that weren't perped for the 2 years prior. Have blocked all supplies, Google servers. This is Kidnapped Son's YouTube channel. I'm going to adjust the date here to, because there's a line on here that says 9:23 a.m. to 4:35 a.m. 6:11. I'm currently running a YouTube live stream on my eldest son's YouTube channel and will be until/unless the North Everett Precinct's domestic terrorist organization shuts it off and locks me out and then attempts to erase the videos as they did previously with my channel to perp the murder, this time not just a kidnapping, unlawful entry, planting evidence, then destroying evidence, being too stupid to know that Google retains all of the evidence on their servers. I'll get rid of that too stupid to know. Then destroying evidence, etc. Further, as of this moment, I can see all of my SOS and legal messages have been erased by the North Everett Precinct's domestic terrorist cell. At some point, as Indigo's email should have them all and has none. Mystic Gwen illegally detained by North Everett Precinct via Unit 207 trying to murder me. SOS 611. I'm putting this portion of the description further towards the bottom. And I'm orally telling you what I'm doing, so there's just a backup record of what you should be reading in the description. So now it reads, forensics on their BIOS hack made possible after their kidnapping of me reported on August 2024 via tort made actual March 2025. When they entered my home, inserted USBs into my devices. Okay, so I'm going to erase what I wrote up top. So now I'm editing the preceding paragraph. I'll get back to reading what I was just reading what I just edited up here. And will be until/unless the North Everett Precinct domestic terrorist shuts it off and locks me out, and then attempts to erase the video, as they did previously with my channel. And then in parentheses here, I'm going to put my channel, even though it's already listed above. Okay, so then it goes from that to forensics on their BIOS hack made possible after the kidnapping of me reported in August 2024 via tort, made actionable in March. When they entered my home, used USBs on my devices while detaining me at another location to acquire root privileges, IMMINENT, kernel, Linux machine, etc. All data backed up on Google servers attached to email addresses they have made useless to destroy evidence, such as unit blocking sign-in, unitblocking@gmail.com. Most details, irrefutable evidence, and North Everett Precinct 207@gmail.com. They have been rolling back operating systems, killing all comms, and destroying evidence again to block video and audio evidence of their final premeditated felony. First reported to FBI in 2017 with named officers in tort claim, planned to be made actionable before Sunday. They're using Cisco and Verizon to FYI. I'm going to go back one sentence and write that crime is to murder me in a way that is deemed a suicide. And then in the preceding live stream, I was able to @ people. So I can't tell if these @ symbols that I cut and pasted from the preceding live stream are already actually, no, they're not actually tagging them now, it looks like. Or maybe you have to manually type it in each time. Okay. Looks like I have to go through each of the people I already tagged and then re-tag them again. So let's try that. Oh, they're blocking the @FBI, but I was able to do Lee County Sheriff, whoever that guy is. Okay, I'm screenshotting this because they are blocking my ability to tag the FBI again. And that is definitely going on people's indictments. They also went in into customization and apparently removed live chat replay. I am going to note in here, when attempting to start this live, Unit 207 North Everett Precinct packed to block live by stating, I now require software for camera access, and it didn't block my ability to start a live. Thank you, Google, and everyone passing on my SOS. I am sending SOS via YouTube feedback button on bottom left of this screen every time I start a video with any updates. This video is currently unlisted. It will be moved to public momentarily. Unit 207 and I are the only ones that can see it at present. Unit 207 criminally and illegally erased everything I just typed and read out loud that was in the description, which I also sent as feedback. They're trying to block all ability to tag now as well. Okay, all of a sudden at 5:05 a.m., I am able to once again tag. I got the DOD and the FBI. Looks like that might be all they're letting me do, though. Because I'm not getting Pierce County Sheriff's skin. All right, there we go. Now I do have Pierce County Sheriff's skin. I don't know what they're doing. They're hacking it and then they're unhacking it. Let me write a note in here. As of 5:05 a.m., able to tag Dodd, FBI, Pierce County Sheriff's attempting remainders previously attempted repeatedly. I'll get back to that in a momento. I'm going to put back on Art Bell.
Gambling.
Yes.
Well, then
And
you
I'm
should
going to
be
make
able
this video
remote view
public,
the winner
which
of
I
the
forgot
Super
to do,
Bowl
and I
right now.
probably
Because
should
there's no
have
way you
delayed
can
on.
make any money on it. Yeah, that'd be a very good question for Ingo Swan.
Remote view.
The Super Bowl, the winner of the Super Bowl, like right
Oh,
now.
if you'd like to see a
Which one?
tour of my
The next
house,
year?
we'll do that in this
This
video
last
at some point, and I'll write the time that it
Well, what do
occurs
people
and the
gotta say about
recording.
that? Now,
But you can go
Well,
back
just
to the live stream before the live stream that preceded this, and at the beginning there during that first hour, I do give a tour of my house. Okay, making this
Now,
video
what do you
public
think
at
people would
5:07
say
a.m.
if I presented that as Jimmy? Huh? I'd have mud all over me.
Well, but see, I'm questioning this even with remote viewing it a month in advance. And again, saying, well,
I know, but at
the
least,
correct data because of
oh,
the
come on now, but at least, give me a break here. At least when you do it a month in advance, people can say, man, you screwed that one up, didn't you? Wasn't a Florida team, was it? But remote viewing one in reverse, it's already happened.
I'll get back to that
I could give you
shortly.
yesterday's Dow Jones.
In the meantime, you can look at the
too.
living room
When you could do that. First time calling a line, you're on the air. Well,
/ front door.
Dan calling from the Tri-Cities.
Hi.
How's it going, Matt?
all right.
Yeah, you were talking about your dreams that one night.
Oh, yeah.
Did you ever come to any senses of what it might mean to you, or
Not even close.
what do you had a caller talking about the pyramids? You don't have any urges of going back there again, do you?
No.
You don't.
Well, no, I mean, no, actually I don't. It was really dusty, and camels, they're smelly, and they spit at you. Did you know that?
Yeah, I know. I've rode them before.
Right. And then they'll let you down until you pay the guy. You're like 15 feet in the air, you know. And
Well, yeah, they'll step on you if they don't like you.
it's the spitting part that I find particularly objectionable.
I had a question. When you went to Egypt.
Yes.
Now, when you lay down in the
Sarcophagus.
sarcophagus,
Yes.
now was there like any type of like sound vibrating from the whole area that you were in?
The sound that I made resonated
Came from you.
in a way that I had never heard before.
Huh.
Does that help you? In other words, I made some sounds in the sarcophagus, and they came back to me in an echoey way,
Oh,
resonating in a way that I've never heard before.
kind of like a backseat from it.
Something like that.
Well, I'm kind of a miner myself, and I've been in the cave, really, I'm talking deep in the earth, and there's kind of that you can feel kind of a remnants from the center of the earth.
Well, I don't know about the center, but by the way, that reminds me, thinking I'm going to have Bonnie Crystal on again. She's a caver. And there is some proprietary information that she has, and she wants to tell you about it. She's trying to figure out a way to do it. Some amazing information, and I guess I can't say more than that. She'll have to figure out how to tell you so that what she has discovered remains secret for a while. They must. A wild card line or on the air club?
Oh, let me give a radio in a second.
All right. Extinguish that radio.
Hi, Art. This is Lowell in Seattle.
Hello, Lowell.
Yeah, and, I was really talking about people don't, look up in the sky that much, and,
No, they don't.
They don't see them because people aren't looking up.
That's right.
And I've been interested in astronomy all my life. I don't know, age 9 or whatever.
Yes.
And I thought it would be nice, I can't afford it, but, to get fixed up in a home where in a bedroom you'd have like a...
Giant bubble.
Yeah, right, exactly. And have the bed fixed up so that it was on hydraulics. You could move it up into it. And you just watch the sky.
Up you go right into the bubble.
Yeah, it'd be absolutely wonderful.
What a great idea. And why is it? Have you ever wondered why do humans have all their windows looking out horizontally?
Why?
I mean, I don't care where you look, from house to house to house to house. Where are the windows? They're looking out on the street.
I know.
They're looking out at the bushes.
Mm-hmm.
But are they looking up? No. Why don't we have windows that look up?
I've never seen anything like that set up in a house, but that would be absolutely wonderful.
Well, there's probably a reason why. We are culturally conditioned not to look up.
Well,
Because, you're absolutely right. I mean, you just said somebody could make $1 million with that idea. We call it the bubble bedroom.
That's right.
I like
Okay,
it.
I'll let you go.
Thanks. You said
Art, yeah, you mentioned earlier in your show that George W. gave you the creeps.
that's right.
Yeah, I personally think that the Bushes are members of the Illuminati.
Well, I've heard that.
Yeah.
Skull and crossbones, the whole thing.
Well, he just seemed, when his dad was president, it just seemed like he was kind of like a puppet.
Well, I didn't like the last part of the, and not too many people like the last part of Bush presidency. And so, yeah, I look at, it may simply be his resemblance to his father. I don't know. But I look at him and I'm telling you, I get the creeps.
Yeah. But it's this whole money thing, he's got all this money and the Iraq war, one minute we're on the Iraq side and another minute we're against them. And, the Vietnam War thing and everything else.
No, I'm with you, and it's probably unfair because I can't exactly identify why I feel the way I do, but I look at George and he's just creeps. He smiles. Yeah, and it sends little chills down my spine. But maybe he's a wonderful, wonderful person. I just can't help but relay that feeling to you. Plus, I like McCain, so there you are. Even though I'm basically a libertarian, I find a great deal of basic honesty in McCain. That's it for tonight. Good night.
Rover is down in a crater. I don't know if that's right. Yeah, a crater, I guess. Something created by millions of years ago by some sort of impact on Mars, and there's a lot of things that look like they may have held water that run into it, so they have put the rover down there specifically to examine the possibility of water, that water is or was on Mars, that life may be or perhaps was on Mars. And our resident guide, Richard C. Hoagland, about what we just did. By the way, the pictures should begin coming, I don't know, in an hour or two. He may have an update on that in a moment. Richard C. Hoagland. By the way, in the next hour, we're going to have Leland Gregory here, and he's got some of the funniest stuff you've ever heard in your whole life. Just absolutely riotous stuff. He does some CDs called Wacky 9/11 and Stupid Criminals and stuff like that. It's going to be an awful lot of fun. So that'll be coming up in the next hour. But folks, we're on Mars. We finally have made it to the surface a little over an hour ago now. They confirmed we were safely on the surface of Mars. Hey, Richard.
Hi there, Art.
Hi. All right. Hey, could you kind of take, not everybody got to see or hear this live on CNN or the NASA channel, as you know we both did. So could you kind of take them through what just happened?
Yeah, it's about an hour and a half ago now that they actually landed.
Right.
This spacecraft, autonomously, totally on its own because of the speed of light lag time between Earth, you can't control the stuff from Earth, went through, as Zed Weilerstedt, who's the Deputy Administrator for Space Science at NASA headquarters, he coined this term that everybody around the world has been using for the last several days, the 6 minutes from hell.
Yeah.
And in those 6 minutes from entry, when the heat shield of this little lander hit the atmosphere and boil up to the surface temperature of the sun through parachute deployment, through airbags, through bolt cutters, through retro rockets, and then airbag bouncing on the surface and rolling to a stop. They actually made it. The whole damn thing worked tonight.
Oh, yeah.
And there is a 400-pound rover sitting inside those airbags, which are now being retracted even as we speak. And there's a whole automatic sequence which is going to go on. In another few minutes, in about 15 minutes, Mars Odyssey, our old little Mars Odyssey, orbiting Mars, will fly over the Spirit rover landing site.
Right.
And because they have locked radio signals back to the antennas on Earth and radio signals up to Mars Surveyor at the moment of landing, and all kinds of amazing data on the UHF channel, they believe that in about 15 minutes they will have a successful flyover with Odyssey, which will give them a snapshot not only of what the rover is doing all by itself, because it can't be seen from Earth right now. Earth has set, and so you can't, with the antennas on the Earth, see anything.
No, I would think even if you did have a shot at observing Mars, you couldn't see it.
No, you can't see. When I say see, I mean see
Oh,
electronics.
I thought you meant
No, I'm talking about the big DSN antennas. They're getting no data directly from the antennas because, the Mars rotated out of the field of view,
right,
and the Earth set from where the rover
right, but they
the
got this.
flyover,
Yes.
the flyover of Odyssey in about 14 minutes now, they expect that we will actually get not only data, but pictures are. So within about 45 minutes, we may have pictures on the ground of what this landing site looks like, because the first thing that we're going to do is turn the cameras on the mast, which is a little telescopic mast that has two sets of cameras on it,
Sure.
and take pictures even before they raise the mast.
I believe they're telescopic cameras.
They're telescopic. They are about 3 to 4 times better than any surface camera we've ever had on the surface before. They can see a boulder the size of a softball out at the end of the football field, 100 meters away. So, and they'll be in color.
All right, where are we? Where did we land?
We are roughly on the equator in a 100-mile wide crater called Gusev. And you were right. It is an ancient impact site. At least they think it's ancient. I think it may be more recent. And it's filled with sediments. There's a huge river, ancient river, that flows into it from the south, the huge talus acre.
Dr. Box, there were many failed attempts to fix my teeth. I retouched all my wedding photos, and it was even affecting my health. I trusted you because you specialize in dental implants. You created a permanent solution and customized my teeth so it still felt like me. My new teeth have improved my life and changed my future. Thank you. You're so welcome.
Introducing our new lifetime warranty on zirconia arches, only at Clear Choice. Call to schedule a free consultation.
One of my biggest dreams was to road trip Europe in a van, and I actually attempted it 2 years ago, but I was mentally in a very difficult place. There's a bunch of reasons why I'm in a better place now, but one of the biggest is my therapist, who I unfortunately cannot name. It was actually a friend, Simon, who recommended therapy after I survived a near-death explosion. Unfortunately, I ghosted my first therapist. Luckily, BetterHelp lets you switch therapists very easily. You fill out a quick survey, and they match you with someone in their huge network. I prefer video calls because it feels like there's more of a connection. But if you don't want a video call, you can always just do a regular call. And if that's a little overwhelming, you can even just text back and forth. I never thought I'd do therapy because my family doesn't really believe in mental health. But the thought process that changed my mind was that people don't go to the gym just because they're really out of shape. People go to the gym to maintain good shape. So for therapy, I don't just go because I was struggling with my mental health, but I continue to still use therapy because I'm trying to maintain good mental health.
Apron, like a Mississippi Delta that extends about halfway into the crater. And this rover is sitting at the end of that delta, hopefully not too far from the center of the landing ellipse, which is 39 miles long and 3 miles wide.
All right, this
And they
is
land a bit long.
it's a cute robot with wheels.
It has wheels. In a few days, they're going to be very cautious now. This whole thing has to, unlimber itself. The pedals of the protective lander, which is a tetrahedron, by the way, in hint.
I knew you'd say that.
Well, it is.
I know.
And it landed on the base pedal, which is really fortuitous. And they had 1 chance in 4 of that happening. So what has to happen is that all by itself, on its own computer control, with Odyssey literally eavesdropping in the next few minutes, it has to reel in the airbags, deflate them. It has to open the pedals. It has to unfold solar panels on the actual, golf cart size rover. Because without the solar panels drinking in sunlight, the batteries will die and the spacecraft will basically die.
Sure.
And it's about 3:30 in the afternoon, Mars time, local Martian time. So they've got about 4 hours of sunlight left. They have plenty of time to top off the batteries and survive the cold night. And then tomorrow morning, there will be 2 overflights, one by Surveyor, roughly 8 o'clock your time, and one by Odyssey, roughly noon your time, which will give them all kinds of new information, including engineering data, health, housekeeping, and they'll know basically what shape they're in.
Okay, Richard, so we're going to get high quality color pictures, correct?
We may get high quality color tonight.
Okay.
So you're going to have.
All right, I'm going to go back to the tagging. I will also include in the description
Now,
the
so
recording
if
time
they're
for
in
where
this
there's a
crater,
tour of
and
my
when
house when I get to it.
Yeah.
Flat lake bed.
And they're in this
And then I'm going to change clothes. Some of you may be like, you're in the same clothes you were wearing yesterday. After you've been illegally detained for 300 plus days, you treat changing clothing much like when you're
When
camping.
you're in the middle of a lake that's filled with sediments, mud,
Yes,
basically that mud washed down from the southern highlands.
right.
Whenever weird things happen on Mars. Now, the cool thing about this is that the NASA team thinks they're verifying one set of models for Mars.
Okay, going back to
We have a
tagging.
different model, the so-called Mars tidal model. This little rover is going to give us stunning information
Okay, what's your model versus their model?
that the catastrophes on Mars that led to the floods and all the water and all the erosion and all that are only about 65 million years old as opposed to 4 billion years old. But Mars used to be a satellite of a bigger planet that blew up 65 million years ago. Pieces of that planet were flung all over the solar system. One of them hit the Earth and did in the dinosaurs. A lot of the debris hit Mars, causing this incredible southern cratered hemisphere, which plastered one half the planet with all kinds of impacts.
Okay, it looks
And
like
this
I'm
land,
once again
this crater, is right at the boundary between that plastered zone in the southern hemisphere and the
blocked
smooth
from
northern
the
plain
Snohomish
the,
County Superior Courthouse
level
tag.
sediments of the ancient Martian ocean.
Yes, and this is also what.
But I'm going to click the ones that just automatically show up here.
Championing this
Home
idea
Chef
for 7
Seattle.
years, but he didn't get the evidence that we've got, which is the evidence. on
Again, I
Mars
do have the
itself,
DOD
produced by the
and I have the
mission.
Bureau
And
and I
the,
have Pierce County Sheriff's.
The main belief at NASA is
But it's an ancient crater surface. Nothing has happened.
Now I'm adding
on Mars
Hilton.
for billions of years, and then all this stuff happened a long time ago.
and this mission could prove one of
Or
these
the other.
by what?
Well, the one key thing we're going to be looking for, this spacecraft carries amazing analysis instrumentation.
Larry
You can
Page,
roll out, you can look at
5226,
rocks, look at soil,
Senate
measure
Democrats,
spectra, which is how we get element content
Yes,
and mineral content.
right.
What we're going to be looking for,
Lake
Mars
Stevens
is
School
red.
District,
We believe that Mars is red because of the catastrophe. Mars is red because of all the
First
junk that
class
got dumped on the
terrorist,
planet that blew up.
7350,
A lot
class
of
with
that
a
red
K.
stuff is oxidized iron from the exposed core of the exploding planet. Now we know on Earth that the core of the Earth is a combination of
IT
iron
Tech,
and nickel.
Well, to us Earthlings, iron seems red and iron seem connected.
When iron rusts, it gets red. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, but the minor constituents.
Donald
is
J.
nickel.
Trump for
This
president.
spacecraft, for the first time, any spacecraft we've sent there, the Vikings or Pathfinder, can measure the nickel content of the iron dust, the iron soil, the iron sand. And if it's a certain percentage, it will confirm our model of the exploded core of the planet that Mars used to orbit.
And when do you
Joey
think this
Diaz.
kind of data will begin to?
Yeah, well, they're going to start within the next week. They're going to, be very careful. They're going to sit on that little lander base so they know everything's working. And they'll raise up on the legs with the wheels. They'll roll down a ramp, and then they'll start looking at rocks, and they'll start sampling with this amazing set of gadgets they have on this.
Jeff
particular
Bezos,
design.
3930.
That they
Yeah, it's about a week before they
people
start.
can actually begin to move. So they look around and they identify each rock, and they probably have a committee meeting about what path will be taken.
Exactly. And they'll have orbiter photographs taken looking down. They'll have the descent lander camera that was photographing. In fact, one of the mission managers said a few moments ago before we came on the air that they think they can make a movie of the descent from the engineering camera photos that were taken all the way down to landing.
That'd be pretty cool.
That will be cool.
Yeah.
And what they're going to
Ben
look at is they're gonna do
Shapiro
spectroscopic
shows
analysis,
up
remote control with the cameras, which can actually
because my eldest son is
and they'll
a
look for very
subscriber.
interesting rocks look unusual and different and anomalous, and then they'll roll over.
He's also a
the wheels
subscriber to Donald
to
J.
the rock,
Trump
and
for
then they'll sample the
president.
rocks, and
You're
they'll do this
definitely
for a
my
year or
kid.
two. Or they actually have done 90 days for a nominal mission.
Okay,
We all know that these things last longer.
there was nothing on this particular mission and spacecraft that will discern biological life, is there?
No, they're looking.
That was on the other one.
That's on Beagle 2.
Yeah.
And as I said, when we have more time sometime, I think I figured out what happened to Beagle 2. But it's much too long and complicated, intriguing a story to get into tonight.
All right.
But
Alternate History
on your
Hub.
to-do list, I think I figured
It's
it out.
one that my son
This
is
lander does not
subscribed
carry
to. For some reason,
experiments.
the ones
It
that my
only
kid is
carries
subscribed to,
environmental experiments.
I can tag, which I didn't tag previously, so I'm doing that.
Think happen to Mars. The data can move you down one canyon or another canyon in terms of various models. Now, the coolest part about this is the serendipity factor. Since we're dealing with the honest folks at NASA, we just look at their faces. These are
I'm not going to do any of the names, though, because they might be his little friends at high school.
I got to take my hat off to them. I was sitting here Art, thinking before how different it was in the old days, where I would have to get on an airplane and fly across the country. Of course,
And now it
do that
comes
now.
to you.
I could sit in my living
Brad
room, I've got the
Padre, I
computer
don't know who
here,
that
I've got
is.
the TV
Somebody my
on,
kid
I've
is
got
also
NASA
subscribed
television
to.
by satellite.
Well, as I was saying, Richard,
We're there.
if you can get the CNN Associated Press photographer got a wonderful picture of this Asian American in mission control.
Yeah, he is the mission commentator.
Well, they caught the picture. Believe me. I mean, it says
I've
it
been
all.
looking at that shirt all night.
Yeah, it says it all. I mean, they caught him in that
They
instant.
were dancing around.
Yeah.
Candace
hugging each other,
Owens,
and,
another one
you know,
my kid is
I
subscribed
know some good
to.
ones. Now, let me tell you where this audience is going to get some maybe surprisingly cool stuff. Since we're in the middle
I shouldn't
of
be
this
laughing
ancient
since it's more
basin,
likely than not I'm about to be
filled with
shot.
sediments and
but,
stuff and debris
Right.
when the catastrophe hit.
That's my
Debris, as
boy.
you know, when you have flash flood, everything washes downstream.
Right.
So with this rover, it's not inconceivable that we could literally roll up to a piece of debris.
Did you know
or Martian
Media?
house,
That's another one he's subscribed to.
or a wing of an airplane, or anything sticking out of the mud.
I have a high confidence level that if we start getting pictures back, you'll be calling me up saying,
I would-
Art, it's a hammer! Look, a hammer!
And the cool thing is that since these guys don't even expect
How it should have
it is so
ended.
far down
Another
the
one
radar
he's
that
subscribed
people
to.
know, there will be no a priori censorship, because the neat part is we're supposed to get these pictures alive.
Yes.
And so watch carefully the first panoramas tonight to see what we get, because there could be some major surprises. And I'm telling everybody,
Oh, we'll be
stick
watching.
some tape in
Yep.
and roll tape, because as you know, with
My
Pathfinder,
True Crime
things
News.
around that lander in '97, and they change.
So everybody roll your tape.
Exactly.
All right, I was watching CNN when they were discussing the possibility of life, past or present or whatever, on Mars. And the scientist being interviewed said, it's wonderful.
Lee Sheriff. I don't know who he is,
Almost
but
theological. And boy, that
it says
one
it's a
stopped me
sheriff's
cold in my
office.
tracks. It's almost theological.
We're getting close.
How's it theological?
Well, I mean, look, from the mainstream perspective, I mean, forget artifacts, forget, former civilizations, forget all the stuff that we all, think about and talk about here. They're looking at the confirmed existence of a microbe as a theological moment.
And I'm going to
Because it
stop
would be-
reading aloud who I'm able to tag and not able to
that
tag.
life, happened in two places,
Oh,
in the same solar system.
yeah.
And as Carl used to say, if that can be confirmed, when you look at the night sky, it means the galaxy is filled.
Pierce County Sheriff's
Right,
Office now
that's
reflects
super
as me
stuff.
being able to
So
tag
has
it.
to run the gamut. This could not be the only place where you and I are having this kind of conversation in the universe, if that were proven to be correct. So, yes, confirming even microbes.
Canal County Sheriff's Office. Some of these sheriff's office, I don't even know what state they're in. Keep in mind.
But we're thinking light years beyond microbes, and we have data. I mean, one of the ironies is, as I'm
But for those of you that don't know, the sheriffs are basically the local FBI. That's what they are.
Yes.
Their budget comes from the Bureau.
It's going to absolutely knock your socks off. There is an
They're local
unequivocal,
FBI.
ancient, eroded.
Yes.
They don't have as much authority, but
when I put
that's
up on
what
the
they
web and point you to it, you will absolutely 100% say, take that building, a ruined building, and it's right next to the base. It's right on the eastern side at the base of the base platform.
Are you happy with where they landed, Richard, or would you
No.
rather have them?
No.
No.
No, because at best we're going to get environmental data. If we have the serendipity of coming across a ruined Martian trailer, sticking out of the mud. That would be amazing.
All right, look,
It's not a high probability.
all right, Richard, we're going to wrap it here. If anything occurs, I mean, anything over the top occurs during the, the continuation of the program here, you call me. I'll get you on the air.
I will be here.
And if there's any giant surprise, I mean, I'm here tomorrow night too. So, all right, buddy.
Tomorrow night we should have some amazing images.
Well, exactly. All right, buddy. Thank you.
Thank you, my friend.
And good night. Yeah, we're on Mars, baby. Not a bad way to begin a program, huh? By having America, just as you're starting the program, put a rover down on Mars. It's going to be, and it's a very exciting time. Could go on for even longer, perhaps, than 3 months if they're lucky. They say, as Richard said, they say 3 months, but then a lot of times things last longer. This could be very exciting indeed. First time caller line, you're on the air. Good evening.
Yes, sir, Mr. Bell.
Hi.
You're very respected and loved out here in Alphadelta, California.
Thank you. Welcome to the program.
Thank you, sir. I wanted to talk to you real quick about a craft that we believe is the Aurora. We've seen it several times behind our house.
Oh, yes.
The first time we saw it, it looked like, remember those spaceships they had in Space 1999, that TV series from about 25 years ago?
I do. You're correct. I have other friends who, on a regular basis, see the Aurora, so it is up there flying around.
I was so proud to see it. I've never seen anything that was even close to UFO. I saw that. It didn't for a second think it was from another world.
Well, that wouldn't be a UFO. That would be an IFO.
Yes, sir, thank you. I saw this. I thought, those military guys are some pretty sharp fellas. This thing, it goes straight up, it goes sideways, it hover. It was almost surreal to see something move this way.
Well, it's good to know we're still cranking out the new stuff, huh?
Yes, sir. Well, a lot of people have seen it, and it's wonderful to be on your show, sir, and you have a good year.
And you have a good year, too. It is that, isn't it? Also the beginning of a brand new year. But, oh, yes, the Aurora has been rather visible to quite a few people lately. Quite a few trips out over the water and back. Wildcard line, you're on the air. Hello.
This is Kim from Utah.
Hi, Kim.
And I wanted to talk to you, a little bit about this question of sabotage in outer space that came up last hour.
All right.
And there was a book written by Major Frank Corso, now deceased.
I interviewed Colonel Corso many times.
Oh, well, then you know more about him than I do, obviously.
Quite some bit, yes.
But, one of the points he made was that there were photos of the dark side of the moon.
Where'd he go? Let's try this. Are you still there?
Yeah.
Good. Okay, there were photos of the dark side of the moon.
The dark side of the moon where there were bases of UFOs. And if, in fact, that was a true statement, then there would be lots of reasons why the USA would not want us going to the moon and would conduct whatever shenanigans would be necessary to say we've been there when we had not been there.
Well, I've got to admit, I really have a hard time with this duality thing, this secret government with the secret space program versus the public space program and all of that. I've always had a hard time with that. I tend to believe what seems simplest. What seems simplest is we're doing the best we can.
Well, I grant you that, and I also have been, agreed with that. This evening I heard some things that made me question my own sanity, but it's hard to think that we'd be lied to that much. Nevertheless, there's certainly a lot going on that nobody's talking about. There has to be.
Yeah, I'm with you. Thank you very much. It's really hard for me to absorb and deal with the fact that we've been lied to again and again and again, and so deeply. Now, that just may be the prejudice of somebody who was born in 45 and grew up during the years when the FBI said it, baby, you can take it to the bank. And when government officials said things, you automatically believed it. Now, I know to many that sounds stupid and foolish, but that is generally the way it was then. We've come a long way, baby, and not necessarily in a good direction. I mean, we have arrived in a place today where as many people doubt anything said by a high government official as just by it automatically. Maybe more. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello? Yes, hello.
Hello?
Hello again.
Are you there?
I am here. Are you there?
Hello, I'm sorry.
Oh, don't be sorry, just proceed.
I have a concern about, people are talking about the British probe and the American probe succeeding, and that nation, the relationship between that and some sort of conspiracy. And I like to think less about that and more about how that might be a good thing. About how, and it's been stated in quotes about there is a reason things might be like it. So think about that.
No,
Great.
well, I have been, but I really can't. I did speak about it as much as I'm going to, really. Yes, it could be true that we are simply being lied to on a massive scale. That is not what I tend to believe. I guess I'm stuck in the past in that regard, and I tend to trust what my government tells me. I'm not quite over the cynical line completely. How about you? Western Rockies, you're on air. Hello.
Stephen from PREP, north of San Francisco.
Welcome.
Haven't talked to you in a long time. It's good to be on the air with you again.
Good to have you. What's up?
Well, I always love it when you have Richard Homeland on. This guy is so wonderful. To be able to come out, present the materials that he does. And one thing I was noticing, and I just read recently in the paper, where Earth is slowly losing this magnetic field.
That would seem to be the case.
And I also recently read in regards to Mars that it had once a magnetic field, and it has lost it, and that its atmospheric depletion was a result of the solar wind hitting the atmosphere because it didn't have that magnetic field to protect it.
Well, that's one possibility.
And one thing that just kind of bears to mind in Richard's findings, which I applaud him. We're trying to find a connection between us and Mars. And I think there is possibly a very direct connection, and I really believe that if we really study what happened to Mars and find our link to Mars, that we can see what's happening here on Earth and hopefully avoid what happened to Mars.
Well, I think that's what they're thinking, that if we can figure out what happened to Mars, we can perhaps forecast or begin to understand what might happen to us. Sure.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that's the idea. All right, sir.
Keep up the good work.
Well, thank you very much. Sure. That's why when they had a scientist on, it stopped me. Oh, he said, almost theological. Well, it's almost theological indeed. If there's anything, if there is some relic, if it was spotted by the probe that we just landed, they're called probe, right? If they verify that there were large amounts of water on Mars, rivers of water, then they're well on their way. I mean, where there's air and where there's water, there's probably life. So it becomes almost immediately theological, or nearly so. First time caller line, you're on the air. Hi. It's going fine, sir. Where are you?
All right, I'm here in Colorado.
Okay.
Just wanted to talk a little bit about what's going on up here in the Rocky Mountains.
What's going on?
I was working freelance construction for one of my buddies. We got freelance to go out up in the Rockies and help dig what we told were water trenches to lay water pipes.
Yes.
Of course, there's no neighborhoods or houses anywhere.
Right.
Excuse me, cup of cold. We did for approximately 6 feet into the ground with the trenches. They went on for about 2 miles up the hill.
Yes.
About 4 miles down this hill.
And why were you digging these trenches?
Well, we were told that they were going to place water pipes.
Water pipes. Okay. So you were digging.
But this was a good 120 miles from any house.
Okay.
Anyways, after digging, it appeared to be regular construction foremen that were sent out with us. And every once in a while, after like every couple of feet of digging, they would scan with this thing. They told us they were checking to make sure there was nothing, we weren't going to dig up anything or do anything.
No, why would they?
Most of the workers didn't speak English.
Why would they be worried about digging something up if they're like 100 or 200 miles from the closest house?
What they told all the workers is they didn't want us to break a cord or a pipe that's already been laid.
Okay.
They don't ask a lot of questions.
Okay.
Anyways, we were digging for quite a while. Eventually, the scanners that they were scanning with started making noises. So they jetted us out of there. They told everybody, job's done. They paid us that day. We had actually been digging for about maybe a half hour.
All right, wait, slow up a second. You and how many people were doing this digging?
I know in my group of diggers, I was in charge of 6 diggers.
6.
And they were us, and they sent 2 foremen along.
And how many groups of diggers were there?
That's what they didn't tell us, but from radio conversations I heard later, there were at least 6 groups of 6 groupers, or 6 groups of 6 diggers.
No kidding.
Yeah.
And
they were all around.
when were you doing this? How long ago?
Oh, this was last week.
Last week.
Yeah.
And then suddenly they found something with the sensors. And
Well, I mean, they thought we were all pretty stupid employees. I'm actually a pretty smart guy.
All right. But the bottom line is they found something.
Actually, I think they were looking for it ahead of time.
Yes. And when they found something.
Right. And when they started scanning whatever they're looking for on the meter,
they sent you away.
They eliminated everybody. They paid us for that day and up to a week. Okay. And they said it's the whole.
Now what kind of people were these?
They came to us as regular freelance foremen and construction workers and subcontractors.
And they told you were digging for water pipes, for replacement of water pipes.
Right, which is, according to my
How interesting. I wonder, any idea what they were looking for?
Yeah, that's not anyways, where was I? Sorry.
Well, you were about to tell me what they were looking for, because we don't have a lot of time. So
Right, I'm not exactly sure what they were looking for, but I mean, they were really well financed and extreme high technology equipment. And then they dressed really poorly and really shoddy clothes and trucks, beat up trucks. So like in the beat up truck, at least millions of dollars worth of computer equipment behind the seats of the truck. You know
no kidding.
Yeah, these guys look like they're poor. And I was like, are we going to get paid? But it's very generous with the money and very well financed. Anyways,
the best.
I'm sorry, I'm just trying to get a little bit of information.
Take a deep breath. Hold on, sir. Hold on. Take a deep breath. Pause.
Yeah.
Where were you roughly? As you can describe, where were you?
Yeah, if I was subcontracted out of Denver.
Where were you digging?
Up in the Rocky Mountains, area I wasn't exactly familiar with. So 4 hours out of Denver.
4 hours.
And good 160, 200 miles away.
And that's as close as you can identify it. Were you going north, south, east, west?
No, the way they transported all the workers, they said that the only trucks they could rent were huge moving buses. They were like buses, but with no windows.
No windows, so you didn't know where you were going.
Right, and they told us that reason is because it's all they could afford. Which I later to be assumed wrong when I saw equipment that was all just everything they had. But,
all right, and you spent how long digging totally?
For about 2 weeks.
2 weeks. 2 weeks of digging, and then suddenly they find something and you're gone. Anything else to this, as in what you think they might have been
right.
for?
Well, what I found out later on, this is radio transmission, which is how I found out that they had teams of diggers up there. what the guys were scanning for was kind of something they lost. I couldn't completely understand, but something that they had at one time and they lost. They're really, really big when they talk to each other about.
So you don't know, but something they had.
Something they think they did have before and they owned it, they knew something about it, it's gone, and now if they don't find it, it's just like really horrible. No amount of money is going to stop them. But we later found out that they were government workers, and the way we found out.
Well, are you there? He just went away. Or somebody made him go away. That was an interesting story, wasn't it? I wonder what they were looking for. Wonder why he was disconnected like that. Interesting. Wildcard line, you're on the air. Hi. Hello. Going once, going twice, gone. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hi.
Hey, how you doing?
I'm doing all right, sir.
All right. Yeah, it was kind of interesting how he did get cut off, wasn't it?
Yes. That's a very critical moment there.
Yeah, right. Anyway, I would have rather have heard more of him than what I have to say anyway. But,
Well, let's try you out since you're here.
Okay. Nothing, just I think it's pretty neat about what is going on at Mars, and I just don't understand why it seems like so many people are afraid if they do find that there's life or whatever. I think so many people think that's gonna
It won't bother you a bit.
Yeah, well, I mean, I think people are so worried about whatever religious risk it's gonna cause. But I mean, that just for people to limit whatever is.
Well, are you a religious person?
No, not really.
You're not. That's probably why it won't bother you.
Right, exactly. But I'm just saying, whatever, people, whatever their God is supposed to be, so all powerful. Well, I would think that would encompass, infinity in the whole universe instead of, just pinpoint
be my point of view. I would not be morally, religiously, faith challenged if I heard there was life on Mars. But now there is a big but here. I'm going to tell you, just as I've told many others, I get thousands, probably hundreds of thousands of emails. And there are a lot of people, I can assure you, that would be very disturbed if it turns out there was life on Mars.
Right.
Really, they'd be very disturbed.
Yeah, it seems like I said, it seems like they're limiting themselves that way. That's all.
Well, but that's just the way they are. They're very fundamentalist. They believe that they're Earth centric and human centric, and there can't be life anywhere else. We're special. We're the only ones, and you know who put us there, and didn't mention anything about putting anybody else anywhere else.
Hey, the other night when you were doing the predictions, I got through and got cut off.
Nah, won't work. They're already locked up and sealed. But if you want to mention what you would have said, you're welcome to. I simply cannot report it.
I know.
All right, real quick then. What would you?
I think unfortunately though we're going to lose Fidel this year.
Unfortunately.
No.
Are you going to miss Fidel if he exits left?
No, not personally. I'm just I don't want to see anybody have to go, but I think it's going to happen.
Well, if he goes, he'll definitely exit left. All right, sir. Well, thank you. Take care. Unfortunately, we're going to lose Fidel. All right, when we come back, we'll turn to the lighter side tonight, I think, for a while, with a man named Leland Gregory. Very briefly and quickly, from Lynn Taylor, with reference to the man who got cut off, it was a very interesting call. He was talking about digging. Lynn is in Denver and says, "Hi, Mr. Bell. I grew up close to where the guy was digging for pipes." I believe he's talking about the area around Center Ridge, south of Glenwood Springs, about 75 miles in the middle of the mountain range we call the Flat Tops. Now, I have no way of knowing west of Delta, it says. I have no way of knowing if that would be accurate at all, but I thought I would pass it along. Now, Leland Gregory. Leland, welcome back to the program.
Well, thanks, Art. It's been a long time. How you doing?
It has been a long time, hasn't it?
It's been too long.
That's right. So it's great to have you back. Leland, a lot of the audience will not have heard our first program together, no question about it. So we'll get to some of the material we did on that show a little later in this particular show. But tell people essentially what you do and why you began doing it.
Well, basically, I collect stupid things, mainly stupid stories, stupid video, and stupid audio of our human race gone bad. I scuba dive in the shallow end of the gene pool.
Yes, you do. Why do you do that? I mean, what set you on this course?
It's greed. I just want money. I'm an American. Actually, I came about finding this particular genre completely by accident. I was sitting around a coffee table with some friends, whining about how talented we were, but at the same time how incredibly broke we were. So we came up with a few ideas for TV shows, since we were all TV writers. One of the ideas was a show called America's Dumbest Criminals. And we put out a home video, which did terribly. But a local publisher said, "Hey, the kind of the Field of Dreams things, if you write it, I will publish it." So we wrote it, and he published it. Before it hit the stands, I moved to Chicago to train at Second City, which was always a dream of mine. And while I was there, I met a man in my class who also turned out to be a writer for the Associated Press. And he said, "Hey, why don't I write a story about your book?" And I went, "Okay, that sounds good."
Yeah.
Not knowing what that meant. And he wrote the story, and 3 weeks later, the book was on the New York Times bestseller list and stayed there for 17 weeks. And I thought, hey, I think I found a new job.
There's gold in stupidity. Yeah.
And that was 95, and I've been putting out pretty much a book a year since then. Like you mentioned, I have 2 audio CDs, and now a 1-hour home video called Stupid Crooks Caught on Tape. So thank God stupid people breathe, or I'd be out of a job there, Art.
Well, true enough. And so you wallow in the shallow end of the gene pool.
That's me. I like that.
Well, with all the computer stuff I get, if you have a computer, I get more messages than most people do, but I get thousands of them. Nevertheless, when the Darwin Awards come out, when all the stupid lists come out, whenever there's a stupid criminal story, and they're pretty wild,
Still looking for a new job?
Just found out my dad's sister's husband is golfing buddies with the CEO of a great company. So basically, I got a job.
Sounds promising. Indeed helps you match based on what you know, not who you know.
Oh, thank goodness. I don't even know if he exists, to be honest.
Wild on the web.
Right.
I stop and I read. And so why do you think, and surely you've had time to reflect on this, why do you think people really love this stuff? And I'm no different. I do too. Why is it so cool?
I refer to it as the banana peel syndrome. We as human beings are always so rigid and tight and trying to be proper and try to do the right thing. But you see someone slip on a banana peel
and you laugh.
You laugh. And that's what this is. It's if someone does something stupid and you go, I'm glad that wasn't me. That's about the thinnest degree of separation.
All right.
Because, basically, I'm sure you've dealt in your past, it's the only thing that really connects us together as human beings. I mean, it transgresses socio-political, economic, geographic, ethnic boundaries. I mean, everybody has the ability to do something stupid. The people I report on just happen to have done it very well.
Well, I was going to say religion connects us all, but not the same way.
Not the same way, right.
You're right. I suppose even Al Qaeda probably at times laugh at each other.
He didn't mean to blow himself up. Oh, that was so stupid.
No, but it is common. It is common.
Yeah, it is. It goes back through time. I mean, I'm sure, when we kind of crawled out of the primordial sludge, somebody stepped on somebody's fin.
No, and, also we're in the age now, well, actually we're past the age. There are video cameras literally everywhere.
Yeah.
Just about everywhere. I mean, they've got security cameras up, and so the opportunity to catch more of this than we used to be able to catch is greater, isn't it?
Sure, and the global communication system that we have now. I mean, you can read a story about some guy in Caracas, Venezuela.
Yes.
And which, 20, 30 years ago, you never would have known or heard about. It wouldn't have been publicized, but now it is. And, I had one guy in Caracas, Venezuela, who made a bet with his next door neighbor that he could hypnotize a jaguar.
Oh.
And he lost that bet.
And what else?
Part of his left arm. But, so that's the example. The book, my newest book, Hey Idiot, I don't keep it, within the boundaries of the United States because there's no really need to do that. We don't really we haven't cornered the market on stupidity.
No, and I suppose broadcast provides, whether it's television or radio, it also provides a fertile field for combing for the stupid.
Oh yeah, and now of course, like with the advent of the Fox network, there's so many shows about people doing stupid things. It's commonplace. I mean, the news usually a lot of times will wrap up their broadcast with a light segment, which is usually a video footage of someone, dropping a safe on their foot.
Mm-hmm.
And so it's everywhere. And I think people are going, is this a trend or is this a pandemic or something? But it's not.
Well, all right. Let us give them the beginning of a demonstration of what you collect.
Okay. This first, are we going to go to the audio?
The audio, yeah.
Sure. The first one took place at a call-in show in Australia. And the guy is talking about his favorite rock and roll group, AC/DC, and it's a promotional giveaway to win a motorcycle if you can do one simple thing.
All right.
And he can.
You ready for it?
I'm ready for it.
All right.
We're going to draw that on the 17th of March. But if you this can I call attention. Okay, hello, Triple M.
Yes, hello.
Hello, what's your name?
Mark.
G'day, Mark, how you doing?
Not too bad.
Mark, where are you from?
Greenacre.
Just a little joke there, Mark.
Yes, I know.
How you going?
Not too bad.
Now listen, Mark, are you an AC/DC fan?
Yes.
Do you have a motorcycle license?
No, but I'll get one if I win it.
Okay.
I'm gonna win it.
You're gonna win it? You're gonna win. I like that confidence. Well, okay, we're gonna ask you a question, mate, before we can put you in the barrel.
Yeah.
Okay, spell AC/DC.
A-D.
Can you believe this?
A-D.
I'm gonna ask you again. How do you spell AC/DC?
A-D-A-C.
Mark, one more time, Mark. How do you spell AC/DC? I'll put you in there. Marcus?
Yeah.
Mark.
Yeah.
Yeah, say AC. How do you spell AC/DC?
That's the A-D-D-C. A-D-A-A. Oh, getting this all wrong.
You are, Mark. You are. You're getting it seriously wrong. Just tuned in. Mark is from Greenacre. Mark, we're going to give him a copy of AC/DC Q album Stiff Upper Lip if he can spell AC/DC. Mark, just spell AC/DC.
ACDC.
It's AC/DC. AC. Look, Jonathan. AC/DC. Just say that.
ACDC.
Yeah! Yeah, Mark, it wasn't that hard. Okay, Mark, not only that, we're going to give you a copy of your favourite AC/DC album. Do you have a favourite copy?
Anything ACDC is good.
I'll
get it right one of those.
Okay, how about we give you a copy of Back in Black, which is fantastic.
Yeah.
We'll play an AC/DC track. All right, mate?
Hey, cool.
Okay, now, Mark, you're in the draw for the Harley-Davidson 883 Sportster. It's all thanks to AC/DC Q album Stiff Upper Lip and Fraser Motorcycles. We'll draw that on Friday, March 17th. Mark, good luck.
Oh.
It's fun with dyslexia.
Oh God. That's really there aren't words for that.
No, I couldn't figure that one out.
You know what's really sad? I know people like that.
Yeah, I'm actually related to it.
Really do. I mean, no matter what. I mean, how could they?
Yeah, it's like spell ACDC. It's like, God, do you say that? It's not like it's a word.
I'll tell you this. I don't know whether those were morning guys or not, but probably were. They sounded like bunch of morning guys in Australia. But American morning guys, they would not have been that kind.
No, they would have given him.
Yeah, they have definitely torn it up.
Yeah,
no question about it.
But and that's the kind of people that I research and do.
Now, how do you get something like that? I mean, does somebody in Australia write?
Somebody in Australia sent us that one.
Really?
Yeah, I mean, we've got seeing on your show and all the other shows, I've got a pretty good reach now, and I'm fairly well known as the go-to guy in stupidity, which I'm very proud of.
Now, there's money in stupidity for you. How about people who come up with clips like that? I mean, when they give one to you, how do you proceed? Do they make any money out of it?
Usually they just give it to me because they can't believe it happened either.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, I don't, I've never said no when it comes to paying somebody for something. No one's really asked me to. I've had tons of 911 operators who were just great and not only gave me free stories and saying, hey, this was my favorite story, but they would also say, hey, I've got audio and, share it with the world. Let them know what we're up against.
How does that work legally? In other words, take a 911 tape, for example. If it's a good one, how is it public domain or it is?
It is. It's public domain, and they're all available through the Freedom of Information Act.
I'll be darned.
But the only thing is, the hardest thing, of course, is to obtain them. You have to say what the 911 center came into and exactly what time it came in.
Well, I was a 911 operator for Monterey County for about a year, and I can tell you that I don't think there would be a 911 operator who would not tell you they've got not just one, but probably a whole bunch of calls, and all you got to do is note the time and save them and get them taken off the big tape. And so, I'll bet 911 operators all over America could point you toward good stuff.
Yeah. Now, one thing I did find is that I thought exactly that. I thought, I'll call these operators. I didn't call them individually. I didn't know what. I went through their captains or the communication center or their associations and things like that. But a lot of the times, what would happen is the operator, when I would actually speak to a dispatcher, they would say, I get so many stupid calls, I really can't remember. Because according to the National Association for, I forgot the title for them, but they're the main association for 911 communications operators. It's between 65 and 70% of all the calls that come in are frivolous or non-emergency phone calls.
Well, that's worth thinking about all that stuff, isn't it?
Yeah, it's pretty frightening because, the 911 operators, one of the problems I had to begin with, Art, was when I would contact the 911 centers, they were very reluctant to help me at all because they've been beaten by the media so often by, they're not responsive, 911 is stupid, and, they took 12 minutes to get an ambulance to my house. They're so used to that kind of negative media until they realize, hey, I'm on your side. And I just want to hear stories about stupid people. And what they told me, when they told me that statistic, It's like, well, no wonder the 911 system is clogged and slow. You've got people that call. I had a 14-year-old boy call. He was complaining that there was stuff coming out of his stomach. So they sent paramedics out with anti-evisceration uniforms, the face shields and gloves and all that.
They thought his guts were.
Yeah, and he had belly button landing.
What?
He called because he had belly button landing, and it scared him, and he called 911. Yeah, that's the kind of calls they get, more than the guy who has his hand stuck in the garbage disposal.
Belly button.
In belly button. Yeah, I have
never been there before.
It scared me. But seriously, and that's not even a bizarre example. That's just kind of one that I pulled out of the top of my head. I've had them call. I had a lady call because they wanted the paramedics to come and help her flip her mattress.
No.
I had one, an actual call, and here, this is good. This is a good transition. The next piece of audio that we have is a prime example of some of the calls that 911 operators get. This lady wanted help with a minor appliance.
A minor appliance. How long is this?
Probably 2 or 3 minutes.
Gonna
take a break?
Yeah, we better hold it for break, really.
Okay.
We may be right up on it, or within 3 minutes at
But
least.
that's like the big car wrecks stuff. There's a man in my house with a gun. Those calls come in so much less frequently than the ones I had a guy call and the operator said, 911, what's your emergency? He said, you got to help me. My wife's having a baby and her contractions are coming 2 minutes apart. The operator said, calm down, sir. Tell me, is this her first child? And he said, no, you idiot. This is her husband. So had another guy call and the operator said, 911, what's your emergency? He said, you got to help me. I've been shot. The operator said, I'm sorry, you said you were shot? He said, yeah, I've been shot. She said, how many times were you shot? He said, oh, this is the first time.
All right. We will in a moment.
Good morning. We've got a lot
of good news to celebrate. Leland Gregory is here and will help us in a moment, but we are now indeed beginning to get first pictures back from the rover. It's the Spirit's already sending back photographs, so it looks like we're really in business. And now for a time they're going to be calibrating the cameras. But ladies and gentlemen, we're on Mars. This is very exciting, and these are stereo cameras that are going to give us incredible pictures of the surface area that they've landed in on Mars. So it's going to be a very exciting time. Good for us. Leland, welcome back.
Well, thank you, Aaron. That's so cool. My son is 6.5 years old and just starting really getting interested in the space and the planets. In fact, we're working on a book together called The Planet Party. And so he was just really excited to hear that we landed on Mars.
It's going to be a good period of time. You'll be seeing new photographs of Mars now every day. It should be very exciting.
So great.
Anyway, let us proceed now with the audio that we were going to do. Let's set it up. We're about to hear what?
Yeah, this is an actual 911 call from a typical kind of call. We talked about the guy who asked for help with belly button lift. And I said, they asked to flip mattresses. They called to say, where can I throw away my Christmas tree? I had one lady call and say, I think I left my coffee pot on. Could you go back and check? And this is the type of call. This is from a woman, actual 911 call to a 911 dispatcher asking for help with a minor appliance.
Here we go.
Can I help you? Yes. Would you tell me how to put batteries in my little fan here? Because I have a AA battery that I'm using. One AA truck, and then the bottom says truck AA1. Okay. How do I do that? If you open it up where the batteries go in? Yeah. Okay. Is there any directions as far as which one? Because you see where the plus is? I see where it's a little round wires. Are you having trouble putting them in the right way? Yes, I am. I don't know how to put them in. Okay. Well, why don't you try putting them in right side of see the part where the bump is? Right. That could be where it says plus. Yeah. So wherever it says plus, that should be where the bump is. Okay. And the top one says one AA plus. Okay. Does it take one or two batteries? Two. Your battery? Yes, and the one at the bottom says plus AA1. And the battery has a plus on it, and the other battery has a plus on it. Well, the plus is referring to the side of the battery, like the top part where the bump is. I see. Put them in the same way? Put them in exactly the same way. It's not, doesn't like take them out and switch them around and see if that works. Okay. All right. Thank you, ma'am. Well, you're welcome. God bless you. Okay, God bless you. Okay, bye-bye. Bye-bye.
You know, the funny part is, this lady, the operator, didn't even miss a beat. I could not have held myself together.
Well, and I think that goes, and I know this particular dispatcher, she's a very nice lady, and I think the thing is she's so used to getting calls from, non-emergency calls from slightly addled people who think 911 is kind of like the trivial pursuit of phone calls.
I wonder, and I should know the answer to this question, but I actually don't, even having worked there. I wonder how they handle persistently. I mean, I can remember there were people who would call up in the middle of the night just to talk, to have company.
Right.
And that's really awful. And I don't remember how I think we just sort of nurse those people along.
Yeah, and I've heard several, and they'll start saying, well, hey, Cheryl, how you doing? You can't keep calling, sweetie. They're very kind because they know that the person is usually old, addled, or lonely.
Well,
so they're not trying to be mean.
A lot of patience is going to have to go with that job description.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's probably you need, psychological training. You have to have the patience of the state. I mean, why would you do a job like that if you're a mean person?
When you do a job like that, usually you need psychological help.
Okay, I wasn't going to go there, Art, but since you were former 911 dispatcher, I can do that.
That's right.
But really, they.
Now, let me tell you the truth about the real kind of serious truth, Leland, about 911. I did it for a year, and I left because it was too much, Leland. I'm really serious about that. You're hearing the lighter side of it here tonight, but I can assure you there were lots of life and death situations that did happen, children, that kind of thing. And I'm the kind of person who took that stuff home with me at night. And after a year, I said, you know what? I won't live long if I do this because I can't shake it off. I just can't give it up. A good 911 operator has to become somewhat immune to the serious side of life.
Yeah, and I'm not sure exactly how they do that. I really have. I mean, I've listened to some of the calls that you're talking about. It was something that I would never, publish because they're
not funny.
They're not funny. I mean, there's absolutely nothing funny.
But I mean, that's really a tough job. Nevertheless, what we are doing tonight is a funny part of it, thank goodness. And so, what's going on?
Well, the next one is again an actual 911 phone call from a very distraught gentleman who, and I found out that he is actually seeing these insects. He's not dreaming them up. And if there's someone that claims that this animal's not an insect, forgive me, I'm not an entomologist. But anyway, so he calls 911 with a question about all the things he sees floating in the air.
Okay, let's take a look.
911 emergency.
Okay, mostly you people are a bunch of phony. But if you'd like to do something that's really worthwhile, get it on the TV news, the stations at 6 o'clock. Let the public know where the hell all these butterflies came from today.
Butterflies?
Yeah.
Where did they come from?
Where did they come from?
You have a problem that police officers can help you with, sir? You have a problem that police officers can help you with?
I just want to know where and so does everybody else. Where did the butterflies come from today? Little butterflies that fly through the air?
I have no idea, sir.
Well, TV news people and tell them that they're supposed to know. But try and get into a news station. You can't do it. You can't do it. Come on.
Doesn't that make you just want to rush right down and apply for a job as a 911 operator?
It does, doesn't it? Because, they treat them so well. Every 911 center I've seen is usually in the basement with no windows, concrete walls.
Well, have you ever tried to have talk with somebody who's been enjoying the spirits for the entire evening? He's probably between blackout and consciousness somewhere when he makes a call like that. It's part of the job description. You're going to talk to people who are, let's face it, folks, stumped.
Yeah, exactly. That's a good word to describe that. That starts with the S. I would have used no one. But that's why you're there and I'm here. But I mean, I can't even talk to people. And I used to do that a lot. I used to drink a lot. So I've been those people. I've never made 911 calls, but I mean, I know the type of person, how people talk. And everything's so important.
Well,
and you won't believe it. You can't understand.
It does tend to bring out the confrontation side.
Yeah, it does.
Very confrontational.
Yeah.
Too bad you didn't have audio on that belly button lid. I mean, that's incredible. Still, you know, to have been there when the medics came rushing in, that would have been worth quite a bit.
Yeah.
Anyway, I'm stuck on that for some reason.
It's interesting.
Yeah.
I mean, it's something that you wouldn't think, especially because I can imagine the boy had left the door open for the paramedics to come in. He was lying flat on his back on the couch. Absolutely.
Paralyzed.
Here comes the paramedics in their gloves and their suits and all that. You know, I'm sure they looked like something out of ET, and they did a full examination. And then they finally asked him, you know, you said,
where is it?
Where is the problem? He just right here. And it was the belly button.
All right, onward.
The next call is a very interesting question that a mother proposes to the 911 operator, not being familiar with the laws of the community. She wanted to make sure what her son was suggesting was legal.
I see. Here we go.
911.
Oh, are you an officer?
I'm a dispatcher.
Oh, how are you tonight?
I'm fine.
Good. I don't want to make my ask you a question.
Okay.
This is kind of stupid. But my friend wants to know if he could take one of the homeless men up the street and live with him. Would it be against the law?
It would be against the law?
Uh-huh.
No, it's not.
If that's going to be against the law?
No.
It wouldn't?
Not if they both agree.
Oh, that's crazy, right?
What a great mom.
You know, do you think that was a prank, or do you think she was?
No, I don't think that was a prank, unfortunately. She sounded a little too sincere.
Well,
a lot of times you can hear it in the voice.
But right at the end, I heard where, I mean, she was, maybe it was, God help us.
It's frightening.
Yeah.
And it's such a bizarre question. You kind of think, well, usually those prank callers aren't so clever. You know what I mean?
Yeah, she sounded.
But that's such an interesting and unique question that it's probably, mom was probably hitting the sauce, and
I guess.
You never can tell.
Yeah, you never can tell is right. All right.
Well, the next one's not actually a 911 call, but it is a police traffic stop. And you were mentioning about people who have had a little too much strength.
Yes.
This man was pulled over for drunk driving and was answering some routine questions. And I thought he gave such a clever answer to one of the questions that I thought your audience would like to hear it.
Here we go.
Yeah, I didn't do nothing wrong. Get your truck stuck out here in the field. You're out here driving the truck and you're drunk. I'm going to have to take a couple tests for me. Stand back here. I can't. You can't? Why not? Well, for one reason, I'm drunk, man. You're drunk? What's your level of education? I got 20 years of education. I graduated 10th grade twice. Okay. You graduated 10th grade twice. Yeah. So you got 20 years of education. Yeah. You got a burger in the skunk.
I graduated 5th grade twice.
Yeah. Oh, geez. Where do they? Was that the police officer that take this?
Yeah, they now with all the lawsuits and all that, of course, you know that all police officers have to have dash cam.
Yeah, that's right.
And the dash cam, and then the officers are now mic'd, so that if there's any problem when they go to court, they can say, "Well, let's look at the videotape, and we'll see that you're guilty." And this guy, of course, was obviously guilty.
All right, so now in America, most stops are either taped or will tape one way or the other, huh?
Right. Yeah. It's simply because there's this, you know, they'll say, "Hey, the cop abused me," and then it's just their word against the police officers. But now they'll have audio and video and say, "Hey, you know, why waste the court's time? Roll the footage. The guy's falling down. He's obviously drunk."
But see, there is an example of an entirely different kind of drunk. That kind of drunk you laugh at. I mean, they're actually funny, and they're harmless, and they're funny. I don't suppose there's anything funny about over-utilizing the spirits, but yeah, there are some people who get drunk that way, and that is funny.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's still, you got to give the guy credit.
I do, actually.
I mean, I'm sure the police officers have heard so much. You know, like you said, they get confrontational. It's like, "You don't know anything, blah, blah, blah." Yeah. This guy's just, "I am drunk." And it's just, and you hear the cop laughing. It's like, you know, I know you're drunk. The guy's obviously drunk. He's a danger to the community, but he's funny. You know, give him a break. He made me laugh.
I wonder what happened to the guy.
I'm sure they took him to jail.
Well,
I'm sure he amused his family.
He was out in the middle of a field, he said?
Yeah, apparently he had been so drunk that he drove his car out to the middle of the field.
I see.
And then that's how he got pulled. I mean, the guy was obviously, I mean, he even said, I'm drunker than drunk.
Yeah, oh, yeah.
You know, so he was. But anyway, he got taken off the road, but didn't give the cop any trouble.
By percentage, how many of these clips come from people who are under the influence, in your best estimation, of something?
Oh, a lot. I would say around 80%, especially the traffic stops.
80%?
Yeah, this is just an estimate on, you know, of my humble opinion, but I've seen a lot of the dash cam footage. And a lot of times, you know, one of the only reasons you would pull someone over, of course, is if they were driving radically or they had an expired tag. I had one guy, I have the audio for it. I didn't send it to you because it's just basically him screaming. But he was pulled over and for a routine traffic stop. Police said, hey, there's been a lot of problems in the area. Do you mind if we look in your trunk?
Mm-hmm.
And of course, the guy could have said no. You know, they didn't have probable cause.
Right.
And the cops would have said, okay, move on. He said, sure, go ahead.
Yeah.
So he gave them the keys. They opened the car, opened the trunk, 15 pounds of marijuana.
15 pounds?
15 pounds. So they put him in the back seat of the patrol car. And of course, the patrol car is Mike. And he starts thinking about what he did. And it's just 5 minutes of him screaming and...
Actually, Leland, you know what? You did send that.
Oh, did I?
Yeah, that was one of the funniest things I've heard. I seem to recall he was screaming something that wasn't particularly airable.
Every now and then, but usually it was a plea to a higher power.
Oh my God! Oh my God! How could I have done it?
Exactly.
He was half crying, right?
Yeah. Oh, and he was. Oh my God! No!
I remember that one.
He was trying to wake himself up from a bad dream, and the cop comes back and says, "Are you saying anything to me?" And he goes, "No, I'm just freaking out."
Yeah, exactly. All right.
I missed a bit. I guess it's not in with the.
You said that maybe a year ago. But he did say a lot of things that we probably couldn't hear. Leland Gregory is my guess. What I'm about to play, before even asking Leland, can put you on the floor, so be careful. I mean, it's really funny. This is really, I mean, 6 pounds of pot, of course, it's a pretty great deal of pot. And what you're about to hear is this guy in the back of the police car, after he realizes the magnitude of what he had just done in telling the cops, no, go ahead and open the trunk. It sort of dawns on him a little late, but believe me, it definitely dawns. I guess the mic is in the patrol car. Here you go.
Sir, I hate to inform you that you're under arrest for possession of a large quantity of marijuana from the side of the phone calls into the way to the squad car while we search for the rest of the vehicle. At 3 p.m. God almighty.
I can't believe that. Oh, no. Oh my God! That poor kid. Oh my God! Oh man! Oh my God! Oh man! Oh my God! Oh, no! Please, no! No, no, please, no! No, please! I hope they got it. No, please! Please, no! No! Oh God! Oh God! Oh God! Help me! Help me! Help me! Help me!
You sent for Brad here?
Oh God! Oh God!
Why was that?
You know, I'm late. No, I'm just freaked out. I just can't believe that.
Why not? You do that?
Yeah,
It's sure not.
I know.
Yelling at me. So sad, but true. Now you kind of.
My Bosch dishwasher's expert drying makes me feel dry.
Les Schwab changed the tire game more than 70 years ago. Today, we still believe you should get more from less. Like more hustle, less hassle. More of the best service around, less of the runaround. Because we include America's best tire warranty in every tire we sell. So you get more unbeatable warranty, less charging you extra. It's why we're more than proud to say, you get more from less.
I kind of feel sorry for the guy, but then it's a little bizarre.
Well, and yet, you know, it's understandable. I mean, it's actually understandable when you realize not only how stupid you just were, but what the big right-hand turn your life just took. And little regret there? Yeah, maybe.
A little bit, yeah.
See, so as you can see, I saved the CDs.
You're an amazing guy.
Yeah.
That was great. Because I just said to you a while ago.
Oh, months and months and months. That was funny. That really was funny. All right, well, let's get back to one that you sent me.
Okay.
Where are we here?
Okay, the next one, it's track 6. This took place in Maine, and it's a police stop. And you had mentioned sometimes how they get very irate. Well, this guy gets very irate. It's heavily censored.
Oh, is it?
Oh, yeah.
All right, number 6.
Can I explain it to you, sir? So you know what you need to do?
I know what I do. You're ripping me off, and I didn't deserve it because I didn't do nothing wrong. You're always saying I want to drive straight. That won't get to the 40 miles or whatever freaking is. I never saw the sign. I saw it 55. I was going 57. That's all I know. Now just give me the damn thing, and I'm looking to take. If I'm working, I'll pay the fine because I can't afford to take a day off. And if I'm not working, I'll plead not guilty because I know so well I'm not guilty. Just give me the damn thing. Let me get out of here.
I need you to do a sign the X so I can explain this to them.
There ain't no explain. I got picked up for speeding before. You're guilty, and you pay the fine, and hope your insurance don't go up. And you try not to speed the next time. And that's what I was trying to do. For 4 or 5 years, it's worked damn good. Before I run into you. So,
Copies for your record, sir.
I don't, all right.
My copy needs to be mailed in within 20 days.
Okay.
Make sure you read the...
I can't read. I put this stuff away. I get bills in the mail all the time. I don't even look at it. All right. Just tell me what I do. Lincoln Court?
No.
Where?
Read the instructions here. This says you have 20 days to respond to this summons. Read the back of the hard copy. This will explain how you can have a trial if you want. In the back, I'll explain it. Attached is an envelope. Okay? Put a stamp on that. You mail that in. I didn't tell you what to do.
I can force the stamp.
The fine's right here, sir. It's $137.50.
You're crazy! I'm crazy! My wife took money over her! You have a counselor and she's working to pay my insurance so I would get picked up you're crazy!
If you don't pick this up, sir, I'm going to summon you for littering.
Petty. This cop is mean. He's power tripping. Oh, he's broke. The 15 pounds of weed one, though, is the sad one, dude. You can tell that was like a 21 or under.
That's expired.
That was a baby. Sure, you can look in my trunk.
Expired on the thing.
I have to plead guilty if I got to work. I can't take the court, take the day off. Yeah, so, now just give me the damn thing. Let me get out of here. I did do nothing wrong, and I know I did. Now let me get the out of here. I ain't in no hurry, but I just want to get some kills for my dog.
Bye. Bye. The strangest thing in there, he said, I ain't in no hurry, but I did need to get some pills for my dog.
You know, I heard that. You know, that cop was playing him all the way.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, playing him all the way. He knew he had one on his hand. He just played that perfectly.
Yeah. And it's so funny because the guy sounds like Cliff Clavin.
He knew
Can I help you with this?
Yeah, he knew he had a classic on his hands.
Yeah.
You could actually hear him playing it.
Well, that one is actually in Maine. That is used in police training.
Is that right?
To show people how to show officers how to deal with an unruly person.
Yeah. Oh.
It's very funny, and that's a real one. And so, like I said, that was from a police dash cam.
Yeah, I'm sure. That guy knew he had a classic. I'm telling you, he was playing it.
Oh yeah, I believe it.
Yeah. Anyway, all right, fine. Let's dial forward.
The next one is a 911 call from a man who, well, I don't know how to explain it. He has itchy legs.
Itchy legs.
Yeah.
Itchy legs.
There you go.
Here we go.
Now, what am I doing to you?
I make them. My legs though, it's so bad. I think I'm gonna go crazy.
Okay, her leg is very bad.
I have this thing to me.
I found.
All right now. My legs are itching so bad.
Uh-huh.
So bad, it's driving me crazy.
Okay, would you like to speak with the paramedic?
I would like to speak to them, please. Thank you.
Sure, let me talk to you. Hold on, please. Emergency?
Hello, I'm not use legs.
This is the fire department.
Fire department?
What did you need?
Well, I have no fire. I have no fire.
Okay, you need paramedic?
Excuse me?
Do you need paramedic?
I don't know whether I need to take a medic. I don't know.
What's the problem?
My legs. My legs are touching something terrible. It's been more than 2 days now.
Okay, how's your breathing?
My breathing is fine. It's just that my legs itch for something terrible.
Is there a rash on it?
A rash, that's right. I've been to the doctor, and I ran to my legs. You understand?
Uh-huh.
I went to a party. I ran in a weeks. You understand? Look, my legs.
Is there any pain with that?
Anything? Second, a very bad itch.
We'll be right there, okay?
I'm not working. I don't want to spend a lot of money on hours and things like that. Because when you can show my legs, they swing very good.
And you can call paramedics when they get there, okay?
Hey, maybe.
Okay, bye-bye.
You don't want to spend a lot of money?
Well, I guess he doesn't realize that, you get a free ride to the hospital if you have itchy legs.
Incredible.
It's amazing, isn't it, Art?
Yes. It makes me so glad that I'm not doing that anymore.
Right.
I mean, what you're hearing, this stuff really does harm folks. I mean, it really does. The actual number, by percentage of people that are dysfunctional in one way or another in America is a little frightening. It really is a little frightening. And you get an imbalance when you work in a 911 system. You really begin to think even a greater, like 80% maybe in one way or another dysfunctional. It just seems that way because you get a lot of these kind of calls.
Exactly.
Okay. Well, what's next?
Well, I just want to let people know that if they're where they can get all this stuff, too further.
Yeah, actually, it's not just audio that you have. You have books as well.
Yeah, books and videos. But
So fire away. Plug
they're
away.
all available, if you don't mind my plug,
Not at all.
at realwacky.com. REAL, realwacky.com. You can get the audio CDs that you're hearing now, the video, Stupid Crooks Caught on Tape, my new book, Hey Idiot, and lots of other stuff at realwacky.com, or you can call toll free at 1-866-754-8273. That's 1-866-754-TAPE.
Some of these are so funny. I remember the one that absolutely killed me. I guess we'll play it later.
Right, I think I know which one you're talking about.
I know that you do. It's the gag one. The guy's gagged and he's calling 911, and that is, in my estimation, the single funniest 911 call ever made. Now, it could be that there's better, but I haven't heard. I mean,
that one's pretty darn good. Yeah.
We'll get to that, folks. Hang on a minute. All right, what have we got coming up?
Let's see. Okay, speaking of itching, this is another traffic stop, and the man is arrested for public drunkenness and is being given a field sobriety test and a questionnaire. But he has a problem with a part of his body that's itching and keeps asking for help.
Yeah, here we go.
Under Florida law, you are required to take chemical or physical breath test to determine the alcohol content.
When you, Sarah, this time I'm going to conclude this video. Just remain there for a second.
You gotta love it.
I guess you do. Oh, jeez. And other than the fact that the one cop couldn't keep his cool, he sounded young, he sounded new on the job, and like he was trying
so hard.
Yeah, he really was trying hard. Yeah.
And it's true. It is funny. That one is on the video. Stupid Crooks Caught on Tape. So you get to see the young officer reading, his little pamphlet, trying to keep a straight face.
Now, some people actually may have seen this on television. I seem to recall having seen it.
It might have been. I used it a lot for promoting the book Hey Idiot and my book Stupid Crook book. So you could have seen it there or before. The guy is bearded and kind of looks like Charles Manson, and he's dancing around trying to relieve his agony.
That's so stupid. I mean, I better stop here for a second. It's so bad that you would think the man in question, apparently he has no rights at all to that video. In other words, that video is community property in essence. Is that what it boils down to? I mean,
on videos like that, what happens is they get obtained by an archive company, like in England or Canada, and then you have to buy the licensing right to rebroadcast.
I got that, but what I guess I'm asking, the guy himself has absolutely no recourse to stop himself from looking like a complete idiot.
I guess not. I mean, because once he submits, you know, and says, you know, it's okay to, you know, videotape this,
Yeah.
then he's kind of up in the air.
All right, maybe one more before the bottom of the hour here.
Oh, okay. You know what? Let's skip the next one. I don't want to get. Here's a real quick one on track 10.
Okay.
One of the stupid calls that we talked about of people that are asking for dumb things. This guy thinks that 911 is also, I guess, a clever fella called the yeller.
There you go.
Yeah, one emergency. I need a press cab. I'm with the carnival. So this is the number one emergency line. Ma'am? This is the number one line? But every time I call the operator, I can't get no operator. So this is an emergency phone line. We can't call a taxi cab for you on this line. What did I need to the operator? To the police department? To the operator. Zero? Okay.
Oh, geez.
The number for the operator.
Yeah, that's right.
That should be my next book.
What's the number for the operator? Well, incredible stuff, and we've got a whole night, and we are going to review some of the ones that we did in a show so long ago now. It's been a long, long time. Leland Gregory is my guest. Back to the wacky world of Leland Gregory, and it's worth bearing in mind, everybody, that wacky world I described is ours. It's the world we live in. So, I don't know, as you listen to this, you can laugh and maybe you can cry. There's both of those emotions that are produced by some of this. Would you say, Leland?
Yes, I have had both experiences.
Yeah, don't you, I mean, you are going over reams of this stuff. Here we're just exposing people to a few hours of it. Right? You get to go through it all the time. Doesn't that begin to chip away at your sense of your fellow man? Do you find yourself truly wondering if we could be the same people who just put a robot on Mars?
Yeah, it does make me wonder. And then, of course, you know, my therapist says that it's very good for my self-esteem to keep doing what I'm doing.
Oh, so you go to a therapist.
Yes, I have to sometimes.
Yeah,
but yeah, sometimes I do, and you know, a lot of times I think I feel jaded because I've gone through so much. But you know, we all have a job.
Do you suppose that you ever get so jaded that you pass up something that is actually very funny to someone else? Have you had that experience where you're sort of, and you go, I don't know about this one, and you sort of put it aside, and somebody else thinks it's a riot?
Yeah, that has happened. I'll well, just like the one you just aired. The guy who was caught with all the marijuana in his trunk. I didn't send that back to you because I thought, man, that's. I've heard it so many times. I don't know if it's funny or not.
No, it is.
Yeah, when I heard it again, and I heard you giggling.
In the sense of, I want to apologize for it. You do enjoy hearing people, seeing people stub their toe. That's exactly what it is, and I suppose it's inappropriate to laugh at such thing. However, that was a big one. I mean, that was really a big
toe stuff, yeah.
As you realize what you just did and, how life is going to change and where you're going and everything, I can actually understand the reaction. I really can.
Yeah.
All right, well, anyway, onward. What do you got?
Okay, the next one is...
number 12, right?
Number 12. I don't really know how to explain this one, other than it's an actual emergency. It's not life or death. It's kind of some in pain emergency. But it kind of goes back to a question I've always had. Why would anyone want to have as a pet a 5-foot python?
Oh.
And if you are thinking about getting a 5-foot python as a gift, listen to this audio clip first.
Omar got my son and she won't let go. So is it a snake? Yes. Okay, so it's a python and he's got a hold of the hand and it's around the rest of the... She's on his index finger. Okay. He keeps wrapping around his arm. And as soon as I get part of her off of him, so you just need paramedics or just need some big strong men to help you out? I can't get her to release her hold. Okay, hang on just a minute. Okay. How big is the snake? She's about 5 feet long. Okay. And what do? You just put your hand in there, got you? If you should know better than to try to get her with, that type of head. I don't know how. Ma'am, if he gets on the arm of the snake, it's not on any other part of his body. On his finger. On his finger, and it's wrapped around his arm. Uh-huh. We do have them on the way. Okay, she's following my fingers. Is that you like it here? Yeah. We told you we should sell her. So funny. I'm not laughing. They'll be sending the paramedics when get her off of you. Haven't ate lately? Yeah, she's just better. She just barely ate. Yeah, and that's why, because she won't eat it. She's only eating mice. She normally eats them. She can eat 5 or 6 of them at a time. And you only fed her one. Oh, so she's so hungry. She's very hungry. He stuck his hand in the tank and she reached up and got him. You can't feed her just one now. Gotta wait until we go in. She's released. She got him? Yeah. Oh, good. Okay, they should be getting real close. Yeah, they're here. Okay, I'll go ahead and let you go. Okay, thanks. Bye-bye.
I could swear it was the sirens that probably made the snake release the finger. It's not just like when the sirens got there.
Well, I guess that the mom is bitching at him. I know you shouldn't just feed him one mouth. You know, we should have told him.
What got me was, in the background.
My favorite, he's eating my finger.
Did you really say that? I didn't hear that.
Yeah, he's like, I think he said, he's swallowing my finger.
He's swallowing my finger? All right, hold on a second. Let's listen one more time. I had heard none of that. I was listening to.
Got my son and she won't let go. So is it a snake? Yes. Okay, so it's a python and he's got a hold of the hand and it's around the rest of the. She's on his index finger. Okay. He keeps wrapping around his arm, and as soon as I get part of her off of him, so do you need paramedics or just need some big strong men to help you out? I can't get her to release her hold. Okay, hang on just a minute. Okay. How big is the snake? He's about 5 feet long. Okay. What did you do? You just put your hand in there? He got you? You should know better than to try to get her with you. I don't know how. Ma'am, is he just on the arm of the snake? It's not on any other part of his body? On his finger. On his finger, and it's wrapped around his arm? Uh-huh. We do have them on the way. He's swallowing my fingers.
All right, I heard it.
See, I wasn't lying to you. He's swallowing my fingers.
Swallowing my fingers. Oh, man. Oh, geez. It doesn't sound like a good idea to have a snake. Well, actually, I'm not told, to be fair. They do make good pets, except I guess moments like that. All right, well, we accidentally played the next track, which was a guy stuck while he was breaking into a house, right?
Right, he was calling 911 because he was stuck in the window of a house he was breaking into.
I will listen to this again because we got it kind of out of context. But why? Can you imagine breaking into a house, getting halfway in, and calling 911?
You never emergency?
Yes, almost stuck in Wednesday. Kind of making her go out.
You think I know you got to the house?
Yeah, I done. I'm finally up the house.
How are we going to find it?
Stuck in the window.
You're stuck in the window.
Right.
I thought somebody was breaking in there.
Right. I'm breaking in now.
You're breaking into your own house?
Yeah, I'm breaking in my own house.
Breaking into someone else's house.
Now, exactly how desperate do you suppose that guy had to get before he decided to make that call?
Yeah, it does make you wonder how long he had been stuck in the window before he finally said, okay.
I mean, at the very least, you would think somebody would stick it out until hunger overcame them. They had tried everything,
right?
So, short of sawing off an arm or something. I don't know.
It reminds me, there's another 911 call audio from the original CD, Wacky 911, that we were talking about playing later, where the man gets his private part caught in the intake pump of a pool, and eventually someone who works there calls 911 on his behalf because it's been in the pool for 3 hours. That's when you would think, just drown yourself.
Wait 3 hours, maybe even 6 hours. Who knows?
Yeah.
But you really hesitate before you call. So I get just a guy just breaking him.
Yeah. Well, I like it that there's someone breaking into this house.
Yeah.
And so he kind of skirted around the issue.
Well, he tried.
Yeah, he tried.
But now the cops know to go pick up a burglar.
Right. Yeah. A confessed burglar. They have on tape. Second window.
Well, you see, though, all of this is on the side of law enforcement because, in reality, the dumber criminals are, for the most part. The easier they are to catch,
Right.
the easier they are to punish because they tend to confess very quickly, just like that guy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I had a case where from my book, the Stupid Crook book. It was a lady was brought in to identify her perpetrator. So she's standing on one side of the one-way mirror with the detective, and there's the the bad guy and several other people on the other side of the one-way mirror. So the detective gets on the microphone and says, "When I call out your number, take one step forward and repeat exactly what the criminal said." He said, "Give me all your money or I'll shoot you." Well, one of the guys in line jumped up and said, "Hey, I didn't say that." So there's your stupid confession right there.
Yeah, that is stupid.
It's pretty amazing, yeah. But the Python clip is, if people want to hear that one again, they can go to the website at realwacky.com. And again, that's the only place you can get the audio CDs and the video. The books you can get in bookstores across the United States, Amazon. My new book is Hey Idiot. But all the other fun audio and videos only available at realwacky.com or at the toll-free number 1-866-754-8273.
I don't know why, but it seems to me that this is the kind of book that typically I pick up at an airport, knowing I had like a 2 or 3 hour flight ahead of me. This is the kind of book I'd pick up and take on the airplane.
Yeah, you know what? Hey Idiot is exactly that, and I have no delusions. It's a bathroom reader, you know? And my thing is, if you read more than 7 or 8 pages at one sitting, you should probably seek medical attention.
Yes, but you know, it's a good thing.
It's a funny book. Hey Idiot, it's my 8th book. Like you mentioned, I've been writing books since '95. I've got 1 New York Times bestseller and 2 national bestsellers. Again, I'll thank you for what's the number for 911 became a national bestseller right after I did your show.
Sure.
So Hey Idiot is kind of the chronicles of human stupidity. It's divided into 13 chapters, each chapter dealing with a different genre of stupidity, like government stupidity, politically correct morons.
There's a lot of
John
stupidity.
Q.
But see, what
Dangerous
you're doing is actually an important thing for humanity. I'm not exactly sure why, but it is important. Somehow it's important.
Somehow, and I get a lot of people that they don't state it quite as eloquently, but they go, there's more to what you're doing than just funny stuff. They don't quite know what it is, but they all know, there's something more to it. You're not just writing jokes about stupid things. There's something that I should be getting here.
Well, it is important for people to understand the reality of what they're living with.
Right.
They're fellow citizens. And, I mean, this is a select group of your fellow citizens. Whether of course, you listen to it from that point of view, you might be ashamed and not want to be human anymore. All right, so what's number 13 here?
Okay, now we're going to start on some technical calls from computer companies. They get a ton of calls from customers who are usually very upset.
Yeah.
And the next 3 in a row, if you just want to let them roll.
Okay,
computer tech calls.
I can understand being upset about computers. Probably in life, there's very little that can frustrate you as much as a computer. Here we go.
Technical support. I can do anything for you that a supervisor can do. I'm telling you that there's no one here who can help you. No, sir, you may not help with the supervisor. I can give you the number for the customer assistance center if you wish to file a complaint. I do wish to file a complaint. Okay. Their number is 1-800-2333. And I will file a complaint. Okay, you're more than welcome to do that. I believe anyone you talk to will tell you that if you need help with software that you have to call. I'm talking to me like you stupid idiot. I know what I'm talking about, and you don't know what you're talking about. Okay, sir, well, you're supposed to be nice to people. You should be there, you should be cooperative. I can't help you if I don't know how, sir. Listen, it's not clear that way. I mean, you're here, I'm a person, and you know how I wanted to talk condescending to me. I can't talk down to me. Who do you think you are? Just speak to your supervisor. I don't have to tell you why I want to talk to your supervisor. Who do you think you are? You're not saying. Well, I apologize if I said you, sir.
Yeah. You see, that is probably somebody who just installed a new operating system.
One time. And then I put. Hey, ma'am, it's okay.
Yeah, I think the light taking it. does require your understanding what you're hearing, I can see. This is a computer tech call from this woman who's obviously very upset. Now, you might understand why when you find out she lost all of her data when her computer crashed. Now, this is not so funny. I mean, you could lose work that you've been working on for months or something like that. Here it is again. Now,
And then I put, hey ma'am, it's okay. It was not me. I just felt my midterm because and then the thing shows up and all these button bar things on it. And I can't get that to shut down. And when that's on, all it does is continue to put the same paper over and over. And I can't even.
Okay, now.
What?
I'm going to help you. You're going to have to.
you see, funny, but I really do feel her pain. Okay, we've got one more to go, I think, from the current CD, and then we'll plow on to some absolute classics. We've got a lot of people asking, of course, for the one with the guy who hits the deer. That's all over my computer screen. Play that, play that. There's two things, Leland, I think that in a person's life will actually cause them to live longer. That aside from a good diet, all the usual. I think having a pet, like a cat or a dog or something, probably not a snake, but having a pet will cause you to live longer. There's something about petting an animal and interacting with an animal that will keep you alive. And laughing. Laughing is the other thing that I think is very likely to keep you alive longer. A lot of laughing. There's something about the kind of endorphins that it produces that I think means toward longevity.
That's right. Actually, I'm 97 years old.
Yeah.
Sometimes I feel that way.
It's done well for you. All right, so where are we?
Let's see, where was it?
It's 16. I think we can probably play this, can't we?
Yeah, I don't see why not.
It's you think this is a prank?
Yes, I do think it's a prank.
All right. Now, this is an example of the kind of thing making the rounds on the internet. I'm sure many of you may have heard this, or maybe not.
If not, you'll get an earful now.
Yeah, here it comes.
Thank you for calling SST Towing. How may I help you?
I just picked up my 92 Accord from your lot, and there is a huge turd in the back seat.
A huge turd?
Yes,
And there's what in the back seat?
a turd, a big ass human turd in the back seat of my car.
Ma'am, I assure you, our guys did not take a dump in your car. If you want to, bring that car back and we'll take a look at it.
You want to take a look at it?
All right, well, for some reason, we lost the audio on that, so we're going to have to try it again. I have no idea what just occurred. Let's try this again.
Thank you for calling SST Towing. How may I help you?
I just picked up my 92 Accord from your lot, and there is a huge turd in the back seat.
A huge turd?
Yes,
And there's what in the back seat?
a turd, a big ass human turd in the back seat of my car.
Ma'am, I assure you, our guys did not take a dump in your car. If you want to, bring that car back and we'll take a look at it.
You want to take a look at it? My car is fine. It's that big ass turd in the back seat.
Okay, what would you like me to do?
I said, okay, how about I go to your house and pick the loaf on your couch?
Ma'am.
How about that?
Ma'am, what would you like me to do to fix the situation?
I want somebody to come over here, get this turd out my back seat.
That's not going to happen.
What do you mean it's not going to
You
happen?
can bring the car here and we can take a look at it.
I'm going to bring it back there. You know what I'm going to do?
Huh.
I'm going to take a dump in every last car you got there. I'm going to pee on your counter. I'm going to do it all. To
Okay.
show you how it feels.
Okay,
You know what? You sound like a big burly man. It probably came out your way.
Oh, yeah, I don't make it a habit of going out and taking a dump in the car.
How much do you weigh?
About 400 pounds.
That's your turd.
That's my turd, huh?
Yes.
That came from a 400-pound man, huh?
This is a 400-pound man. Even that old gorilla.
Okay.
I'm driving this car right to my lawyer's office, and I'm going to let the whole world see. You're going to be on the news this evening, buddy. I'm going to get 7 on my side. Watch. You're going to be on the news.
Can you describe the piece of, I mean, what does it look like?
You know what it is. It came out your ass.
He's got her on speakerphone
I
now.
tell you what color. Ask me what color. I tell you what, it smells ungodly. That's what it smells like. Smells like you sold your ass to the devil. That came from the pits of hell.
Well, how big is it? How long is it?
It's not as long as my arm. I don't think it's fun. Why y'all? This is not fun. I got a damn 2x4 in my back seat. Steve is coming off of it, okay?
Steve is coming off of it?
Yes.
How long now, huh?
I am taking this. It's a fresh shirt.
Okay. What you need to do is you need to bring that shirt back, and we'll match it up. We got a lineup. We'll match it up with the other shirts that we have.
Well, what you need to do is learn how to use a toilet.
You say you're not going to bring the shirt back to me?
No. You know what?
This is a sample?
No. I'm starting to like it.
Going to keep it as a fact?
I'm going to keep it because it's a nice, you know what? It's a nice conversation piece.
Okay, cool.
Okay.
Hey, thanks, man.
Thank you.
All right, now, so that I understand this correctly, the prank was that lady, and the dispatcher here had no, I mean, he had no idea it was a prank, did he?
Not for a while. Then it sounded like he started catching on.
Well, yeah, at some point, but man, oh man.
It's pretty funny, yeah.
It is funny.
She did a good job.
Now, with respect to these, and you have more of these, some of which, to on the side of caution, we are not going to play. Now, there's one call from a radio station to a woman. I'm sure a lot of people on the internet have heard this. A man claims to be a product inspector for a vibrator she recently purchased. Eventually, the woman admits she's used said vibrator for 3 weeks. She's surprised at the end to find out it's a radio prank. And then there's others. And these are, you have some interest in finding out, even though we can't air these, the origin of these so that you can, or how do you look at these in trying to decide the products of these?
Well, I mean, I always do my best to try to find out the origin of it because I'm not in the business of ripping people off. But a lot of times when something like the product inspector for the vibrators, it's been around a long time, and it's been, I mean, it gets into everybody's emails, so.
It's almost, I guess, if it's gone around the world once, is it better made officially?
See, that's a good question. I really don't know, but I never could track down exactly where that came from. But it's pretty interesting.
So, if you can find, for example, the radio station where that came from, you would be very interested to know.
Yes, I would. I'd like to find out where it came from and what they've done with it, what kind of response they got from it.
All right, I've got the original.
Okay.
In here, and you're going to have to help me out with track numbers. I know that I have many requests for the deer,
right.
So let's go ahead and serve it up.
Okay. It's track 11.
Track 11. Okay. All right. Now, what is this at this point in this cook's life? This is a very funny cook.
It is very
funny. But what do we know about anything more about its origins?
Yes, I actually spoke with the original dispatcher. Took the call. It took place in Houston, Texas in the mid-'80s. And it turns out that the deal is they had recently installed a brand new operating program. And everyone in the station was nervous about how to use the new technology. The man who installed the program.
You're talking about the 911 system?
Yes. It was the new communications 911
Gotcha.
system.
All right.
And the man who installed the new software went into the captain's office and placed the call.
This is the guy who put in the software?
Yeah. Placed the call. But it still did go through the system. Technically, it's a 911 call, but it does turn out to have been a put-on 911.
Fantastic, by the way, I might add.
This is the ambulance emergency line. Do you have an emergency? I need an ambulance. Who is this? That's Joe. Okay. Where do you need it? I'm in my phone booth. Okay, what's the address there? Hold on. Okay, Joe, I need a location. What street are you on? I'm in my phone booth at the stop and go. Yeah, that's it. I'm at the stop and go. Wait a minute. What's the this street? Smith, Carl, and something. Hit him up, stop and go. Yo! Yeah. Let me see. I'm in my phone booth. Let me tell you what, I'm going down the road, driving my car, minding my own damn business, and I'm up here, jump down to hit my car. Okay, sir, you injured? Now, let me tell you, I get out and pick them up up. But I thought he dead. I put them up here in my back seat, and I'm driving down the road and minding my own business. The motherfucker woke up and bit me in the back of my
The nigga it bit me and just kicked it out of my car. I did my phone booth. The deer bit me in the neck. A big motherfucking dog came up and bit me in the leg. I hit him with the motherfucking tire iron and I stabbed him with my knife. So I got a hurt leg and the motherfucking deer bit me in the neck. And the dog won't let me out of my phone booth because he wants the deer. Don't get the deer, me the dog. Okay, sorry, you injured? Yeah, the deer bit me in the neck. Hold on. Yeah, the motherfucking dog has made me. Hold on. Let him get out of here. Hold on, the dog has made me.
Incredible.
Yes, sir.
So that actually was I don't know,
Basically a prank call.
a prank call. I'll be darned.
But yeah, that's probably the most requested one, and we went ahead and put that on our website at realwacky.com if people want to go listen to it, or if they want to buy Wacky 911, the audio, this audio CD, which of course is only available at the website at realwacky.com. And it's also, we have two versions. We have it on the censored version that you aired, and then the uncensored version. So please use caution when ordering.
Yes.
Don't give grandma the wrong copy.
You've got to specify which one you want.
Yeah, well, I mean, when you go to the website at realwacky.com, there's two completely different audio CDs. One is censored and one is uncensored.
Okay. All right. While we're here, we've got to do the one, the gag guy.
Okay, that is track 3 on Real Wacky 911.
All right. Now, this is one that, when I first heard this one, I was in danger of not being able to continue the program. I was really in danger of not being able to continue the program. And this is a definite stub your toe kind of audio that we're going to play here. Yeah. This is real. This is a guy. I'm going to tell you ahead of time, so otherwise it'll take you a little while to figure it out. He's calling 911 because he's had a flag. There's a robber or somebody broke in and bound him and gagged him.
Right. He's the victim of the robbery.
Yeah.
Bound and gagged.
Yeah, he's really gagged, and he's trying to call 911, and it shouldn't be funny, but it put me on the floor. Listen carefully.
Can you give us the address? Walmart? Orange? Olive? Olive, sir? Olive? You want me to have the outsider? You want me to have someone check with that? Please. I understand it. Please take care. Olive? Are you saying olive? I can't hear what he's saying. Is it lemon? Olive. Olive, right? Take care of almond? Okay, that won't be necessary. You don't have to run the check. How long will this happen? Okay, listen to me. Listen to me. Do you live in how much an apartment there? What apartment do you live in? 1, 2. 1, 2? All right, what's your what apartment? 2? Okay. And what's his last name? Okay, so we're going to send the police out, all right? Okay, all right. Let me go so I can send the police, all right?
Yep, that's an amazing one. Completely different reactions to that. Because when I was on the Today Show, I aired that when Katie Curry looked at me and she said, "That's not funny."
Did you really?
And I said,
it
is.
See, it really is true that it hits people differently.
Right.
You played that for Katie, huh?
Yeah, she said, "That's not funny." I said, "Well, thanks."
Well, if it's not, then, I guess, I don't know. It would be frame of mind. But
yeah,
when I first heard that, and still now, I feel for the guy in every way. I feel sorry for him, but it is funny. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it is funny. What I like is that the operators, trying their best, but and they go, he goes, I'm at Almond, what he's trying to say.
Holland, yeah.
And they start guessing all around it. Walnut?
Well,
And it's like, here they are in the nut category, but.
yeah, some of life's absolutely most painful moments really are fun.
Yeah.
And for him, obviously, it was frustrating, painful, and probably just like the worst day he ever had.
I can only imagine.
But still.
Still.
and what made that funny was the frustration in his gagged lips.
Right.
That came through real clearly, how frustrated he was. And I think that's what made
That
it
is kind of funny because you hear his complaining all the
Now, see, how did that one reach you? Do you recall? Was it an
It was
internet?
a 911 dispatcher.
Oh, it was a 911.
Yeah. Almost all the ones from the original CD Wacky 911 came from dispatchers.
How many people, like, of course, of all places to have it happen, Katie Couric, but how many people do you run into like that?
That don't think it's funny?
Well, what a universe of people. 99.9% will think it's a riot, but just that 1/10, 1%.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And what's great is that, I was on national TV.
That's not funny.
When she said that's not funny, it's like, well, thanks, Katie, gotta go.
Here's Leland Gregory. Leland, when people call you and tell you, or they, I don't know, contact your website, or suppose they've got something that they think is hilarious, and they want to get a hold of you. How do you do that?
Yeah, the best way. In fact, I'm checking my email right now, and I've got a couple people that are listening to your radio show.
My next question will be about your email, but I mean, do you want to give out an email address?
So actually, if people go to the website at realwacky.com and scroll down to the bottom, there's a blue hyperlink that says for press information, send it to Leland, and you click on that, and it'll open up a email box and just send me.
Well, see, I was thinking, when you do something like this, a lot of people have, I don't know, MPEGs or really big files. I mean, when people start sending this stuff to you, how do you handle it with your mailbox?
It's just part of the job. I've got a web guy that takes care of it for me, and so just basically people go to realwacky.com and I'll take it from there.
All right, I've got another CD here called Stupid Crook Audio. We haven't done any audio from that.
I don't know which one that would be. I think that was something I sent you a long time ago.
Really?
Yeah.
You don't remember it?
I mean, I remember it, but I don't remember what cuts were on it.
Uh-huh.
So, it's all edited, but I don't know exactly how great it is.
Actually, I can give you the titles.
Okay.
Well, something. The Screaming Ted was number 2.
Oh, there you go.
There's Irate Driver, Rapper, No Kicker, Drunk Out of Control, Buck Naked, Baby. I'm going to skip a couple here. Don't Talk to Me, Go to Hell, Backwards, Not Stale, Traffic Stop, Stuck in the Window, Whacked Out Son.
Yeah, that's not the greatest stuff. I think if you want to.
As you can see on the HP
911
laptop,
CD, I think that was the stuff that's
the
funnier.
HP Chromebook, they've been actively using their Linux machine, their virtual
there's a cute one called Homework
machine, their Cisco network capabilities, their root access to attempt to block the camera functionality. They also believe, rightly or wrongly, they're preventing feedback from reaching Google servers.
What's the matter? With my mask.
What's your mouth?
No, it's my mask. I have to do it. Will you help me?
Sure. Where do you live?
No, it's my mask.
Yeah, I know it. Where do you live, though?
No, I want you to talk to me on the phone.
No, I can't do that. I got social awful out there.
Okay,
What kind of mask do you have that you need help with?
I have takeaways.
All you gotta do is the takeaways?
Yeah.
All right, what's the problem?
You have to help me with my mask.
Okay.
I'm using http://youtube.com to do the same thing with no way for me to change it. They're also blurring the camera's ability to read it. There we go.
Oh, no one?
No.
I'm deleting all the data on the HP Chromebook,
4.
Yeah.
but it just reappears instantaneously.
What's another problem? That was
See?
a tough one.
There's one. 5, take away 5.
5, take away 5. And how much do you think that is?
5.
And they're running their status quo in the task manager.
Yeah, that was funny. That was very cute.
See, that's cute. Yeah, actually, this is great. I've already, I just checked my email again, and I've gotten like 2 or 3, well, I've gotten like 15 emails, but I've gotten a couple of audio samples already. So I really encourage people to go to realwacky.com and email me stories. In fact, I'll take this opportunity to solicit.
Sure.
Because I'm working on a new book called Idiots at Work. It's going to be about, you know, stupid people that you work with. So if you have stories of stupid bosses or stupid coworkers, just go to realwacky.com and
now,
email me.
Do these have to be audio, or can they
No.
it could be material for a book?
Sure. Yeah. If people want to send me stories of stupid things that has happened to them at work, stupid things their bosses have recommended or asked them to do, stupid coworkers. That's, like I said, that's the next book that I'm working on.
Well,
it'll be out next year.
The workplace is a big part of our lives.
Yeah.
So lots of stupidity occurs there.
Hopefully, if someone's got anything for me, I would be glad to take it. Just go to realwacky.com and go scroll down to the bottom of the page where it says press information.
Wide bind content
click on link.
decryption.
What would have
Yada, yada, yada.
Decide suddenly, for example, the workplace would be good. I mean, what?
Creating a new Spotify account today, like I've had to do repeatedly every day for a week. This one is registered at Unit 207 NEP EPD prison goers at gmail.com. Username is Everett Police Department Terrorist. Date of birth, we'll use today's date. Looks like they're blocking the creation of a new Spotify account. Something went wrong. Try again later. They're blocking it from being created at all. Today, 7-Eleven. That's the time.
Dear Dr. Ng, my missing teeth isolated me from the world. I trusted Clear Choice, and you gave me back my smile and my confidence in one day. Thank you.
You're welcome. You deserve it.
Get the smile you want from the #1 provider of fixed full arch dental implants in the U.S. Schedule a free consultation.
This game, you're not ready for it.
Hang on.
Well,
We'll see you next year.
The workplace is a big part of our lives.
Yeah.
So lots of stupidity occurs there.
Hopefully, if someone's got anything for me, I would be glad to take it. Just go to realwacky.com and go scroll down to the bottom of the page where it says press information. Click on Leland.
Well, what makes you decide suddenly, for example, the workplace would be good? I mean, what brings that up?
You know, it's just kind of, I get most of my best ideas when I'm sitting in the bathtub. And so that was just one of them. I thought, which is actually a little bit alien to me since I work at home. I don't have a boss other than, myself and my 6-year-old son. But I thought, that would be an interesting thing.
I do some of my best thinking in the shower.
Yeah.
The shower is a really good place to think.
Because it's quiet and you have nothing else to do, other than cleaning.
Yeah, I know, but there's no thinking about that.
Right, yeah, that's kind of, you got that down to a science.
It's a time when you can consider other things. Yes, yes, indeed, I agree. All right, well, we saw Wacky 911 here, and is there anything you like?
Yeah, there's a funny one that took place in Nashville, Tennessee. I want to give out the toll-free number one more time real fast.
Sure.
It's 1-866.
Sending SOS on feedback on the HP Chromebook. SOS, this is Mr. Gwen, illegally detained by North Everett Precinct for over 300+ days. All comms blocked, law enforcement compromised, terrorist cell actively attempting to cut video and audio and murder me. Following ability to do so. FBI informant, this is HP Chromebook, the Lenovo ThinkPad is logged into eldest son's YouTube channel. Then I provide his email address, which I'm redacting from my oral statements. All forensic details of the man in the middle, Cisco, chip-to-chip, Verizon, etc. Verizon, right, root, kernel, etc. Available on Google server for Gemini AI. At email unit blocking sign in unit blocking at gmail.com and North Everett Precinct 207 guilty at gmail.com. Contact FBI, Department of Homeland Security, Sheriffs. I am FBI informant. And the email address that this is logged into is, I'll read it to you aloud after I get out of here. One of many that had to be created because of their domestic terrorist cell. And it is, oh, it doesn't show me. It says view my channel. I don't know. My channel for this one, which won't allow me to live stream or upload videos. The handle is at North Everett Precinct of Stalkers. That's the handle, at North Everett Precinct of Stalkers. And then the title of the channel is North Everett Precinct of Stalkers Domestic Terror.
66754-8273, and the 8273 spells take. How about that?
What? By the way, Wacky 911. What else do after Wacky 911, or after they've ordered that? If they haven't yet, that would obviously be one.
Right.
But once you get past Wacky 911, what's your next favorite?
Well, my next favorite is the Stupid Crooks Caught on Tape video.
Mm-hmm.
It's very funny. It's an hour video of actual. I mean, there's no reenactment. It's all actual dash cam and security camera footage of stupid criminals getting caught doing stupid things. Very funny and very.
Yeah, you have fun putting them together.
Oh yeah, it was a blast. I mean, it's so funny because I get to sit in the edit booth and listen to the editor laugh. So it's fun to see the material, new people seeing the material, because like you said, I've seen it so much, I'm jaded. But then when I get to see it through someone else's eyes, it's like, okay, yeah, that is funny.
Exactly.
You know, so
all right, name a track here on.
Growing in My Mouth. This took place here in Nashville, Tennessee, and it is track 6.
6. And this again is a call to 9.
A call to 911 from a guy who, well, it's kind of hard to explain. And you'll see why.
I don't know what something is happening to me right now. I don't know what is going on. It's hard. It's hard to explain. Things are just growing. And I'm not calling it this. No joke. Did you need the police or do you need an ambulance? I need the ambulance. I need to go to the hospital because things are just growing in my mouth. Like what? I don't know what. I don't want to connect the ambulance. I don't know what is going on, but something is growing. Things are growing in my mouth. Growing in your mouth? Yes, I don't know what is going on. I was in the bed and now things are growing in my mouth. Things are growing in your mouth.
that ending is classic.
I'm afraid to. Yeah, I like that. Oh, jeez. You know, do you ever get to follow up and find out, for example, what the hell he was talking about?
The police on that one, like if they're local, he was on something pretty substantial. You know, something you can't buy at a liquor store. Let's say.
Yeah, I hear you.
Yeah, it was. He was pretty whacked out on that. But yeah, I love the way the cop is messing with this. Like, is it a tree?
A tree.
And then have you looked in the mirror? I'm afraid to.
Yeah.
It's a very interesting gentleman at that one. But yeah, so the Wacky 911, the first CD that we did on your show, and I think it was, gosh,
how long ago was it?
It was like in 2000.
Okay, 2000.
And it's just done great. I think we sold about 15 or 20,000 units, and just a lot of people are getting a lot of enjoyment. I get a lot of dispatchers call back saying they'll put it on at a party, because it's censored, so it's safe, and just gets a lot of fun response.
I'm sure it'd be great at a party. How could anybody listen to that whole? I've been sitting here thinking about Katie Kerr, and trying to figure out how anybody could not laugh during that thing. Now, maybe there are others, and I'll look at my past West, but damn, it was funny.
Yeah.
So you're at work now on the workplace. How far through that are you?
I'm getting it right now. I'm in the research mode. My the book is due April 1st. I usually have my books due April 1st just to keep me on top of things. It's also my wedding anniversary, so it's kind of a fun time to do it. So I'm doing a lot of research and trying to find stories, and that's why I'm kind of asking people to go to the website and go to realwacky.com. Send me your stories.
All right, give us one to go out with. Pick one to go out with.
Let's see. Okay. Either number 12, a beer opening, or number 25, I'm crazy.
It's 12 or 25.
12 or 25. You pick.
Let's see. I can't do it. Which one is funnier?
I like 12.
You like 12?
It's cute and funny.
All right. 12 it is. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen.
What? This is really an emergency, but it's to this little lady. I've been terribly upset, and I thought the only thing I could do, I don't like a sweet pills and all of that. I went out and bought myself a couple of small bottles of beer. I thought that would relax me. What's the problem? The problem is I can't open the bottle. Could you send a man over and I'll be downstairs and have him open the bottle? Okay, now wait a minute. Am I correct that you can't sleep, so you went out and bought 2 bottles of beer and you want to sleep in combine open and close? Yes, please, because I don't have any equipment here that seems to handle that kind of a pump. And I have never gone in. I think I had a ketchup bottle once and Anita broke the top off. Well, listen, I'm going to get you someone out there to open those beer bottles. Well, you just stay in your apartment now, and I'll send them up to the apartment. What's your phone number? Well, I think I'll look at it. It's a new one, and I don't remember it very well. I can hardly see it. It's all blotted and blurred. It looks like I can't see it without magnifying. Okay, you can't see it without magnifying glass. That's okay that I don't know your phone number now. Well, it looks like it has been put in by the operator, or the one that put the phone in, and it's down below, and that is was it, and they come down on the top, and it's sort of almost blurred. That's okay. I'll just get it. I'm cold sober, and I know you are. Yeah, and I don't have any bad intent or anything. I just need to go to sleep. I know. Well, we'll get you out there and open that beer bottle. Thank you. You're welcome. So I hang up? Yes. Okay. Okay. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Here's what it is. Here's what it is. Just the other lady email. Sharon, is it okay privilege tonight? We prefer not to give the code out on the
So apparently they have a code to help old ladies.
So they would actually send a police officer over to open beer.
They actually did, and the police officer over to open the beer bottle.
Well, that's not only nice on the part of the dispatcher, but the department has a policy and the police to do that, period. I mean, that's unimaginable.
Right. Well, the thing is, it's obvious the lady, It's not a prank.
You know,
You know, and it's obviously a lady, an elderly woman, and, you know, what the heck. I guess, I mean, they only do it, of course, if they have, you know, nothing else
yeah,
to do.
but you know what, that really does reflect really well on the 911 system, on the operators, on the police, on everybody concerned. I mean, that really reflects well on them to do that. That is, crazy as it may sound, it's public service, right?
Well, and actually, that particular dispatcher, I've spoken with her. She's just a nice lady anyway. And, you know, that's just, there's several instances like the cops helping the kid with the math homework, and,
Yeah.
you know, they're good people, and if they're not stressed out or under a lot of pressure, they're going to act like any good person and help out.
Well, that was way over the top. That was cool. All right, well, listen, one more time, plug the website.
The website is realwacky.com, and if people want to send me emails of stories of stupid boss mistakes or stupid coworkers, I'd appreciate it. Go to realwacky.com. Scroll down to the bottom, you'll find a link that'll open up a mail. Or if you want to order the video, Stupid Crooks Caught on Tape, or my audio CDs, and you don't have an internet access, you can go to call 1-866-754-8273. That's a toll-free number. Our operator, singular, is standing by, so if you don't get through the first time,
You have one operator.
keep trying.
All right. Listen, Bubba, thank you for being on the program again.
I'm glad to hear that you're back on the air, buddy. We missed it.
No, thank you, and thanks for being here.
Sure, pal.
Take care, Leland. That's Leland Gregory. Actually, we have a lot of nice public officials out there, and that's kind of a nice way to close this out. Well, that's been fun. Meanwhile, we're getting pictures of Mars. I'll be back tomorrow night. We'll talk about that and a whole lot more.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
The show's podcast episode from yesterday.
All right. Very nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
I saw you on the Danny Jones podcast, and I've read a lot of your tweets and Twitter, and just the entire ordeal that you've been through since the beginning of COVID. And so felt like it could be very educational for people to hear your perspective.
Well, I appreciate you continuing to talk about COVID, because I think a lot of people are sick of it. I'm certainly ready to move on. But
I am too, but it's just people need to make sure this doesn't happen again.
Exactly.
You know?
And nothing's happened, really. Nothing's been corrected.
No, not only has nothing been corrected, I was just watching an argument on television where they were trying to argue for vaccinating women who are pregnant.
Oh, right.
It's
It's
like,
insane. I mean, there's a golden rule of pregnancy, right? You don't experiment on pregnant women. You don't experiment on an unborn child.
you're not even supposed to eat sushi.
Exactly, right. But we're going to put this modified mRNA technology into these women who, early treatment. We have early treatment. COVID is no longer a threat. We're dealing, at one point it was more than a cold, but not now. Why in the world are we giving them to pregnant women or children?
The only thing that makes sense is money.
Right. Well,
It's the only thing that makes sense.
and
Ego, meaning because they've already recommended it, because they don't want to admit that it's not effective. They don't want to admit their side effects.
I mean, we have hard facts showing it should be pulled off the market. I mean, any other product would have been pulled a long time ago. If this were an antibiotic, and we've seen all of the carnage from an antibiotic, it would have been yanked off long ago. It should have been yanked off in the first month. There's no other explanation than there's fraud, there's corruption, there's ego, there's money, but it's not science.
No, and there's a lot of people that, for whatever reason, they have this very rigid ideology that the pharmaceutical drug companies are to be trusted, and we should trust the science, and that all these organizations, whether it's the FDA or whatever it is that's connected to these assertions, they should be trusted, not just the average doctor who's talking about these side effects and all these different things that they're experiencing with their patients.
Yeah, I mean, I trusted them when the pandemic started. I mean, I didn't think that the shots would work necessarily, but I trusted them. I didn't think they were going to hurt us.
Why didn't you think they would work?
Because they were rushed to the market. I knew the flu shots were already iffy. We're dealing with a virus that mutates. We've never been able to vaccinate against a cold, which, you know, it's a rapidly mutating virus. It's been tried before, and it's failed.
If you don't mind, please to tell everybody what your background is in medicine.
Yeah, private practice, solo physician. I'm not head of the Mayo Clinic. I'm just a neighborhood ear, nose, and throat doctor that sort of got tangled up in this inadvertently. And I always thought when the pandemic started, I thought, well, this will be the hospital. This will be a chaos in the hospitals. I never envisioned getting wrapped up in this at all. I trained at Stanford, and then I moved to Texas after residency. And then I worked in a small private practice for 7-8 years. Then I started having a bunch of children, and I pretty much gave up medicine. I mean, I took a 7-year sabbatical. I wasn't even sure I was going to go back. But then I just had this itch that needed to be scratched, and I opened up a solo practice 6 months before the pandemic started.
Oh boy,
yeah.
What timing.
I know. Why? Why did I do it?
You could have been out.
I know.
Yeah, well, sometimes the universe has a calling for people. You know?
It's been a very interesting journey. I mean,
so take us through what happened with you at the very beginning. Like, so COVID starts making its way across the world.
Yeah, so I had people coming in with respiratory tract infections that were stubborn. They were not, the typical colds. And there was all this, news that there's this virus from China. But, you watch something on the news, you think, oh, that's not going to really affect me. But, I started having more and more patients coming in. And at first, I really didn't know what to do. I just used common sense. I mean, I treated the symptoms. I used breathing treatments. I covered for secondary infection with antibiotics. I used steroids, that sort of thing. And I had success, but I didn't have a lot of people, showing up at my doorstep, treating me for COVID. But I did start having people wanting to get tested. And you might remember that LabCorp was the first lab in the country to offer the test. And they just got completely slammed. So it took 2 weeks to get the results back. I was already working with a lab for patients with chronic sinusitis, who they were doing PCR testing for chronic sinusitis. So tests for bacterial and fungal infections in the sinuses. It's called Microgen DX. And they came out with a saliva test for COVID. So, and we were able to get the results back the next day. So I started offering that, and my little clinic exploded and I'm located in a strip mall, which is very purposeful. I'm very close to the medical center, which is, to get your doctor's office, it's a 10-minute navigation of the parking garage, another 10-minute walk to the office. And so I was trying to locate my office where it was very easy to get in and out of. And then that served me very well during the pandemic, because with these saliva tests, you could just take the cup to somebody's car. They could spit in the cup. They could leave it outside. It was contact-free. You didn't have to even shoved up your nose. And then we got the results back the next day. And so that sort of put me on the map in my little neighborhood. And then I started tracking, when the vaccines came out, I started tracking who was positive, by their vaccination status. And so I started noticing that the vaccine wasn't working. And that's sort of what got me in trouble. I also started giving monoclonal antibodies, and I didn't ration them. So I became known in town as a place you could get monoclonal antibodies without, having to pass, being a certain race or a certain age or that sort of thing.
What do you think that was all about?
Yeah, I don't know. But monoclonal antibodies is very frustrating to me. They worked very well. They were not controversial. People would turn around the next day. But when they first came out, I could get as many doses as I wanted. I mean, they show up at my doorstep the next day. And it was great. I mean, that also sort of put me on the map of COVID. And then I didn't even use ivermectin until the government took over distribution of monoclonal antibodies. And then it became harder and harder to get them. And that's when I turned to ivermectin. But, you know, in my opinion, they did that on purpose. They did that to encourage people to take the COVID shot. It was very orchestrated. If you look at the timing, you know, in March, the government put out the big information on ivermectin and why you should not take it for COVID. They put that on the FDA's website. At the same time, they launched COVID-19 Community Core, and this was April 1st, 2021. This was an $11.5 billion slush fund to propaganda, to, you know, feed out propaganda and censor people. And the day that they launched the COVID-19 Community Core was the same day that Houston Methodist, which is where I had privileges, they mandated COVID shots for all their employees. And they were the first in the country. And that's sort of how I got tangled up in all this, because I had privileges there. And then I was actually working with them. I was doing research with them. I was sharing my data with them to try to get it published. But then I started questioning the vaccine and how it wasn't working. I brought it to their attention first, and they gaslit me. They just said, well, it lowers severity. And when they ignored me, then I started speaking out on social media, and that's what got me in trouble. But so that summer, 2021, that's when the third and the largest surge of the pandemic started. And this was after the rollout of the wonderful COVID shots that were promised to stop transmission and prevent death, and obviously didn't. And the government was getting frustrated. So they doubled down on their ivermectin attack, and this was end of August 2021. They put out the infamous horse tweet, said, seriously, y'all, you're not a horse, you're not a cow, stop it. The tweet went viral. It had dire consequences, in my opinion. And then they fully approved the COVID shot, and then Biden mandated for employers with 100 more employees. And that was right when they took you down. So it was all very coordinated. Oh, and then the final straw was taking away monoclonal antibodies.
Yeah. That was the more fascinating thing about it to me is I listed a bunch of different things that I took, including monoclonal antibodies, but they only concentrated on ivermectin.
Mm-hmm.
But the way they did it was like so transparent, like changing the color of my face on CNN and everywhere. This concerted effort to call it horse dewormer. It was they just try to make it look as preposterous as possible, without ever explaining that it's been used more than multiple billions of times prescribed to human beings.
Yeah, I mean they branded you. When I think of you, I think of that picture of you where you're slightly green. And I honestly, but ivermectin, I was nervous about using it because of all the hype, and because monoclonals worked so well. I was like, well, this is not going to work. This is not going to work. I was nervous. But the first thing I did was dug into the safety, and anybody could do that, which is a minimal amount of effort. You can go to the FDA website and you can find the toxicity data on ivermectin. And there's something called the LD50, lethal dose 50, which is, it's a benchmark number that gives you an idea of how toxic a medication is. And LD50 means what dose would kill 50% of lab animals. So for ivermectin, it kind of depends on the type of animal and the gender. But it's basically 10 milligrams per kilogram up to 80 milligrams per kilogram. So for COVID, we're using 0.4 milligrams per kilogram. So I knew that we were not worried about, killing people with it. And then I did a literature search, and I looked for accidental, intentional overdoses for ivermectin, and I couldn't find a single study. Whereas you do that for Tylenol, thousands of reports. So once I knew it was safe, then I started using it, and then I found it worked. And then, all in all, I treated well over 6,000 patients, and everybody that got early treatment stayed out of the hospital. I also had patients come in that were really sick in the second week, and that was such a learning experience for me, because normally if somebody walked into my office with an oxygen saturation in the low 80s, I would call an ambulance. But I had patients who would were refusing to go to the hospital. And I had to give them the option to possibly die in my office, which is scary. But we saved them. I mean, we just threw the kitchen sink at them, and we didn't have monoclonal antibodies. So we brought them in every day. We did IV steroids. We did IV antibiotics. We gave them home oxygen. We gave them high dose of ivermectin. We did everything we could, and it was amazing. I mean, they survived. It was very gratifying.
So you think it was probably a combination of all the different medications and all the different treatments?
You know, I would vary my approach depending on the severity, the comorbidities. I mean, it's an art, not a protocol.
Right.
It's a guideline, right? But every patient is sort of individual, and so for the patients, one patient I'm thinking of, he had history of 2 heart attacks. He had a history of throat cancer.
Oof.
He came in with an oxygen level, it was below 80. I can't remember exactly what it was, but I mean, so I just did everything. I took everything that I could and gave it to him, and it worked. And I had a few people like that. But if a 20-year-old came in, I'd probably just give him some ivermectin, and it just depends.
Why did you decide to try ivermectin even though there was all this negative propaganda?
Well, because I had patients coming to see me who needed help. I mean, I just wasn't going to shut my door. I'd already established I could help people with monoclonal antibodies. So I still had people coming to me seeking help, and I just didn't have the heart to say no. And I knew it was safe. So I knew that, it was a little bit iffy, but I knew it was safe, and there was good data showing it worked. It's just, one thing, you can find a study to support any argument you want in medicine. I learned that in residency. All residents learn that. We have something called Journal Club, where you sit down once a week and you pour through different articles. And the takeaway is most articles are, crap. They're low power, or they're conflicts of interest, or, they're designed poorly. So, my mindset coming into the pandemic was, the research, the journals are a starting point, but it's not the final say is your own clinical experience and what you're seeing. And, we had never seen COVID before. This was a brand new entity. So we're learning on the fly, but, I've never treated this many patients with a single disease in my career. I'm sure I never will again. And so you quickly become an expert. And, I can't speak for all doctors, but we like to do well. We like our patients to get better. It's gratifying. That's how you get job satisfaction, is seeing your patients do well. So why would I, continue to have, COVID patients come in if I couldn't help them? And it's astounding to me that the doctors in the hospitals just didn't pivot, didn't try new things. And I guess they were handcuffed by, the hospital administrators. But it just seems to me that, there was a doctor in Houston, Joe Verone, who I'm pretty good friends with, who a critical care doctor, and he was one of the founders of FLCCC, which is sort of they developed the original protocols for ivermectin. And Dr. Verone had much better success than most other doctors. His overall success rate was 4.4% of his patients died, whereas in other hospitals averaged around 20%. And he threw the kitchen sink at people, and he basically followed this FLCCC hospital protocol.
So when the monoclonal antibodies were suppressed, what was the messaging? Like, what did they say to doctors?
They said that the strain of the virus was no longer covered, so that it had evolved and it wouldn't work. But
at the same time, they're using the exact same vaccine.
Exactly. And they had switched the monoclonal antibodies periodically. So it wasn't like they started with one and stuck with it the whole time. They switched it as things evolved. But
it was really clear. And the propaganda was shocking, because we've all seen propaganda with foreign conflicts, weapons of mass destruction, all that jazz. We've all seen propaganda. But when Rolling Stone magazine printed an article saying that the hospitals were overflowing with people overdosing on ivermectin, and gunshot victims couldn't get in, and then they used a stock photo, which was of a bunch of people wearing winter coats in, like, I think the article was August in Oklahoma. Like, the whole thing was so brazen and sloppy and obvious, especially in the age of Google, if this had all gone down in the 1980s, we would all be in the dark.
Mm-hmm.
We'd have no idea. We would have been like, wow, I guess ivermectin's killing people.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we wouldn't have known until like 2030. You know, people would have like, you have been a conspiracy theorist. You've been a crazy person, like one of those people that could tell you all the facts about the Kennedy assassination, you know, with wild eyes, Oliver Stone, you know, but it was so obvious and it was so confusing because, I had had people on my podcast before where, you know, I had doctors on and I would talk about foolish people that don't believe in traditional medicine. Like people that want to try different things, like people that were anti-vaccine or anti-anything. I'm like, these are the best people at the front of the line. Trust them. 5 years later, I'm like, don't trust anybody. They're all compromised. It's all money. And that was the most disheartening thing. The propaganda was disheartening, but it was that the whole system is compromised. And then when I found out that pharmaceutical drug companies they're the ones that are funding studies, and that they could have a whole ton of study. They don't have to divulge all the data from their studies. They only have to show you some studies that were carefully crafted to show efficacy. But all the other studies that they had that even showed negative effects, they could bury those. They weren't held responsible.
Exactly.
I was like, what is this? Like, what is this? It's like everything in the world when money gets involved.
You know, that Rolling Stone tweet is still up. I found it yesterday.
So
I couldn't believe it.
Wild. Look at that. Look at these people wearing winter coats. Yeah. So apparently this was a bunch of people that were waiting in line for the flu shot. Gunshot victims. All those people got shot. What the fuck is going on in Oklahoma? They're just shooting folks. They think it's the Wild West out there. Imagine if those were all gunshot. But look how crazy that article is, or that tweet is. Gunshot victims left waiting as horse dewormer overdoses overwhelm Oklahoma. By the way, 0 horse dewormers there.
Right.
0.
Well,
it was a total lie.
Well, and even last Friday, Vanity Fair did an article on Maha and Cali Means, and they quoted me in it. And in their description of me, they used horse dewormer. You could not believe it. Catherine Ebon, the reporter for Vanity Fair, and she buddied up to me, acted like we were good friends.
That's how they always do it.
Yeah.
This episode is brought to you by BetterHelp. Sometimes you feel like you're carrying the weight of the world on your shoulders, and for guys especially, it can feel like you have to carry that burden on your own. There's a lot of stigma around men being the provider, to keep it all together by themselves, but that's not good for you, your family, or anyone. Did you know that 6 million men suffer from depression every year in the U.S., and it often goes undiagnosed because of these stigmas? Real strength isn't bottling things up inside, though. It's admitting to your faults and doing something to better yourself. So go talk to someone, a friend, your partner, family, a therapist. Therapy is an excellent tool everyone should utilize. It's a great way to learn more positive coping skills, like how to manage stress, and help you live a more balanced and fulfilling life. BetterHelp is a great place to start that conversation, judging by the millions of reviews and the 4.9 rating in the App Store. It's helped many people across the globe. As the largest online therapy provider in the world, BetterHelp can provide access to mental health professionals with a diverse variety of expertise. Talk it out with BetterHelp. Our listeners get 10% off the first month at betterhelp.com/JRE. That's betterhelp.com/JRE.
I learned a valuable lesson.
It's so dirty. It's such a dirty business. God, I used to have massive respect for journalists.
No.
If I had never done this podcast, I'd be your regular schmo out there with, just spitting out all the company lines that all they blast all over the news. I kind of liked it better then.
It was a lot easier. Ignorance is bliss.
I didn't think the world was filled with demons, money-hungry demons that are willing to sacrifice human lives in the pursuit of revenue. It's crazy.
That's why we have to continue this fight, because people have lost all trust with good reason.
With good reason. That's why I'm having you on. That's why I continue to talk to people who are stop with the COVID already. I get it, folks. If this is not for you, move on. Mary and I will still be bitching about this for the next 3 years. Well, for me, it was such a wake-up call. because it's so weird to see your face on TV green. First of all, that was weird. And then this term horse dewormer. I'm like, why you guys aren't concentrating on the fact that a 55-year-old man is fine 3 days later during the worst strain? It was during the Delta where everybody's freaking out. This one's going to kill us all. And I was fine in 3 days. And I made this video. I'm like, I'm sorry I have to cancel the concert this weekend. Got COVID, but I'm good now. And then I didn't think that was going to be anything. I thought that was just going to be the people that bought tickets to see Dave Chappelle and I in New Orleans. And that was going to, was it Nashville? Wherever it was. That's all it was going to be. Those folks are going to be upset. I'm sorry. We'll make it up to you. Your tickets still count. That's all I thought it was going to be. I thought it was going to be like a normal tweet that I put out or a normal Instagram post that I put out. And then all of a sudden, I hear that Neil Young wants to be removed from Spotify. I was like, what the fuck is going on? This is crazy. Spotify got calls from 2 former presidents.
Really?
Oh, yeah.
What about?
Oh, yeah.
Did they deplatform? Did you get censored or deplatformed?
No, I grew by
anyway?
2 million subscribers in a month.
Right.
I did. Because people started listening, because they made it sound like I was this maniac. And they started listening, like, oh, he's really reasonable and pretty humble about all this stuff, just asking questions and bringing people on, like Dr. Robert Malone, who has 9 patents in the invention of mRNA vaccine technology. Like, he's he took it himself.
Yeah.
He was reporting his insane adverse side effect where he almost died. He was telling about it, and they labeled him a kook for that.
What made you so awake, though?
Well, that.
Just Malone?
That. No, well, Malone, Peter McCullough. Well, I've always been the type of person that is like, if someone is saying something and they have rock solid connect. Dr. Peter McCullough is the most published physician in his field in human history.
Okay, let's do a tour of the condo.
Doctor, up until
looks the same as it's looked, except for when Unit 207, i.e. the North Everett Precinct, broke in, vandalized it, planted evidence. They currently believe they're going to do something as soon as possible. I don't know if that means today or if that means tomorrow. They've been busy moving devices from condos like the adjoining one to the south, the north, directly above me, the one that's directly above them, the one that's directly above them in parallel as well.
There's always a bunch of people
for a week while rolling black operating systems. They've also set up every device to immediately power wash and then to only download their non-existent Google applications to prevent me from reaching the Google server in any capacity. But it's become apparent
hit the brakes. Like, you might
that did not work.
Here, and especially the real concern.
There are signs hanging on the interior of my window because they've removed all the signs on the exterior that are visible on the last page of the tort claim.
For any financial liability. Like
filed August 14th in case 10-500-5934. The new ones state how the North Everett Precinct, Unit 207, Garcia, Anne-Marie Bauer, the Snohomish County Prosecutor's Office, et al.
We all had in our head, vaccines are good.
Have been responsible for rejecting legitimate police reports before, during, and after their crimes and then perpetrating those felonies. The one that's on this window states very clearly
what was
to any officer
about the COVID shot
from any police department.
Did you take it?
No, I didn't take it. But that's why
or office.
I was ready to take
arrest your fellow co-conspirators in domestic terrorist or embrace your prison sentence.
Johnson for all their employees.
It also states that they're actively trying to starve me, and it's dated from May 19th because they've been actively trying to starve me and my cat. As is evident in YouTube's from youtube.com/Mystic Gwen as far back as October and November, with their rampant and incessant thefts, mail interference, mail tampering, package thefts, directly, in some instances, sending me photos of my package outside of their condo, Unit 207, and then stealing it and refusing to open the door and return it.
And then 2 people I knew had strokes. And I was like, hold the fuck up. And then I got real nervous because there was a lot of family members that were like really pushing it. You need to get vaccinated. Everyone should get vaccinated. Have you gotten vaccinated? Get vaccinated. We all need to do our part. We all need to get vaccinated. And then I became a heretic.
Right.
Then I was like, okay, I don't think I want to do. And I had a bunch of friends that had horrible side effects, including one of them who is a young guy with a pacemaker now.
Yeah.
His heart stopped beating for like 9 seconds at a time. He'd black out. It was wild shit was happening, and I was like, I don't understand why this isn't on the news. I don't understand. And then I'm like, oh my god, I'm the news. I'm like, I have to be the news.
Yeah.
I don't want to be the news. I like talking shit. I like having a bunch of comedians here. We have laughs. We get silly. Have a few drinks, watch some funny videos, crack each other, have fun. Or scientists. I like to have fascinating people in here. Tell me how the cosmos was formed. I don't want to be someone who distributes information to the masses that's been lied to. I don't have any lofty goals like that. Like I want to be the one who tells the truth. That's not what I do.
Yeah.
I'm just a curious person who talks to people.
Was it hard for you to get ivermectin?
No, I got it from India like that. I got boxes of it. I was handing it out to everybody. I think we still have
Most people
some
don't have to go
around
to
here.
India to get their medicine.
I
In
know.
the U.S.
Well, that was after my doctor got it for me. My doctor got it for me. I think I fucked it up for everybody. I think me becoming the attack boy when they went after me. I don't think they would have attacked anybody that didn't have a large platform like that. And I don't think they would. I should say it better. I don't think they would have attacked ivermectin the way they did. I think they would have just suppressed it, and it wouldn't have been a public thing because it would have got out. I think the problem was me saying that. The crazy thing is, I said all that other stuff too. I said IV vitamins. I said Z-Pack, prednisone. I told them all the things my doctor put me on, and all they concentrated on was this ivermectin thing. I was like, this is wild. Like, what is going on?
Yeah.
And then I learned, am I wrong about ivermectin? And then I started just reading about the scientists, the team that invented it, and how they won a Nobel Prize. I'm like, okay, what the hell is happening? Like, this is nuts. This is so weird.
Well, it was all part of the, getting the shot in every arm, and they had to go after ivermectin. I mean, they launched a war on ivermectin. Pierre Corey wrote a book about it.
Yes. I had Pierre on early on too.
Yeah. And I actually sued the FDA over that horse tweet, and we won. It hasn't really changed anything, but so the FDA, when they put that information or misinformation out against ivermectin, they were really crossing a line because they're not allowed to tell the public you can't take a medication for this or you should take a medication for that. They're basically allowed to just approve medications and move on. I mean, they can issue a safety alert. There's something that comes up, but they're not allowed to really direct patients, and that's what they did. And so we did sue them, and we won, and they had to take down the horse tweet, and they had to take down the misinformation on their website. But unfortunately, as evidenced by what just happened on Vanity Fair, I mean, the brand of it being only for animals still lives on, and it'd be great.
What happened at Vanity Fair?
So the reporter still used the term.
They're now
horse
tampering
feeder,
with the
right?
Wi-Fi connection in the man in the middle network, as is evident visually.
Where's the Humor Pusher in 2025?
Right.
When Chris Cuomo was out there talking about how he's taking it for long COVID.
Right. But it'd be great if the FDA could issue some sort of statement, saying that it is safe, that it is used in humans. They don't have to say much more than that, but we could use a little help in rebranding ivermectin.
I repeat, they're now tampering with the man in the middle network signals devices due to my posting the HP
17
Chromebook
states
YouTube
have
handle.
had bills in the last legislative session trying to get ivermectin over the counter. 3 have been successful, so Tennessee, Idaho, and Arkansas. 4, it's still in deliberations, and 10, they failed. But another thing the FDA, I believe, should do is make ivermectin over the counter, because people are basically going to the feed store. I mean, my own kid, he had some sort of scabies situation in West Texas over the weekend. He had to go to the feed store to get treatment. And I did a poll on Twitter. 52% of the respondents said they go to the feed store to get their ivermectin. I mean,
Is there any difference in the ivermectin from the feed store?
I don't know. I mean, I haven't heard of anybody having issues, but it's just unnecessary. This is America.
It's
We should be
crazy.
able to get the medication very easily.
And there is some sort of an efficacy for some sort of skin infections. Is that true?
Scabies is one of them.
Yeah. So,
and they
but
use
you
it-
use it topically. Is that how it's worked?
You
used?
can. I mean, for scabies, actually, you can take it orally.
Okay.
But Yeah, so we shouldn't have to go to India. We shouldn't have to go to the feed store. We should be able to just go to, I mean, in Mexico,
Guy
you
from
can
India, he still emails me. You need more, my friend.
I don't know, that kind of worries me because you just.
I just bought boxes. I was handing out boxes to people because so many people were telling me they couldn't get it.
Right.
And so I'm like, let me just get a lot of it while I still can.
Yeah. I mean, I guess it's probably fine, but it's
People are
just
giving it to me.
unnecessary.
People are giving it to me at shows.
Oh, they were as gifts. I carry it around my purse. I like
Really?
rummaging for something. Oh, here's my ivermectin.
Oh, I know people that take it as a prophylactic all the time.
Oh yeah.
Which is so. It's just what a weird drug to go after that was on the World Health Organization's list of essential medicines.
Yeah.
I mean, how many people who had yellow fever and river blindness, all sorts of different parasitic infections.
It won a Nobel Prize.
And it showed that it stopped viral replication in vitro. Like, they knew that.
Yeah.
And I remember when I brought that up to Sanjay Gupta, it was like, but you know it does, right? And you can see the look on his face where it's like, he couldn't talk about that.
Yeah.
He had to skirt around it and just do his best to. But it was like, this is kind of crazy to make an off-label medication so taboo.
Yeah.
And then to stop monoclonal antibodies, just stop them. Where you couldn't get them. My friend, one of his buddies was in the hospital, and because he was in the hospital, they wouldn't give him monoclonal antibodies.
Oh yeah. If you cross the threshold, you were not going to get monoclonal antibodies.
What is that about? Does that make any sense?
Well, they did it by the day. Apparently, there was some data showing if you gave it too late in the time course, it actually makes things worse.
How many people did they give it to that were too late? How do we know this?
It's a little suspicious.
It does seem suspicious because, like, why would if you've shown something to be very effective, done early on, wouldn't you assume it would continue to be at least somewhat effective?
Right.
Now, if you're trying to stop someone who's on the brink of death, which this gentleman might wind up dying, and they didn't get it to him, if you're just trying to stop and you can't do it because you're in the hospital because you're admitted.
Yeah.
Like you should have like crazy data that shows like after 14 your feet fall off. 14 days of infection, your feet fall off, you go blind if you take it, can't give it to you.
And my theory is they probably had a massive inflammatory response because we would see that people would get the monoclonal antibodies and they would just feel like complete hell that night because it was like a little war going on in the body.
Right.
And then they would wake up the next day feeling great. I don't know if you had that experience, but
I pretty much did.
So the second week of illness was the massive inflammatory response. So my thinking is the monoclonal antibodies may have just exacerbated that, but they could have counteracted that with high dose steroids. And that was another thing. They gave these like piddly doses of steroids in the hospital.
And what steroids in particular?
Methylprednisolone or Solumedrol was what we typically use. If we were
Is that prednisone? What I took? Is it the same thing?
No, well, prednisone's an oral. They're different types, but like I usually do a Medrol dose pack rather than prednisone because it's been shown to help better with respiratory. It's not a huge deal, but in the hospitals, they could give Solumedrol and high doses of that. But they were giving very small doses of steroid, which is a problem.
Interesting. Well, that's also one of the things that they talked about in the RFK Jr. book was that the studies that were saying that it was ineffective, the studies were not using the protocol that these doctors were using. And it seemed like these studies were designed to fail.
Exactly. And, like I said, you can find a study to support or go against anything you want, basically. So I just relied on my clinical experience. And I just had so many people saying, wow, it really made a big difference. And I saw people staying out of the hospital and it wasn't hurting anybody. So, but yeah, a lot of those studies were basically designed to fail. Either, the dose wasn't high enough or they gave it too late or it was heavily funded by somebody that doesn't want it to succeed.
Yeah, it's all very bizarre. Like it's really bizarre to live through. And for you as a person who was out of medicine and then said, jump back in 6 months before all this, like, what is it like to have your worldview sort of like spun around like that?
Yeah. It's good and bad. Like, I feel sorry for the people that don't get it in a lot of ways. But I just never thought it would come to all this. I didn't go back to work to have a huge career. I was just basically trying to stay busy and, active and
help people.
And but I didn't envision this at all. it's been very impactful. Say that.
Yeah, what has it been like having to do this? having to do all these podcasts.
Yeah, it's wild. No, it's not what I envisioned at all. But it's been, I feel vindicated finally. At least I'm not embarrassed to go to the school functions anymore or show up at the sporting events or, I used to be scared to go to the grocery store because they came after me so hard. And in Houston, Houston Methodist Hospital is sort of the country club, the elite of the hospitals. And so for them to come after me was a big deal. It's hard to get privileges there. Their tagline is leading medicine, and they were very proud of being the first hospital in the country to mandate the shots. They didn't need to go after me. I was nothing. I was, I saw a lot of COVID patients, but in the grand scheme of things, I really wasn't, I was not really doing anything.
It's the Streisand effect, right?
Yeah.
Exactly. They attacked you, and by doing so, they made the whole thing way bigger than it needed to be.
But they did silence other doctors. I hear from doctors all the time that won't say anything because of what they did to me.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, there's a lot of doctors that I know that were in danger of losing their license because they had prescribed ivermectin.
And that was another thing. The Federation of State Medical Boards, which is this private entity, they're actually located in Texas, who oversees all the state medical boards. They sent out a directive to all the state medical boards concerning ivermectin, concerning misinformation, and basically encouraging the medical boards to go after doctors like myself. And I'm still tangled up with the medical board trying to clear my name. But they did that. It all happened in that fall of 2021, right when Biden mandated the shots. They really came down hard on the doctors.
So what did they do specifically to you?
So I got several complaints, but only one of them is really stuck. The others I've cleared my name on, but they're all involving ivermectin. No patient harm. The one that has stuck is from a hospital in Dallas called Texas Hughley Hospital. And there was this man, a sheriff's deputy, father of 6, who's basically dying. They were talking hospice. And his wife wanted him to have the opportunity to try ivermectin. And he had tried to get it before getting in the hospital and couldn't find a doctor willing to prescribe it. So wife knew he was okay with it. And so she sued the hospital, and then she asked me to come on as sort of the expert. They had to have a doctor who was willing to prescribe it because they can't force the doctors to prescribe a medication, but they could force the hospital to give a doctor privileges who was willing to prescribe it. So that's where I came in. And we won the case, and the hospital had a court order saying that they were going to give me emergency temporary privileges so that I could go into the hospital and give him ivermectin. Well, there was all this, stall tactics. They were supposed to give me the privileges the same day. And in other circumstances at that time, because of the pandemic, they were giving doctors same-day privileges. It wasn't this lengthy application process because there was a shortage of doctors. But for me, they made me submit my surgical case log for the last 3 years. They made me get 3 letters of recommendation. They made me fill out like a 30-page application. I got it all done in 24 hours. And then they're like, no, we're actually going to deny you privileges. So it turned out in this big battle, it became very confusing because they had to go back to the judge. And I finally got the green light though. The lawyer's like, we can go. You've got the green light, the judge, we got the order. There's no stay on the order. I send a nurse to the hospital because this is in Dallas and I'm in Houston. Shows up with the court order, and the police greet her and turn her away. There's not a big scene. She leaves, but she's not allowed to give him ivermectin. It turns out they did get a stay, but our lawyers weren't aware of it at the time. But this is what they're going after me. They said that I sent a nurse to the hospital without privileges, and I caused a scene, and I harmed other patients by doing this. And it has been, it's 3.5 years. They can't find an expert witness to testify against me. There have been 3 continuances. They finally were awarded summary judgment against me. So I'm already they've decided I'm guilty. And now I'm waiting for my punishment. There was a hearing about a month ago to find out, what they're going to fine me with and that sort of thing. And I'm just waiting on that. But I do plan on appealing. It's just gotten crazy.
Wow. So the first thing they attacked you with was what? What was the first one?
Yeah, for the medical board.
Yes.
I had one pharmacist turn me in because we sort of got in a pissing match on the phone. And then
This is in 2021?
that might have been, I can't remember, but around that time. I had a father reach out to me, a 17-year-old, had a history of a kidney transplant, and they were going to Europe. And they wanted to have ivermectin just in case he got sick. And I was talking to the dad and the stepmother. I didn't realize I wasn't talking to the mother. So the mother found out I prescribed him ivermectin and turned me in. But ivermectin is metabolized by the liver, not the kidney. So there would be no harm for him to get, just having had a kidney transplant, for him to get ivermectin. And he never took the medicine. But it cost me $16,000 in legal fees to get that straightened out.
So this was your first experience, like, oh my God, like this is a real battle.
Yeah. I mean, I've never been in any trouble. I've never been sued.
Would it feel weird publicly yet? Like when you were saying you were having a hard time going to the grocery store, you're worried
that was when Methodist came after me. So Methodist,
they came after you very publicly.
Yeah, they tweeted about me. They went to I found out that my privileges were suspended from a text message from a reporter. That's how I found out. I looked at my phone, I was like, what are you talking about? I did. I said, check your sources. I don't know what you're talking about. And then I go to my email and they suspended me, and then they tweeted about it. And it went, I had CNN, Washington Post going after me. It was traumatic. I mean, I was just a mom of 4 with a small practice, and all of a sudden I've got CNN calling me. So
what was going through your mind while that was happening?
Spent the weekend in the fetal position and a lot of tears, and then I was pissed, and on Monday I hired a lawyer, and I hired a guy to help me with the press, and I held a press conference on Monday. I resigned, and then I sued them. So, and then I just have been working to try to clear my name.
Wow. But it's so hard to imagine for someone who's never experienced what you went through, what that must be like emotionally, to just get thrown to the wolves in front of the world, like publicly, by people like CNN, like where it gets so weird, because if that never happens to you, you look at CNN and you go, oh, they're the news. They're going to tell me the truth. I just automatically thought that. Or they're at least saying what they're allowed to say. Maybe the government holds back some information, but they're not going to lie. And then you see my own self on TV, and I'm sure, but I'm used to being like attacked for things.
I think the harder isn't CNN, whatever, but it's more just locally, like going to the grocery store, going to the baseball game with your kids playing, and like hoping, sitting in a corner because you don't want anybody to see you.
Did anybody ever bother you?
No, honestly, no. But you just feel very self-conscious. It's hard not to.
Yeah.
Even now, I still feel self-conscious, but it's a lot better. I mean, I had a Mother's Day event at school, and people actually came up and said nice things to me for once. So that was nice.
Well, a lot of people got red-pilled, to use the Matrix expression, where they woke up to what's really going on during. I mean, it's kind of a masterful job of propaganda over the years that the pharmaceutical drug companies have done. I mean, because most people aren't even aware of how many drugs they pulled. They're not aware of the high percentage of them. What is it, in the 30s?
Well, yes, about 33%. They looked at it over 10 years. 33% had significant safety warnings on the drugs. And it took about 4 years for those to become recognized. I mean, they're drugs I used to prescribe. They're no longer on the market. So, like I said, it would have been any other drug would have definitely been pulled by now based on all the adverse events we've seen.
But it's just very profitable. And that's what people have to wake up to. There's a bunch of factors, right? There's the primary one, which is a bunch of scientists that are really trying to help people. They're really trying to develop new ways to cure Parkinson's and all sorts of other problems, cancer, and these people are just constantly. And then there's the money people. The money people who take that thing and say, how do we give OxyContin to everybody? And then you have the Sackler family, right? You have evil. You have like actual evil. Maybe they don't have horns. Maybe they don't have a forked tail, but that's a demonic thing to do. You're infecting people with essentially something that turns them into a zombie, and it's killing people.
Especially
But you're going to make a lot of money.
In health too.
Yeah.
Especially in health.
Well, it's because you're so trusted. You're coming from a position of authority. It's a very different thing, you know, especially in an area where most people are woefully ignorant. I mean, look how many doctors who are practicing doctors who are woefully ignorant about nutrition.
Right.
It's an enormous amount, right? Now imagine the average person who has to go to a specialist about something and they're being told, oh, you need Vioxx. This is this thing I'm going to give you and it's going to cure your arthritis. Like, oh, great. And then you fucking stroke out. And the people who made that drug knew it was going to cause problems in people. They in the emails that were admitted during the hearings when they lost or during the court proceedings, they wound up paying a fraction of what they made. They made like $12 billion. They had to pay, they had to pay $5 billion, so they made $7 billion. You know, with it's costs and stuff. Stuff costs money. But Jesus, it's so hard. It's so hard to wake up to that. It's so hard to like go, oh wait, so they're not looking out for us? They're not like trying to make us better? I always thought they were the people that were the most wonderful people in the world. They're the people that are providing the medication that's keeping everyone alive. This is why our life expectancy is 100 years old now, as opposed to just 20 years ago. Oh, great.
Life expectancy has gone down, actually.
Whoops. Whoops.
Despite all the vaccines.
Yeah.
Yeah. And vaccines are in their own special class, right? It's the gospel. It's a religion. It's a gospel. I mean, it was never questioned in my training. Never.
I would have never questioned it. Not only that, I would not talk to anybody who did. I'd be like, get out of here. I'm not having an anti-vaxxer on the show. Fuck off.
Egg, grocery, and gas prices are going up. But getting an exam and x-ray at the dentist, that's now free for new Aspen dental patients without insurance. Whether you haven't seen a dentist in a long time or want to improve.
Want to take a ride? From the high desert and the great American Southwest, exclusively on Sirius XM Radio, this is Dark Matter with your host, Art Bell. Now, here's Art.
Actually, spooky matter this night, ladies and gentlemen. Spooky matter. You have sent me ghost stories. My board op in D.C., that's where he is, by the way. Washington, D.C., Evan may call you. And if so, we'll definitely talk to you about your ghost story, and we got some good ones.
Wi-Fi
too.
networks reflecting out
And
present
we
in
will
their man in the
start
middle
out with,
include
open line ghost stories.
Schaefer, Nino 66, Michael,
No, not
Moldova,
yet with the open
Voodoo
lines,
Headlights, Highland
but
Home,
we will get to that,
April's
I guarantee.
Wi-Fi 5,
Long
April's
night.
Wi-Fi,
4 hours is a lot
Zach
of
Zero
show
Net,
with
My Wi-Fi,
a steep breaks
Dawnbreaker,
to
The Colored Neighbors,
All
hyphens
right,
between the words,
you know what?
Colored Neighbors Extenders,
We've got a
XF
winner.
Setup Dash
That's right. In the ghost
06D4,
photo contest, we've
Xfinity
got a
Mobile,
winner.
Xfinity
And I
Wi-Fi,
think that I've got her on the line.
Good
right
Times.
now. Her name
Then
is
we've got
Rebecca O'Donnell,
Dawnbreaker.
and she
I
found
repeat,
out about 2 minutes
Dawnbreaker,
ago, 3
XF
minutes
Setup
ago, that she
Dash
was the winner of our
06D4,
ghost
which I
photo
think I already
contest
read
for Babushka.
on the
So,
Lenovo ThinkPad.
Rebecca,
And
welcome to spooky matter.
The ones I read already: Highland Home, April's Wi-Fi, April's Wi-Fi -5, Ziply -3, A20, Angelus, Verizon _ capital letters YCK664, TLD 31218.
I actually
Michael, Simba, SEP, SEP _ base, Frontier 5120, Netgear 71, and Schaefer.
And I got to listen to a couple of your programs, and I loved it.
Well, we depend on that kind of thing for sure. Anyway, tell me about the boost, would you please?
Okay, I actually worked with a fellow at a cable company, local here, and he knew that I did some amateur ghost hunting, and we would talk about that. And he was kind of shy to show me, but he actually showed me this photograph that I entered in the contest, and said that was at his sister's house, and that they had been experiencing creepy stuff that had been going on in the home. And when I saw that picture, I had never seen anything like that before. I had gotten orbs myself, but nothing ever like that.
Yeah, but orbs are not what he was. And by the way, yours was picked as a winner by the most positive comment. There were like 100, I think, positives on you for that, and it was a clear winner. There was one other, but it got qualified because somebody had poached it from another website.
Oh, okay.
So, yours is an original, and it's totally a winner. And you know, whoever took it, who took that?
Oh, that was my coworker, he was David.
Okay, well, boy, he did a good job. I mean, to be able to catch something like that with a camera.
Oh, it spooked him. It spooked him very much so. And he didn't even really know if he had captured it until he had seen it in the phone, you know, really big shot. So it was before all those applications. I was going to say, before all the iPhone applications and all the little things that you could do trickery with, it was before that even really evolved yet. So that was what made it even neater, you know.
Do you actually know the date or rough date?
Yeah, it was taken around 2007.
Okay, 2007. All right.
Yeah.
All right, well, listen, Rebecca, bless your heart for having a really good ghost photograph, and enjoy the radio and the 1-year free subscription, and we'll expect you to call back.
Thank you so much, Art. Such a pleasure to talk to you.
Take care. All right, that is Rebecca O'Donnell, the winner of the radio and the 1-year free subscription.
As you might imagine, since I'm waiting to be shot and murdered,
ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Spooky Matter.
without the possibility of
Now,
video
what tonight
footage
is
or
going to
audio
be, as I
recording.
mentioned, is a combination of
And
those
that's
who
the
have
only
sent in those
felony I'm
stories
waiting to be
as
perpetrated.
requested.
I haven't been sleeping too well.
And we are in
So I'm going to go
process
lay
now
down and
of
try and
calling
catch
you.
some Z's. This has been recording for 4
we
hours and 4
will
minutes.
Augment that.
It's 8 a.m.
with
Unit
open line
207 is
stories.
very much
However, I
actively
want to
full of
serve
men and
up
women that
a
are going to
warning
prison
you.
for the rest of their lives,
I want to
as
be
well as
spared.
men and women who are
If I'm not
whistleblowers
scared
and
by
won't
your
be going to
story,
prison
it's
for even a
probably
day.
not a really good one. It's got to put a little chill, raise the hair. You know,
Unless,
maybe
of course,
back
I'm
in the neck,
murdered or
put a little
shot.
chill
Then
down
that
my
deal
spine.
might be off the table.
And I scare fairly
Full
easily.
immunity. I am
So
certain.
they've got to be good ghost stories. You know, if we take pot luck, they've got to be good ghost stories. And I'm also going to make a special request tonight that if you're an over-the-road trucker, I know there's at least 4 or 5 of you out there, that if you want to tell your ghost story, you pull over safely into a rest area or the side of the road somewhere where you're safe, so you can tell your ghost story with good cell connection and
Also remember, if the YouTube live stream ends for any reason without me oiling and explicitly telling you the end time, I didn't end it. It was the domestic terrorist. Last time they weren't able to do that successfully, other than doing it about 200 plus times, as you can see on youtube.com/mysticgwen, ultimately conceding to the fact that the feds were smarter than them. So they criminally and illegally shut off the internet, waited for roughly 36 hours, broke in, kidnapped me, assaulted me, all recorded in August, made actionable in March, entered my home while I was gone, plugged in their USB devices to prevent this from even being a possibility, because they didn't realize that the Bureau instructed me to change my eldest kidnapped son's password and to keep it in my back pocket when we got to the point where they would be trying to shoot me.
Artbell.com tonight is my little one, Asia, Rain Bell,
Which
ready
is the point
for
we've been
candy
at
collection.
this whole fucking
As you can
time.
see, very ready for candy collection. She lives in fear that when she gets home, Daddy will claim all her candy. In past years, I have played around with her like that. And so now I believe that when she gets home, which she will before I do, of course, she will hide it. Who knows where? We'll probably find it next year. All right, let's go to Tennessee. And Osage, I guess the name is, right? Is the name Osage? Hello, Tennessee. Hello, Osage. Are you there, my friend? Well, let me try it again. Osage, are you there, buddy?
Yes, Art. How you doing?
I'm doing fine. I thought we had lost you for a moment, but no, we have you. All right, so what's spooky in Tennessee?
Nothing. The story I have is actually whenever I was overseas in the military. First, I just want to say I'm a little nervous, so I apologize.
Oh, relax. So, in other words, it's like an alien ghost story.
Okay, yeah. I also want to give a shout out to Bill Gab, to all those guys out there.
The Belgab people? Yes, indeed. Yeah. What do I call them? Vicious but vaguely lovable? That's really an apt description.
Yeah. Well, the story had to do whenever I was in the military. It was the 2002, 2003. I was stationed overseas in Korea. I was at a Camp Stanley base, which is kind of far north. And and I was
May I ask, let me stop you. What is it like? You know, I've been to Korea any number of times, but being actually in the military and stationed in Korea, well, put it this way, I've heard of our troops in Korea referred to in interesting ways, as though you're kind of there so that if the North starts a war, America's automatically brought into it. Is that how you guys looked at it there?
It kind of. I mean, well, you know, a lot of people don't know, I guess, that we were never actually, we signed a ceasefire. We never signed a peace treaty, so we were technically still at war.
That's correct.
And they stationed me there because I after the 9/11 happened, I wanted to combat. I thought I was going to go to Iraq, but instead they sent me to Korea instead. So
well, you darn near got some combat anyway. It got pretty tense here for a while.
Yeah, it did. We had riots and stuff outside our base, and they had an accident. It's kind of a long story what happened, but
I'll let you get to it. Don't worry. You know, every year a whole bunch of South Koreans get together in like almost a mob, and they march on the gate. You know, going north. And you know, I always thought, what is that about? These guys are down in South Korea where, you know, where they have freedoms and relative good life. The economy's in great shape, and Korea's just booming, and yet they march on the North Gate. I always thought, you know what they should have done one year is just open the damn gate, let them march on north, and close it.
Yeah, well, there's a lot of stuff that goes on that the public doesn't hear about. The reason why they were rioting on our base is because we had an accident where two girls were actually ran over by one of our tracked vehicles. And I'm sure you can look about it on the internet, but they were pretty bad. They were actually throwing the Molotov cocktail bombs over the fences, and we had some buildings catch on fire. But yeah.
All right, well, anyway, I don't want to stop you from your story. Proceed, please.
Okay, well, during the end of my time, I was usually when everybody does their last 3 months, they try to keep them on light duty so that they don't get injured, because if they get injured, it causes complications. So they put me on the unit of police, which anybody who's been on the base over there knows what a UP is. It's kind of like MP, only you're a security guard, I guess you could say.
Yeah, in the Air Force we call them APs, but yeah.
Yeah. So basically, I would be in charge of the gates, and they would rotate us around the different gates. And I always liked the night shift because just kind of a night person, you know. And so they take me to work on this gate, which I actually worked there whenever I was doing my time up in the upper part called we call it the AHA, which is the ammo holding area.
Right.
And up there that's where the last line of defense, I guess you could say, for artillery. The North Koreans had their artillery focused on us, and the only thing we could do is pour ammo inside the mountain and in the big tunnel. So
to get to that tunnel, you had to go through the gate, and that was the gate that I was, stationed at in charge of. So during the night shift, well, first I want to say that place had a reputation already. The people there, the Koreans, I've heard them talking before, and I remember one time early on when I first came there, I asked them what they were talking about, and the Korean, the guy told me, kind of laughed it off. He said, well, they were talking about how the place is haunted, and this was done in the daytime. I really didn't understand, what it was about, but I found out later that during a safety briefing we had that there was a soldier that was killed there in the area, and it was pretty gruesome. He died when he was airing up a tire and the split ring came off and killed him. Yeah, and it was probably instant death, but it was in the area that I worked, in the area, So anyways, I was working there at night shift, and things were pretty calm. Nothing really happened. It was me and another person at all times, and we really didn't have anything happen. I mean, we had cameras there, and it was really quiet. And one night when we were up there, one of the vehicles, and these are HIMMETs, these are pretty big vehicles, it just started on its own. And first we heard the rumble, we didn't know what it was. So we got up, we went outside the door, and I could hear it running. And we looked at each other, and that's when it really kind of got spooky, because I've worked those machines, and I know that we don't have those malfunction and just cut on their own.
Right, that's bad to start the story off. A vehicle starting by itself is not good at all.
Yeah, well, it kind of spooked both of us out, and I decided to go because I knew the vehicle to begin with, so he stayed in the guard shack that we had, and I went over there to the vehicle, and first of all, I was really creeped out because it was in the dark area, so I had to kind of walk in the dark, and I looked around the vehicle, and I didn't see anything at all. So I opened the cab up, and I cut the vehicle off, and then went on our way, and we just noted it in the log. Anyway, so that was the first time something had happened, and we had similar incidents with other people where the lights had cut on. People had noted in the logs about similar incidents like us. Now, I don't know if they took it serious or not, because I don't think maybe nobody read the logs, because that place clearly had something going on. But later on, I guess it was maybe a week or so, or maybe 2 weeks later, the horn on one of the HIMMETs, and I mean, almost, I think it was the same one. It might not have been, but it was in the same area. Started just going off on its own. And this is maybe 2 o'clock in the morning, in the middle of the night. We're both in there, and it goes off, and we're just nearly jump out of our seats and fall down, because it scared the crap out of both of us,
By this time, I'd be worried that thing would start up and head toward me.
Yeah. I was actually so scared, I made the other guard get out and go with me, which we're not supposed to do, because someone's supposed to be the gate.
Right.
And so, yeah, I mean, I actually had to go up there and undo the chain, and it was just really weird. I don't understand how that could happen. I mean, I don't know. If you think about ghosts, if ghosts are real, how can they influence real things? I don't know, but I do know that a guy did die there, and
I guess your story kind of says they can.
Yeah. Well,
right.
It's just too weird. Yeah.
I really appreciate your story. Thank you very much. Yeah, a vehicle does not start itself. A vehicle does not suddenly start, especially if it's the same one, begin blowing its own horn.
Everyone deserves access to healthy food. So we partnered with Amazon to run a home delivery program in West Seattle, U District, Auburn, and Kent. The need is there, so we'll keep showing up.
So there you have it, a story all the way from Korea. And when you think about it, hauntings certainly would not be exclusive to any one area. They would be all over the world. And guess what? They are. Those stories are as famous in Japan and Germany and every other country in the world as they are here. In other words, ghosts are universal. Let's go to right here in Nevada and John. John, welcome to Spooky Matter. Hello, John.
Yeah, good morning, Art. Mega Roswell's.
Not morning yet, not even on the East Coast, but
yeah, not there. Great to talk to you.
Good to talk to you too.
Yeah,
so you've got a story for us, I think it.
Yes, I bought a house out in Elbridge, Iowa, and I only lived in it 14 months. I worked for Caterpillar, and they closed the plant, so I moved out of Iowa and moved out west here. And we were moving in, and I had just put a 9-drawer dresser into the one bedroom that was going to be my daughter's bedroom. And me and my son, he's 15, carried it in there, put it in. And I went out to the kitchen to grab a cup of coffee, and I come back to the room, and I couldn't open the door. And the dresser had slid in front of the door. At first, I thought my son was
The dresser slid in front of it. Now, was somebody in the room or no?
No, no one was in the room.
A 9-drawer dresser, that's
right. Yeah.
Moved itself in front of the door.
Yeah. And I thought my son was in the room doing something, you know. And
of course, yes.
And I turn around and I'm hollering through the door. I said, "Open this up! I want to get this other stuff in there." And then he comes in out from the front door with another box of stuff, you know. And I'm going, "Well, who's in here?" So anyway, I had to pry the door open and slide that dresser out of the way to get back into a room that was empty.
Well, that's just plain impossible.
Yeah, well, that's what I thought. And, I mean, me and my wife sat down, had a cup of coffee, and like, you know, you just bought the house. What do? You know?
I know. I'll tell you, I think what I would have done, did you buy from an individual or a realtor or what?
No, I was a realtor. But I knew the guy that had lived there before, and he had never said anything about the house. I mean, I had worked with him at CAT.
Yeah, no reports of ghosts, right?
No. And it was a very strange thing. And my dog would never go in that room. And we sat there and decided, well, this is pretty strange. So she said, well, it's not going to be my daughter's bedroom. She says, that's going to be your poker room then. And so
is that
I moved my dresser and the daughter into the other room. So all I put in there was my poker table and stereo, you know.
How did you do at poker after that?
Not real well in that room.
That's just, well, I love the story because it's impossible.
Yeah, you know, and you sit there and you look at yourself, and, you know, I was looking at my wife and going, did this really just happen? I mean, did I have to pry this door open to get in here? You know, and it's like, you know, it's
impossible. Yeah, it's impossible.
Happen any other way.
But no, it couldn't have. I really appreciate your story. That's 2 stories in a row.
Well, I want to mention one other thing. I had moved back to Iowa. My dad had Alzheimer's and stuff, and I was driving down the street, and I saw they had an open house at that house. And I was telling my girlfriend, I said, you know, I used to own this place, and I said, let's go in and take a look, you know. And I'm talking to the realtor, and I did want to check. There was a little cheap little under-the-counter kitchen light that I put in when I bought the place, and it was still there. But I talked to the realtor, and she said that house had sold 7 times since I had it. And so nobody ever stayed very long in it. I don't know if anybody else had trouble or not. But
did you tell the realtor about?
Yeah.
You told me.
Yeah, she says I don't want to hear anymore. She says I'm going to be here all afternoon.
I completely understand. And you know what? Despite the laws that say now anyway that you have to tell somebody if the house is haunted, if it was sold, well, it sold 7 times.
Yeah. And I don't think anybody ever mentioned it.
Yeah.
This was, let's see, I bought it in, I think it was 82, and then I left in 83 when they closed the plant, and I moved back there in 2005. So it had sold 7 or 8 times between then. So I don't know.
Right.
Very strange story.
All right. Thank you very much, my friend. And, listen, second one in a row of, how can I put this? Things being moved without human interaction, or things being moved by the spirit. The vehicle started, a horn that goes, probably on the same vehicle, and now the real impossibility. I'm not sure I believe that something like that happened. I mean, after all, if anybody had moved that 9-drawer dresser up to the door and blocked it, they would then have to still be in that room unless they went sailing through a window. And he said his son was still outside. So that means something that we don't understand moved that way. And I guess the message would be, not this room. And obviously Mom understood that message because she did not allow the daughter in there. Jason in Louisiana, hi there, and thank you for coming on the air.
Hello, Art. Mega Roswell.
Thank you. You have a ghost story for us, I take it.
Yes, I do.
Okay.
This is a story about when my wife and I were newlyweds, and as newlyweds kind of do around that time, they'll go visit their parents, once a week or so. And my wife said she was going to go visit her mother. I said, that's fine. I'm going to go ahead and just stay home. I'm in my pajamas. And about 40 minutes later, she came back, and she said, you're not going to believe what happened to me on the ride home. And being the foolish young husband, I said, that sounds great, honey, but let me go ahead and just finish up this video game that I'm playing right now. And so that frustrated her.
You're already like a husband. You're already like a husband of about 10 years. A newlywed jumps out.
I was in hot water.
Yeah, I'm sure.
So she was a little frustrated, and it wasn't until the next day that I was able to get her to tell me what happened. Apparently, on the ride home, she had just left her mom's home, and she got the feeling that you get when you're being watched. And she looked off to her left, and she saw the classic shadow figure staring at her, and followed her.
This was when she was driving?
Yes, sir.
And this shadow person or whatever was moving by itself and keeping pace?
No, it was standing behind a sapling, which she thought she saw a tree out of the corner of her eye. And when she looked, there was a sapling, and the shadow figure was behind it, standing behind it. And as she drove past, its head followed her. She got the chills, and she picked up, she sped up a little bit down the neighborhood. And as she made her way to the end of the neighborhood, the lights, starting where the creature was, started going out one at a time until it reached her. And once the lights reached her, she stopped. And that classic fight or flight kicked in, and she got mad. She was angry. She was scared, but she was angry. So she threw it in reverse, and she rushed back to the point where the creature was, and nothing was there. It was just a sapling, and she had a cold sweat, and she was just sitting there, and the car was idling, and all the lights turned on at once. And
well, you sir have a wife with cojones. Let me tell you, I would not have. Yeah, that's right. I would not have gone back. There's no way I would have gone back. So
it was
she must be a tough one.
The first time. She is a tough cookie. I'm not afraid to go out in public. She's got my back.
All right, my friend. Thank you for the story. No, thank you. I guess, insert myself into the stories as I hear them, and it's kind of like, what would I do? It would be bad enough to see the shadow being behind the tree. You see the head pop up, and the head follows you. Then the lights start going out. Would I go back? No. I'm being honest with you. No, I would not go back. So, big cojones. Down to Texas and Chris. Hey, Chris.
Roswell's Mr. Bell.
Thank you, sir.
I'm glad to finally get in to talk to you since the first time I heard you. You're talking to Mel Waters.
Oh, that's all.
Yes, I've been a fan ever since.
The story goes that Mel sold his hole to the, he sold his hole to the government and moved to Australia, where he's living presumably happily ever after, but actually anyway, proceed.
Yes, sir. 25 years ago, I was a brand new Border Patrol agent. We had more trainees than journeymen, so they would stick two trainees together and say, go do your job. And usual shift is there might be 4 people working. So we had 2 guys upriver, myself and my partner downriver. Very little experience between the 2 of us.
What would you, Steve, I hate this, but I have to know some things.
Yes,
as a Border Patrol agent, you said with very little training. So it's like they send you to, when you say river, the Rio Grande?
yes,
They send you around the Rio Grande and they say, watch.
There was very little experience in that training. I may have misspoke there.
Okay.
We had just gotten from the academy, but neither of us had a happy year in yet.
Okay.
So they send us down, they tell us to go fight crime midnight. So we're driving down the river looking for anything that we could see that didn't look right, not really knowing what we were doing, but trying to get on the job experience. We see a bonfire out on this hill that we used to refer to as the party house. It was, at the time, it was out of town quite a ways, but now it's almost in town. And we drove towards it thinking, well, maybe somebody's down there, maybe some aliens, maybe some smuggling. Right. And at the time, we had switches that we could throw that would turn all the lights off in the vehicle. So if you hit the brakes or the backup light, nothing would come on. It wouldn't show where the vehicle was.
Sure.
So we turn on all the lights. We're driving down this long dirt road towards the river. And as we come around the corner, there's about 15 or 20 people standing in a huge circle around a giant bonfire. They're all wearing brown full-length robes. They got their hands up in the air like they're doing some kind of religious ceremony.
Ritual.
Yes. I saw a movie called Race with the Devil with Peter Fonda and Warren Oates several years before this, and that movie came to mind. I looked at these people just in time to see 2 of them turn towards us and start running at us in a, not in an aggressive manner, but like we didn't have any business in their little ritual.
Whoa, so you didn't. Well, it was on, this is on the U.S. side of the border, of course, right?
Yes, sir. It was about 2 o'clock in the morning.
Gotcha. And 2 of them start running toward you. And you were, I'm sure, 2 armed.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, okay.
But they were armed in Race with the Devil, too.
Oh.
Well,
so what do you guys, you 2 armed guys do?
I looked at my partner, he looked at me, I threw it in reverse, and I hit the gas. I said, I don't see any immigration violations happening here. I went backwards with no lights. I made a 90-degree turn, and I didn't slow down until I hit the highway.
I'm with you all the way.
Once we get to the highway, we're trying to decide what to do because our nearest backup is a good 20, 30 minutes away.
Right.
There's one sheriff's deputy, and he's way the heck out of town.
Right.
So who would you report this to? They didn't cover this at the academy.
No.
We ran a promotion cutting the price of Mint Unlimited in half, and it was so popular, we're doing it again. It's like a sequel that's actually as good as the original. Maybe better. Definitely not worse. Okay, it's exactly the same. Most people who have lived through an opioid overdose have something in common. They didn't do it alone. Someone was there when they OD'd. Someone had naloxone. Someone called for help. So, if you use opioids like fentanyl, know who your someone is. Use with them when you can. Have naloxone with you, and make sure your someone is ready to help you if you need it, just like you would for them.
Local law enforcement? I don't know.
Well, we're out of town. We were in the county, And like I said, there was one deputy working, and he was way the heck out of town. And we discussed it the rest of the night. Who should we report this to? And we could not come to a conclusion. So
Nor are they necessarily breaking the law, really.
None that I could see.
Similar to God's law.
Well, we decided that we just weren't going to tell anybody. That we're going to try and pretend like it never happened.
I don't blame you at all.
We managed to keep our mouths shut for about a good 20 years. Well, finally, about 3 or 4 years ago, I was invited to tell my story on the other show. And house for me to talk. I had a schedule change and I had to work that night.
So you never got to tell the story?
Not to them, but it really upset me because I've listened to that show, like I said, ever since Belle was home. So a couple of weeks go by and I'm teaching a class. And I mentioned to the class that I almost made it on the radio. And I told a story about what had happened to me and my partner and how it would have been neat to tell people I'd managed to tell my story to the entire United States and parts of the planet. And one of the students said, hey, you know, about a couple of years ago, I was driving around down by the river and I came across the exact same situation.
Oh?
Yeah, so apparently whoever these people are, they're still out there, they're still doing their little ritual, and I have no idea who they are or what they're doing.
And this person, this student, what did he do?
Exact same thing.
As you did. And as I would have done as well. I really, really appreciate your telling this story on real radio.
It was an exciting night.
Thank you, my friend, and take care. Glad you came by tonight. A spooky matter. I just love his love stories. What do you suppose that was? Probably not ghosts. But also, on the other hand, probably not a group of people that you would want to set, armed or not. That's Ben in California. Hi, Ben.
Hey, is this me?
It is you, Ben.
Hey, Roswell.
Thank you.
I've actually called in and told you my ghost stories before, but I've got one more story I haven't told you.
You've told me ghost stories before?
I called in on the open line tonight. I was the guy that's been physically assaulted by a ghost.
Okay.
But I've got one story that I don't know if it's ghost or not, but it definitely qualifies as spooky.
All right.
I'm living in eastern Kentucky, growing up on this haunted hill.
Mm-hmm.
And besides the neighborhood there is a dirt road. It's a gas road. There's gas wells out there. And this is where we rode our dirt bikes and four-wheelers and everything like that.
Right.
So nobody ever walks out there, but I didn't have any gas for my dirt bike one day, so I decided to take a walk out there. I'm about 15 years old. I'm a freshman in high school. And I'm walking back. I've got my machete on my side. I'm looking for snakes and whatnot. I'm looking for deer. Mm-hmm. And I'm looking around, and then suddenly there's two men in front of me. And this is a straight stretch of, I would say, 200-300 yards. And suddenly they're about 20 feet in front of me. So I tell them, well, you scared the you-know-what out of me. And one of the men says, well, I'm sorry. And they walk up to me. And they ask me questions like, how did you get out here? And I told them, well, I just live half a mile from here. And they say, they're just very confused. They say, how did you get past the gate? Mm-hmm. And I told them, there is no gate. There used to be a gate there, but it had been ripped out a couple of years ago.
Right.
And keep in mind, this is the only entrance for miles. This road runs for miles and miles, and a few miles the other way, there's another entrance, and it doesn't have a gate either. So anyway, that's a really weird question. And the direction they were coming from the direction of my house, and there's only one way in and one way out. And I'm thinking they should know there's not a gate there. So anyway, the whole time I'm talking to them, I'm really creeped out. I'm really freaked out. They're staring directly at my eyes, and they're not You're not looking anywhere else. I'm motioning. I'm motioning to my house. I say I'm out here with my machete. You know, I'm looking for snakes. They don't look at my machete. They're both still fixed on my eyes.
They're not even concerned with your machete. I mean, when somebody says, I'm out here with my machete, that gets somebody's attention. You would think you get down, ooh, big knife.
Yeah, you would think so. And be slightly interested. But only one of them is talking to me, but both of them are looking directly in my eyes.
Yeah.
And so anyway, I'm freaked out. So, well, I got to go. Because I never really see anybody out there unless they're riding a motorcycle or a dirt bike or four-wheeler. But I start walking back towards my house. You know, we cross paths. And, of course, I'm scared, nervous. And within a few feet, I take a few steps and I turn around. They're not there.
as in disappeared.
As in they are gone.
Well, maybe they vanished back into a time when there was a gate.
Yeah. So that gate hadn't been there in a couple of years. And I don't really know what that was about. But I start walking fast. I'm really nervous now. You know, my heart's racing. I'm panting. And I'm walking fast, and I turn back. They're still not there. There's nowhere for them to hide, but they're not there. So I'm convinced that something bad's about to happen. So I'm running back to my house, and I reach the road again. And there's not a work truck there. There's nothing there. So I make it home. I run to the house. I slam the door, so the door said my mom, somebody's coming to kill me. 2 men are trying to kill me. And sat there freaked out for the rest of the day. So say I didn't tell that story because I didn't know what if it's a ghost story or not, but it was that.
Well, yeah, it is. All right, thank you very much. I'm not sure what to call that story, but these odd things do happen. And I understand sometimes you don't say it was a ghost. Kind of like my guess, actually. They asked about a gate that hadn't been there in a long, long time in a very weird way. And I'm guessing they went back to whatever it was, time-wise, when that gate was there. I could be wrong. It's just a guess. You're listening to Spooky Matter on Halloween. I'm Art Bell. Don't forget a picture of my little Halloween girl, Asia Rain Bell, on the website, artbell.com.
No, it sounds funny, but I just can't stand the pain. Girl, I'm leaving you tomorrow.
That's me. I used to be able to scare Asia to death with that. It is Spooky Matter. It's Halloween. The little ones are about collecting candy and sometimes gnomes, and others are probably well done by now. Let's go to, these are your stories, Illinois and Larry. Hi, Larry.
Hello, Art. Roswell.
Thank you.
Yeah, I hope Asia comes back to the whole sack full of goodies for Daddy.
Oh, she will, and she'll hide them before I get home.
That's when you get into your daddy experiences, and surely you know where at least half the hiding spots are.
Well, usually she knows I grab the candy and run around the house with her chasing me. That's how it usually works out.
That's Daddy's job.
Anyway, you have a story for us.
Yes, sir, I do. Picture it. You're a corrections officer working a midnight shift. And at the beginning of each shift, there's maybe a different 6, 1, or 3, you send your officers out to do an external perimeter check of the sensors on the fence and make sure everything's where it's supposed to be and working.
I don't need any names, but I mean, is this a pretty good sized prison or a jail or what are we talking about?
This is a state institution.
Oh, a big one, yes, sir.
Pretty good size. We was generally we run around with about a population of about 2,350.
Oh, big one. Okay.
They're pretty good size. And I was a zone sergeant, and my officers automatically went out and done their duties. Done an external perimeter check and an internal perimeter check.
Sure.
And the internal perimeter check not only included the inside fence,
but also making sure that the doors and windows and everything was secured on the buildings.
Right.
And part of the institution was handed over from the Department of Mental Health. And this one particular building, which was right across a service road from another old mental health building that had inmates in it. But the building in question did not. It was not inhabited. And down on the basement level, there was well, it's still there, an extremely heavy steel fire door. And there's about at least twice a week for about 6 weeks, we would find this door open.
Fire door.
Yeah, a fire door. And
did an alarm go off? I would think
there's no alarms. This building was built about 1910.
Okay, gotcha.
And my officer that was doing the inspection reported to me that he found this door open, and these are all deadbolts. And so which we find doors open, not real frequent, but from time to time, somebody would leave the building, on the evening shift. They had a class or something in there and failed to secure their door. But this building nothing was going on in there.
Right.
And the problem is that to secure this door, no personnel whatsoever inside our perimeter has a key to that door. You have to go to the communications room where we were issued our keys and our radios and get this one specific key, which took authorization of the shift commander. And you had
and again, this door is normally always dead bolted.
Yes.
Okay.
We had keys to all the other doors in that building except that one particular door.
Right.
Nobody inside the perimeter had that key. So I had to get authorization from the captain to get the key in writing, and naturally he wanted to know why. To keep the sergeant that I relieved, keep him out of trouble. I just told the captain that I wanted to do a security check. So fine. So got it. We went in. Me and 4 of my officers, we went in, done inspections, and the place was empty. And we secured the door. And I reported back to the captain, no results, everything's fine.
Right.
And then the next day when I come in, I talked to the sergeant that was in charge on the evening shift, told him what I found. And he said, "Did you put it in writing?" I said, "No, I don't think there's any need for that. No, ain't no sense of getting a whole bunch of other people involved in this."
Right.
And so he said, "Okay, appreciate it." He said, "Because on the evening shift, they done 2 inspections, and one of them was right around 10 o'clock at night, while everybody else was performing a count. They go around and do their same inspections as when they come on shift."
Right.
So this went on for about 6 weeks, and we kept.
Wait a minute. You're saying this door was open every night?
At least twice a week.
At least twice a week. Oh my.
Okay.
This is Coda. According to his human Brianna, Coda loves 2 things, digging and meat. That's why we treated him to our Red Barn kibble, because it's made with real meat and animal protein. Then we took him on a Red Barn field trip, where we made him the greatest digging dirt pile he's ever seen. Red Barn, where dog dreams come true.
And I still have to go up there and to the comm room, call the captain, get authorization. Well, if I did that for about 3 or 4 weeks, he's starting to get real curious as to why I keep wanting to go in there.
Sure.
Especially, with that particular key, because I got keys to every other door in that building, and it was a pretty good sized building.
Right.
So after about 6 weeks, it was getting pretty old, and me and my 4 officers, we went in, done our inspection. So this time, the captain called an emergency count. And this is about 3 o'clock in the morning. And while they're counting, we're going in there and looking around. Didn't find anything. Secured the door. And as we were leaving, we're going down a little service road in between these 2 buildings. And not a whole lot of light back in that area. A few security lights on the buildings, but the main lights was from the perimeter lights around the fence. And I happened to turn around and looked up on the second floor window at the end of the wing. And I seen a little girl about 8 to 10 years old, blonde hair. And I just told my other officers, hey, this is sure. So I said, look at her. See, what do you see? And all their jaws went slack and their eyes got about as big as silver dollars. I said, what did you see? Do you see a little girl? They all went, uh-huh. And about that time, she raised up her right hand and waved at us. And never seen her again. Never had any more problems with that door. Needless to say, that did not go on our reports.
No, I wonder what her connection to that door was. Maybe
there was an old mental health building. Because part of our institution, especially we had 2 sides. And the side that I was on, we had about a half a dozen of these old mental health buildings. Like I said, built around 1910, 1908.
No, maybe she had a dad or a mom that had been in that building.
Well, there was children there too.
Children too?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, because a few of my officers worked in there for mental health when it was still in operation. And
all right. Well, you've given us, thank you very much, another story of, in my opinion, something that's been something physical that has been manipulated by something else. All the stories that we've had so far virtually have involved things physical, moved by things. 6 weeks of a deadbolt opening? Well, I guess we'll just have to all wonder what's up with that. It's strange. New York. Back to New York and Franklin. Hello.
Hey, Art. How are you?
Just fine.
Happy Halloween. This story takes place when my fiance Gina and I were living in Boston. We lived there in this building for about 2-3 years while I was in grad school. And about a month before we were leaving to move back to Brooklyn, we had the apartment packed up and everything, and we're asleep. I'm laying in bed, and I feel someone above me just looking at me. And I'm like, in my head, I'm saying to myself, all right, if you're there, you might not want to be there when I open my eyes. And I'm just kind of joking, I'm not thinking anything of it. As soon as I say this to myself, I feel a gust of wind shoot to my left. And now I open my eyes and I sit up immediately. I'm like, what is this? I look over, and there is a man in our doorway, colonial dress, long, stringy hair, bifocals, like a tall, thin Benjamin Franklin, okay?
Right.
Now, the man is illuminated. The only light that we have in our apartment is the bathroom door behind him that's slightly ajar. He is producing his own light, but his light doesn't reflect onto my door, my floor, my wall, nothing. All right? And he's slightly translucent because I can kind of see the bathroom light through him. Now, this man is looking at us with curiosity, no malice, no nothing. I'm just staring at him with curiosity. I touch my girlfriend, and she wakes up, and she looks at the door, and she says, "Who's the man in white? Who's the man in white at the door?" At that point, I really get freaked out because it was like confirmation. I turn to her. She goes back to sleep. I turn to him, and he's gone. Yeah. I wake her up. She tells me exactly what she saw. It was exactly what I saw. She goes back to sleep. I cannot go back to sleep for the rest of the night.
I hear you, buddy. Thank you so very much for that story. Now, isn't that interesting? In other words, it may well be that many times the apparition, or ghost, if you will, is every bit as surprised at being in another place or time than it was used to. So it is as absolutely curious, perhaps even terrified, as you are. And I wonder what that says about the other side. The mixing of that side and this side on some occasions. It may well be that they have absolutely no more of an idea than you do. Think about it. Let's go to Minnesota and Allison. Hi, Allison.
Well, good evening, Art, and happy Halloween.
Thank you.
Well, my story does, well, I have a story that actually does involve things being moved without me moving them, but the story that I believe you were most intrigued in is my story of the time I saw a shadow person. And this story goes back about 15 years. I was 9, 10 years old at the time, and I was downstairs. We lived in my grandma's house at the time, and we lived in her basement. And this particular night, my mom had left to go grocery shopping, but my bedroom was in the basement right next to the stairwell. So the only way to get in and out of the basement is on these very, very creepy stairs. If anyone were to come downstairs, including our very fat cat, I would know about it. So I'm reading my book for school that night, and I'm sitting on my bed, and the setup of this basement was very odd. It was my room had 2 doors, one that went to the stairwell, and then another one that went into a very oblong bathroom that was connected on the other side of this bathroom to our living room. And right by the doorway to the living room, there was a desk. And my mom had a light on that, and she left it on for me so that I wouldn't get scared while she was gone, even though my grandma was upstairs watching TV. So I'm reading this book, and the way I'm sitting on my bed, I can see through the bathroom and then into the living room. And I can see the light is pretty much framed by the little slit of the door that I can see through. And I don't know what compelled me to look up, but I look up over my book into the living room. And as I do so, a 6.5 to 7 foot tall, pitch black shadow. I could see, the only definition it had was I could see shoulders, I could see a head, and I could see that it was wearing a bowler hat, of all things. And it didn't bob up and down as people do when they walk. It glided behind this desk from the living room into my mom's room and was gone. And I promptly threw my book across the room, opened the door to the stairwell, and ran upstairs and told my grandma. And she, of course, didn't believe me. Oh, that's silly. But this house, only my mom and I had just handfuls of experiences in this house. So she believed me when I got home. The part of it scared me the most about that shadow person is that it had to walk a foot or two behind this lamp that was very bright. And it did not cast a shadow on the back wall behind it. It did not have any light reflect off it. It was like a cutout of reality. There was just
yes, and then this entity, you were seeing it full on, straight on with your vision, right? Not full vision, straight on.
Absolutely straight on. I watched it go by and sat there and realized that I'd seen for a second before I turned pale and ran. There was really no malice to anything that happened in that house. It actually, in a weird way, helped me out one time, but it's still such an abnormal thing to see. I just couldn't deal with it. I ran away.
Oh, I would too. My kind of gal. All right, well, listen, thank you for the story. It's a good one.
You're very welcome.
Take care. God, thank you. My kind of gal. I mean, I'm being honest with you. If I saw a creature like that, I don't know about you, perhaps all the rest of you are considering along with me. But if I saw a creature like that, so-called shadow person, straight on, and then it floated across the floor, I would be so gone. Let's go to Andrew all the way down in Melbourne, Australia. Hello, Andy.
Hi, how are you?
Quite well. And I presume you have a ghost story for
this.
I do. It's the story involves my daughter's imaginary friend.
Okay.
For a number of years, my daughter had an imaginary friend that she described as a tall, old man that she named Roger. And it was one of those textbook imaginary friends where she could talk with him, play with him, have tea parties with him, and, sometimes even blame him for things. And, my wife and I would always see her have conversations with, like, an unseen person. And, my wife did her research and she just chalked it up to an overactive imagination. For my daughter at the time was an only child. And we basically thought that, the behavior was perfectly normal and age appropriate.
You know what, though? It's still creepy. If you watch a child talking to somebody that's not there, and even apparently getting answers, it's pretty creepy.
It's very creepy. And so my wife thought it was normal, but me having graduated from the Art Bell School of Ghost to Ghost and other paranormal shows, I always suspected that she may have been talking to a ghost. Having said that, we never had any paranormal activity in the house. We never saw apparitions or disembodied voices or red eyes in the closet. None of that. One thing happened that did freak me out is one day my daughter told me that Roger didn't like me. And that sort of made the hair on the back of my neck sort of stand up. And I said to her, why doesn't Roger like me? I was a very likable guy.
Yeah.
And she said, Roger doesn't like it when you throw cigarettes in his garden.
Ooh.
And my daughter did not know that I smoked cigarettes when she was born. I I cut down. I would only smoke when I was at work or late at night when she was in bed. But I would go outside, I'd light up, have my cigarette, and then throw the butt in the garden. And I guess Roger wasn't very fond of my habits.
Oh, Andy, that's so creepy.
It is.
All right. Thank you very, very much. That is a creepy story. It really is. Can you imagine being told not to do something by your daughter who could not possibly have known that you were doing it? Oh, boy, that's creepy. All right, it's about that time. We'll pause here. Oh, wait a minute. I already did that, didn't I? Let's do this. There you go. Let's pause. It's spooky matter on Halloween night. It's solidly dark here now on the West Coast, as it should be. That's the number. All right. Good evening, everybody. This is Spooky Matter on Halloween night. It is dark out there, isn't it? Have you looked behind you in the last few minutes? Yeah, if I were you, I would. Let's go down to Sam in Texas on Skype. Hey, Sam.
Hey, good evening, Art.
Good evening.
Okay, I have a ghost story for you. I recently moved out to my family farm in East Texas, and as part of that, I joined the volunteer fire department out here.
Mm-hmm.
And that amounted to me showing up at a meeting on Thursday, getting voted in. They sent me home with a radio and pager. Well, on Saturday night, 2 days later, the pager goes off, and I'm the first one to the station. The chief and I take a truck out to this accident. It's a rollover. The car's has died, but the radio's playing, and I walk up, look in, there's a guy kind of crumpled up in the passenger seat of the car because it's laying on its side. He's dead, yeah. And, we were there for an hour. We had to wait for the police to come out, do their investigation, and the coroner and so forth. We cut the roof off of the truck, and he fell out, and a couple beer cans came out, so he was drinking. There were people behind him. He wasn't going that fast, just kind of swerved, went off the road, and smacked into a tree, and it cost him his life.
Right.
But, while I was there, I could kind of sense that he was around. He was still there. And I could feel him, and I remember feeling sorry for him. Like this guy, didn't know that his life was coming to an end, at least this one anyway.
That's right. But you sensed he was right there.
Yeah, I would look over across the road a little ways back from the accident, and I didn't see him, I didn't hear anything, but I could feel that I think this guy's standing there just looking at everything going on in bewilderment. And I felt like all of the other officers probably looked down on this guy because he was drinking and caused this fatal accident.
Mm-hmm.
So we wrap up there, go back to the fire station, pick the truck up. I drive my car back to the farm, which usually has other family members on it, but they were all in Dallas for a family event. And I get back to my house and I can like feel this guy with me still. I think he followed me home from the accident.
Maybe he sensed that you identified with him in a positive way. You felt sorry.
Yeah, I think he could maybe hear my thoughts or feel my emotions or somehow was perceptive to that.
Sure.
But it freaked me out. I mean, I was just scared half to death because, this guy is here following me home and I don't know how to help him. And eventually I said that out loud. I'm like, I don't know how to help you. I'm sorry. And
we partnered with Amazon to run a home delivery program all across King County.
This went on for about 30 minutes, and I remember thinking, boy, I wish my mom was here or somebody else was here on the farm. And I thought about them all being in Dallas.
Right.
And eventually it went away. And about 30 minutes after that, I get a phone call from my mom, and she said her aunt heard the phone ringing, brought the phone into her, and she called me back. This was like at 1 a.m. And she said, hey, you just called. I was calling you back. I'm like, what do you mean? I didn't make any phone call. What's the number for? Well, the number she gave me was my cell phone. And I had just moved out here, and my cell phone gets no bars. It says no service on it. So I couldn't even place the call. And the landline from the house doesn't have long distance, and her number is Al's number. So there's no way I could have called her.
Oh, my
so I think this guy or one of the guardian angels that took him away or whatever sort of placed this call to put me at ease.
That's a cool story. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, yes, of course it is. Thank you so very much. See, these things, they do happen. That one from Texas, and I so appreciate it. I think that the dead, let me put that, it is my firm belief that the recently dead do not depart right away. They're still there for a while. Not a long time, perhaps days, perhaps hours, perhaps days, but I firmly believe that they do stick around. Let's move to, let's see. Let's move to Colorado and Francisco. Hello there.
Hi, how you doing, Art?
Very well, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. So yeah, I'll go ahead and start off. My story, it starts off, met a good friend in Lutheran high school. I guess, better way to put it, kind of a uptight religious school.
Right.
They would teach us, Bible verses. We didn't go to Bible classes. None of that to me. I mean, I was already, born and raised in the church. However, this friend that I met, he really was there for other reasons. And I tried to, talk to him about religion from time to time and kind of blew it off. He was like, well, why don't you come with me over to my house? He's like, this is what my mom and I kind of do in our separate time. So we go over there, and it has a real nice house, a lot of ornate, all collectible type of items. And one of the items that she has in this big open garden room area is a Ouija board. So convinces me, which going against everything that my mom has told me, don't you mess with that stuff because something could attach to you, it could follow you back if it wants to. Just leave it alone. Being a teenager, I was like, let me try it. So we gave it a shot, and got some interesting responses. And I was like, okay, I've got to try it. That's that. So fast forward now, we're in our late 20s. I'm in school, and last week I had just left college to move back in with my mom to help her with my grandmother. She was suffering dementia at the time, and my friend called us up about maybe 3:30 in the morning, December, so cold, snowing, and I could just hear on the other room, he's just crying hysterically, and I get up, kind of, confused in the days, asking, what's going on, and she said, he needs our help, we need to go to his house now, grab everything, let's go, and he lived, a few miles away, and he's standing outside in the snow with no shoes on, with just an undershirt and a pair of jeans, and immediately gets in the car, starts crying again. I mean, just shaking uncontrollably, probably from being cold and being scared. And as he starts to calm down, we ask him, what's going on? What happened in there? And he said, I came home, hanging out with some friends. He's like, and I smelled this awful smell, almost like sulfur. He's like, I paid no mind to it. I looked around the house. He's like, it's not until I came to my living room that I seen a man sitting on my couch. The man was very, I guess in his terms, he said the man was very good looking, very well kept. My friend had a dog, a big Rottweiler, and this Rottweiler, instead of barking, going crazy, wanting to attack this guy, sat right next to the man. The man kind of just was stroking the dog. He said when he looked at his eyes, that his eyes were gray. There was no pupil, there was no white, that they were just completely grayed over. And I don't know if there was some type of, there was no verbal communication, he said, but the look, and maybe, not in his words, but maybe some type of the thoughts. He felt his thoughts were being read by this being. He said he just felt like his soul was being taken from him, and that this being knew that I have you right where I want you. When we had got to the house, like I said, he had already, in order for him to have gotten out of the house, I should have explained a little bit better, he had to break the window out of his bedroom. So my mom and I are like, do you have a key to get back in? The sun's starting to come up, like, 4:30, 5 o'clock in the morning. And we're all like, we really don't want to go in there, but let's go in there. So we finally make our way to his house, and the house is a wreck. Cupboards are basically torn off hinges. Food and dish plates are scattered all over the kitchen floor. There was even dog vomit in the living room, in multiple areas of the house.
Sounds awful, yeah.
It was, like I said, I was born and raised in the church, and, nowadays, too many people, they want to recognize the good and not the awful, that there is evil out there. This certainly opened my eyes to it, because seeing what I saw and what I sensed, and just the atmosphere was heavy, that I was walking in that house and just knowing that, why would my friend go to extremes to break a window in order to get out of his own home? And,
because he was terrified.
Yeah, he truly was.
Absolutely terrified. Did he say anything about how everything got broken?
No, he said once he felt that, as I was explaining, he felt like this a part of him or part of his soul was just being taken by this entity. And he still to this day said it was the devil. But he said once he started feeling that awful feeling, he rushed to the front door. The door knob wouldn't budge, it wouldn't open, nothing. So that's why he decided to break out his bedroom window. It was everyone who I told this story after that, or familiar with my friend, they were shaken. I mean, and just terrified to see, like, that is something else. So we had that same day, we called some priests over to come and bless the house, and even the priests they had a look to them that maybe there really was something here that we can't explain. And during the prayer, my friend, the one who went through all this, he straight fainted on the floor. So I don't know if it was a possession and he was making that up, let's just say, but whatever happened, something happened.
Well, thank you very much. I don't think anybody makes up breaking out a window of your own house. Not for a second. The rest of it, I don't know, as he said, but if you thought that you were sitting across from death and that death had come for you, you might do the same thing. Zach, somewhere or another on Skype. Hello.
Hi, Art.
Hi. Where are you? I'm sorry, Zach, where are you?
Oh, I'm in Oakville, Canada.
Canada, okay. Very good.
So I've got a story that happened last year. My uncle was staying with us here near my house, and we were talking one night, and he was telling me about all these horrible dreams he was having. And I mentioned it the next day, my friend who likes to dabble in the occult, and he suggested to me that we do a banishing ritual, whereby he would summon the negative energies and then banish them from my uncle's life and also anyone that was in my house.
Right.
So I mentioned this to my uncle after I talked to him, and he was down for it. So the next day, my friend comes over, and what he did is he set up 4 candles in the north, east, west, and south corners of the house. And he went outside. We've got a walk-up basement, so he was under my deck doing whatever he had to do for the ritual. Meanwhile, my uncle and I are sitting in a living room, and we were just told by my friend to just sit there in silence and just sort of, I guess, ponder life.
Right.
And not that long after it began, I got paranoid because I couldn't see all the candles. So I was concerned, one of them might catch fire or something. So I walked around the house periodically to check in on them. And I did a round and everything was fine. And I come back to the room, and the candle that was in the south side of the house where we were sitting started making this pinging sound.
What?
It just kept going ping, 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 and it would stop. My uncle and I looked at each other, and we said, "Did you hear that?" My uncle says, "Oh yeah, I heard that." And a couple minutes later, it goes ping, ping, ping again. And I said, "Oh boy, what's going on?" So I go check on the other candles. Everything was fine. I get back, and also within our range of vision is the candle to the east, and the fire jumped from the wick to the case that the candle was sitting in.
Oh.
So I said, "Oh, I mean, I said, I don't care what this ritual. I've got to blow this out." So I managed to blow up the fire around the rim of the candle case, and I kept the wick going. And again, I think, oh, what's going on now? Is it the rest of them? So I go and I check the candle on the west side of the house, and just as I get in, the fire jumps out of the candle and onto the dryer where it was resting.
Oh my God.
And I blow that out, and as soon as I come back, I'm panicking. My friend comes up the stairs and said, "The ritual's over." And I tell him everything that I just told you, and he says, "Well, to begin the ritual, I have to summon the energies from the east, so that's why the fire might have jumped, and then I banished them to the west, and that's why I jumped again." And I said, "Well, what about the south?" And he said, "Well, what do you mean?" And I said, "Well, it pinged several times, and it did it throughout the half hour so you did the ritual." And he said, "Well, I have no idea why it did that."
Oh, that's weird stuff. I guess lucky that everything didn't burn.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's good news in the sense that after he did the banishing ritual, my uncle stopped having all the nightmares.
Well, that is a good thing, but wow, what a story. Thank you very much. Plus, candles pinging, really? California brings Mark. Hello, Mark.
Hey, Roswell, Guard, how are you?
Fine, thank you.
Great. Yeah, so I have kind of a crazy story for you. I'm 33 now, and about 10, 12 years ago in college, when I was about 20, I moved into a house with 3 other roommates, and it was about 2 blocks from campus, the University of Arizona, and it was built for the Tucson Electric Power Company president. So we move in, and everything's fine, but then within a week, a whole bunch of weird things start happening. Literally, the electricity would go off, and you would have to walk around and go to the breaker outside the house to turn the electricity back on in the house.
Right.
And we had, over the course of the year that I lived there, we had like 3 or 4 different electricians come out to check out to see what was wrong with it, and everybody said that it was fine. So there was strange electric stuff that would always happen. One time I was using the regular can opener, and the electric can opener actually started to go off by itself. But one of the really creepy things was that we didn't have cable because we were 4 college students, and I knew that my roommates weren't home one day, and I wanted to bring this girl back. So we go back to my place, and when we get there, I say, hey, let's watch a movie. And so I turn on the TV, and there's that staticky, that smell that you have when you don't have cable. And suddenly there's this bang from the other side of the house, and so it sounds like dishes crashing. And she says, what was that? And I said, I don't know, but I swear there's something really weird with this house. It's haunted. And suddenly from the TV, through the snow, the static on TV, it said, no, there's no ghost here. And
that's not so. Well, it is unusual, but I mean, a lot of times voices and things are heard from white noise, and that's what you had on your TV was white noise. So,
well, it was so creepy. I turned off the TV and I looked at her and I said, "Did you hear that?" And she said, "Yes." And I said, well, "What was that?" And she said, "It said there's no ghost here." And we ran out of the house, freaking out. But another thing that actually happened
that, my friend, was an EVP answer.
Yeah, so I was filming. We had a party one night, and I was going around filming using night vision in the house. And I go to my friend Gentry and just ask him, "Hey, how you doing?" And he says, "Oh, good, whatever." The next day when I'm watching the tape, and we go and all of us are watching the tape the next day of, the party the night before. And suddenly it goes into his room and I say, "Hey, how you doing?" And it was the most demonic sound that was captured on this tape, right when he said hi. It was like this, just this horrible, horrific sound. And the weirdest part about that is that it's been years since all that happened. And for some reason, about a month ago, I was driving with my girlfriend, and it was 11 o'clock at night, and that story kind of, for some reason, I just remembered it right then. And I asked her if she believed in ghosts, and I told her the story and that I had reported this EVP with my friend Gentry. And I thought to myself, man, I need to call him. I haven't talked to him in a few months. I hope everything's okay. And the next day, I got a phone call that Gentry was in a coma. And unfortunately, about 3 days later, he passed away. But the odd thing about that was I just remember that story, like, randomly. And I asked my friend Emily, when did he, slip into the coma? And she said it was around 11 o'clock on that Saturday night, which was literally, I think it was like 11:15 that I was telling my girlfriend that story. So I don't know if there was some sort of like reach out or connection or something, but it was just something that really kind of like touched me and freaked me out a little bit.
Oh, I hear you. Maybe you should go into the field of EVP investigation.
I'd rather not. I'd rather leave that be.
All right. Thank you very, very much for the call. That's pretty weird. That's a completely uninvited EVP, television just playing white noise in the background. It is the ideal medium for EVP. You know that? The ideal medium. All right. Let's go to Texas and Roland. Hi.
Hello, Mr. Bell, is that you?
It is.
Well, I recognize your voice. Nice talking to you. Pleasure mine. Thanks, sir.
You bet.
I have an experience. It's not a story. This happened to me, so it's very, very disturbing and unsettling. But happened in one of my dreams that came to me, and I was asleep. And at the time, I was living and working in Phoenix about 10 years ago or so. And in my dream, I woke up and I was in a unknown city to me anyway, because it was kind of like New York or Chicago style, a lot of people downtown, going to work, all dressed up in suits.
You're saying you, in essence, woke up in a strange city.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Uh-huh.
And in my dream, I'm climbing the stairs to go up to like a high-rise building, and I'm not exactly how high it was, but it had been at least 20, 30, 40 stories.
Right.
And, people out in big cities like that, they go by you and not pay attention. So I'm really not sure what I'm doing there, but I know I have to walk up, and I get towards the elevators for whatever reason. That's what I'm being pulled toward.
Okay.
So I get to the elevator, and one was just, there's a bank of elevators, and those big buildings, you have 3 or 4 on one side and 3 or 4 on the other side. So it must have been a good, half a dozen elevators. So I'm standing in front of one, and the doors open up, and a bunch of people rush in and sit in, and carrying briefcases and purses and stuff. And And I decided it was too crowded for me, so I think I touched the next one. I wasn't in any particular hurry. So I wait for the next one. And that one opens up, and the doors open up, and there's no one coming out, and there's really not a crowd any longer. I'm really the only one going to get in, so the doors open up. I notice, I guess, what you call an elevator operator. And he's standing in the corner there, and he's dressed very sharply, nice dress, and very trimmed up, and very professional looking.
Yes.
But he had this sense or aura about him that wasn't natural. So before I actually stepped in, the doors were wide open. He's standing there with his kind of holding his hands and looking at me and smiling, and I picked up right away, who he was, and I got the feeling that he was the assassin himself. And
now this is all in a dream, right?
Yes, sir. This is all a dream.
Okay, so as opposed to an actual ghost encounter, this is a dream, or did it manifest in real life?
No, it's been manifested in real life, but this is how it started. So this is the reason I say that when the doors opened up and I had this sort of a fear of actually stepping into it. So I stood there still on the outside of the elevator, doors open, and he kind of just asked me, well, are you getting in or not?
Right.
And I go, well, am I going up or am I going down? And I asked him if basically if I'm going to heaven or going to
In other words, you're in a dream, you don't know what you're doing.
Yeah. So, but I had the feeling that it was not a good choice to get in right away. So I was basically asking him if I was going up towards heaven or down towards hell. I had the feeling that maybe I had died in my sleep. And
I'd say that was.
So then he just looked at me and goes, well, there's not a whole lot of difference for you. So, and then that's kind of when I woke up. I woke up wide awake and I was sweating and, and it's been a question for me ever since. I don't know what it means, but...
All right. Well, what it means is probably, since you made no choice at all, it's purgatory for you. I don't know. That's a strange one. But it was a dream. Now, to Anthony on Skype. Hello, Anthony.
Hi, how are you?
Very well. Where are you, Anthony?
I'm in Stillwater, Minnesota, about 15 minutes outside of Minneapolis.
Well, all right. You have a good ghost story, I hope.
I do, but I'll tell you what. My wife had sent in part of the story to the wormhole to you.
Yes.
And what I want to do is that she can tell us so much better than I can. And it's really a phenomenal story. So if I hinge it to Stella, is her name?
Okay, you're breaking up on me a little bit. You're going to put her on the phone. Is that what you're going to do?
That's right.
All right. Let's have her.
All right. Here's Stella.
Stella.
Hello.
Hey, Stella. Hi there.
Hi. Roswell's.
Roswell's. Thank you.
So our ghost story, we live in a house in historic Stillwater, Minnesota, built in 1860 something.
Mm-hmm.
And we have pretty much had some occurrences since moved in here 2 years ago in April. It started with whistling, like kind of muffled whistling, not wind or pipes or anything. Believe me, I know what those sound like.
Mm-hmm.
It was somebody whistling a tune, and then I would start to hear like old record music playing, and I went outside to see if some kid was sitting outside out front blasting their car stereo, and nobody in sight. It was only from the house. And then things started to escalate more and more. There would be the sounds of like a glass setting down on the table, and there'd be no one home. And I was out front of our home, and there was no one inside, and I heard a knock coming from the inside of the front door.
Yeah.
So I was a little afraid to go back inside the house at that moment. Things escalated more and more after that. Knives, like kitchen knives, would fly off of the table in the kitchen, and we have hardwood floors. And yes, and it wouldn't just fall down flat. Point down, stabbed into the floor, inches away from my husband several times. He's fortunate that he hopped out of the way quickly.
This is where I begin to think about moving.
Yes, we actually have been talking to real estate agents, friends, anybody looking for another house to live in.
I've seen that in movies where knives slowly pull out of the holder and sometimes head through midair towards somebody. No. That's it.
That's pretty much what was happening. And then I was sitting on our couch, and the TV screen, when the TV's off, you can see the reflection in it still.
Sure.
So I was just kind of staring off into space, and I saw in the reflection walking towards me a full-bodied. It was not even out of the corner of my eye. I could see it correctly, but in the reflection of the TV, a full-bodied, it was a man, it was a figure, and it was walking right towards me. I screamed, jumped up. My husband said, "Oh my gosh, what's wrong?" Yeah. And then it disappeared, and that was horrifying.
Yeah, that'd be it. That'd be actually the knives would have been it. But then, so hey, tell me you did move.
We are still here right now, actually. The spirit here will usually cut off our cell phone conversation. Like, it'll drop the signal on our cell phones if we ever talk about it. Like, the spirit while we're in the house, like if I call my mommy and talk to her about how I'm scared about the ghost. So it will even cut off on our home landline.
Well,
just drop the call.
Apparently it's decided not to mess around with Skype.
I'm surprised, actually. I told my husband while he was waiting on the line, I hope it doesn't cut us off of Skype.
You made it through. You're still in the house. I'm amazed.
Well, there's one more thing here I got for you.
Mm-hmm.
I got a strange feeling in our backyard. Our landlord had dug up our old deck. It was all rotting and falling apart, and he put in a new one. And he didn't just dig, post holes for the deck. He kind of dug up the whole front half of the backyard.
Right.
So ground that hadn't been dug up basically since the house was built. I was walking our little tiny teacup chihuahua, Ellie, outside in the backyard. I saw something on the ground in the dirt that had been dug up.
Right.
It was a human tooth. So I did a little more digging, and I found probably at least 50, 60 human bones in the yard.
Bones? Oh my God. Now what?
Yes.
Oh my
They're
God.
recognizably human parts.
At this point, you call the police.
Yes, we're gonna. Yeah. Oh, and some very old coins. My husband just reminded me from early 1900s.
Uh-huh.
It was a little disturbing because.
No, that's not a little disturbing. That's really, really disturbing. And once I'm digging in my backyard and I start finding bones, that's it. I stop. I call the police. But you found, once again, how many bones, please?
I'd say about 50. There's probably near a full set of teeth. And several large. I'm gonna assume they're like phalange finger bones, but they're all. It doesn't look like somebody just. My friends tell me, "Oh well, a long time ago, people would just bury their loved ones in their yard if they couldn't afford a funeral." And I said, "Well, that sounds a little odd to me, anyways." But that they're all in hacked up pieces, which doesn't. There's no. I try to rationalize it well, I can't really actually.
Hacked up pieces, not good. None of this is any good. I don't know. Maybe you shouldn't call the police. Maybe you should call the priest.
I know. We actually have a friend of ours. Her family is friends with the Dalai Lama. So he blessed some herbs, some incensey herbs for us to burn in the corners of the house, and we're gonna.
So you actually had the Dalai Lama told about?
Yes, and the Dalai Lama personally blessed and sent us herbs. We were supposed to burn them in, I think, is it every room? Asking my husband. Every room in the house to get rid of the evil and try to get out whatever's in here, because it's more and more almost every day.
Oh, why are you still there?
Oh, trust me, we have been looking at every single possibility we can to try to find another house to rent, buy, apartment. There have been times where we've thought about, packing up all our pets. We have a cat and a dog and a turtle and a hamster.
I would have thought of that and actually done it.
Yeah, I know. Just
Oops. Hello? Oh my. She got cut off. Oh Lord. All those bones, all those things happening. I'm Mark Bell.
You could read my mind, love. What a tale my thoughts could tell.
That one sent the shivers.
Just like an old time movie out of those premonitions.
I'm not over that last story. That thing was way over the top. Way over the top. Ooh. Hacked up human parts in the lawn? No. All the rest of that happening? No, I'd have been so out of there, and then she got cut off. Yikes. Huh. Vicky in Michigan, hello. Vicky in Michigan, are you there? Oh, Vicky's gonna miss her chance. Well, sorry about that, Vicky. We will move on. Let's see where to go. Let's go here to John in California. Hello.
John, hello, here.
Hello.
Oh, Ron's Art.
Thank you. Who was that?
That was my girlfriend.
Sorry.
Good. I don't know. We've got voices coming out all over the place here. Okay, go right ahead.
Well, good to talk to you again. I'm experienced Ouija board, that stuff. My parents had a restaurant. I was probably about 17 or 18. I think it was an email. We talked to this thing, apparently. And one night, it got nasty.
The thing got nasty.
Yeah, it claimed a female, and it said it was from hell. I can't confirm any of this. So I don't know if it's real or not, but
in other words, it told you on the Ouija board that it was from hell.
Yeah. And we stopped this thing many times. And one night, me and two of my friends were there. Three bright flashes came out of the mirror, and they were blue, electrically coordinated, I guess, out of the mirror. They were lights pointing at the mirror, but they were not blowing out lights. There was three bright flashes out of the mirror, and they were blue. So, we got really scared. We ran out of there. We drove around for 2 hours, and I had to come back because we left everything on in the place. We weren't supposed to be where we were at the time. When we came back, the light outside turned on its own. There was no motion sensor on at the time. It was probably 87 minutes, probably 87 or 88.
Mm-hmm.
And we drove up again. Came back in, turned everything off. We left scared. And it was a whole story, but an update, maybe 2 years ago, the staff was freaked out by doors slamming. I can't confirm that this is what I heard, but the doors slamming over and over and over and over and over. They came out with knives. I moved away from that a long time ago, but I don't know, something happened, and that's pretty much my whole story.
Okay, well, I appreciate it, and again, the same house, I presume. These hauntings are real. Now, as you listen to these stories, it's not people out there making them up. These are real occurrences. They really do happen. So ghosts or apparitions or whatever it is you want to call them have to be considered to have substance, not a word you would normally associate with something non-human, right? But substance. I think that's a fair way to put it. Here's somebody that's been waiting. Michael in Virginia. Hello.
Hi, Art. This is Vicky in Virginia, right? And this story, we're currently living in Virginia, but the story took place about a haunted home we purchased in Ohio. And I'm convinced that the house actually picked up because we had spent weeks looking through these little realtor magazines. One evening, my wife said about 2:30 in the morning, she said, I found the place. I said, you know, funny, I found the place. She said, well, mark the spot, we'll look at it in the morning. So that next morning, we had picked the same house. So, and we missed some of the early clues about, you know, this house, like the sage on the mantle when we moved in.
Right.
It started really benign with like whispering and just hearing noises. But a couple of the strangest things that happened was one night we were listening to you, and Father Martin Malachi was on.
Oh, yes.
And someone had asked him, is there any danger with even talking about this stuff?
Mm-hmm.
And he told you, he said, Art, and I think you asked him the question, he said, Art, he said, even talking about it now can be a problem.
That's right.
And,
something
yeah.
you should be thinking about right now.
Well, and what happened, the words no more came out of his mouth when we heard this god-awful racket in a closet.
Uh-huh.
And our cat ran over to the closet. My wife jumped up from her computer, and we opened the door, and it sounded, if I could describe it to you, it sounded like a bird, a large bird, thrashing in the closet.
Uh-huh.
Opened up the closet door, nothing. And it was the cat ran out of the room. I mean, that was kind of strange. But probably the oddest thing that happened, my wife was working on her doctorate, and she had gotten up early one morning to go do some research on the computer, and the computer room was just like maybe 5 paces from the bedroom. Well, so as not to disturb me, she closed the bedroom door. And I could hear her typing away on the computer, and it was, you know, and I, you know, sleeping in.
Mm-hmm.
And all of a sudden you heard bam, 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 3 loud knocks on the bedroom door. I thought, well, that's odd. She must have locked herself out. I get out of bed, I reach for the door and open it, and my wife is reaching to open it from her side, and she said, why are you knocking on the door?
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, it was just, you know, you talk about, why don't you move out of this place?
Yeah, you know, when you move in and you see sage, that's the big tip-off right there.
Or it really should have been. And I just want to tell you one cat story. I know you're a cat fan here.
Mm-hmm.
We had a cat, little cat Trap, that we had for 13 years. And we were moving to Virginia, and she was in really, really poor health, and we decided to have her euthanized before we took her to Virginia, before we moved to Virginia. Well, my wife and I were saying she had this little cage, like a travel cage she used to love to sleep on in the kitchen.
Right.
And my wife and I were in the family room, and all of a sudden we heard this god-awful racket, if you can imagine somebody just bouncing this cage around the kitchen. I jumped up off the couch. The cat's on the cage is coming off the ground 5 or 6 inches, bouncing straight up and down.
Really not good.
No, it wasn't good. The cat jumped off, and about the same time I hollered at my wife, I said, come in here, come in here, come in here, you gotta see this.
Mm-hmm.
And just as she came, and this thing continued to bounce, Art, for probably 10 seconds after the cat got off. And I'm not talking just like shaking, I'm talking straight up, straight down, straight up, straight down.
Yes, sir.
And just as my wife came around the corner, it stopped. So, but this house had just so many little things like that, and probably the very worst. And I didn't tell my wife this until after we moved out of the house. But we had 3 cats, and we had our pantry down in the basement, and I'm coming up the steps, and I'm not afraid of cats. Things don't bother me because we lived in this place for 13 years. But all of a sudden, I heard this low, guttural kind of growling coming from the corner of the basement. And I thought, wow, that sounds like the cats are really getting to get into one, you know? That's what I'm telling myself, but the hair is standing up on the back of my neck. Well, just as I get to the top of the steps, I look over, and all 3 cats are curled up in the sunlight coming through the kitchen window. There was a cat down in the basement.
So one of the cats at all?
Not at all.
Mm-hmm.
So, but
all I can tell you, sir, is take sage advice and don't live in a place like that. The whole cat thing jumping up and down, bad. the growling in the corner really bad. Let's go to Skype. You're on the air. Hello, it's Aku, I believe.
Oh, it's me?
It's you, yes. Aku, where are you calling from?
I'm calling from Finland.
Finland?
Oh, oh yeah.
Okay, welcome.
Well, I'm glad to be on. Can't believe it. I'm on actually kind of a shock.
Well, you actually are, yes.
Yeah, well, oh yeah. Roswell, first of all, I'm a big fan of yours. Been for a long time.
Finish Roswell's. Excellent.
All right, yeah. Well, it's in course time today, so I guess I'm gonna go for a story too.
Good.
And I hope you understand my bad English.
So far, so good.
Okay, thanks. Well, this is actually a second-hand story, so I don't have a first-hand story to tell you, but second-hand is it's a good one.
All right.
Well, I have a friend who works as a security guard, and there's a mansion nearby, and he has to go around it very often, once a day or so, go all around all the rooms and so forth.
Yeah, check it in. That's what a security guard does. Yes, you have to go around all the rooms. Mm-hmm.
And he has an electronic clock when he goes when he checks out.
Yes, sir.
And he has to put the right code in there, and so when he puts the right code, there's a well, kind of goes in the alarm on mode. So though if there's someone in the mansion, it of course alarms the local police or so forth. So you put the right code in and wait for the right thing on the green light or so, and well, the story goes that he puts the right code in, and what you get instead of you get the green light like always, but you get also child laughing. I know you like childs, especially child ghosts. Anyway, you put the right code in, and you hear a child laughing. Of course, you disable the alarm system to start in. Well, you go in, so totally dark. Well, you can't see anything.
Mm-hmm.
You can't hear anything either. So you go out and put the code on again, and well, you see the green light going again, seeing that okay, the alarm system is on again, and you just wait, and you hear start again laughing. Well, you just what else there is to do? You just have to the alarm on again and take the inside again to see if there is anyone inside. There's no one inside, and what can you do? You just have to go outside again and put the code again, and after that, well, it didn't appear again, but
it was something. So, in other words, it was something. Once it does it again and again and again like that, either you've got a bad alarm system, or you've got something that you probably don't want to know about. All the way from Finland. Okay, let's make another choice. Always hard to choose, but we'll go to New Mexico and Candace. Candace.
Well, happy Halloween, Art and Roswell.
Thank you.
I have a ghost story for you. In the late summer of 2011, a really close friend, Holly, moved to Louisville, Kentucky.
Huh?
So on Halloween weekend, another friend, Debbie, and I went to visit her. And she had lined up a ghost tour. And this is something that you walk around downtown Louisville, and they bring you here and there. And there were 5 or 6 stops on the trip. And
Oh, very interesting. But I guess in a tour, you don't really expect to see a ghost.
No, and to top it off, up until we arrived at the Brennan house, the main event had been the wind chill index. It was so cold, and we were hanging behind the rest of the tour group. There was another lady that had hip surgery recently, so we were going to hang back with her. And we arrived at the Brennan house. This is a historic mansion, and a family had lived in it for a couple of generations, and they were doctors and lawyers, a very talented family, but beautiful home, everybody crowding around the front, trying to get photographs of the orbs that the guide was telling us we were sure to capture. And we hung back, let everybody take all their photographs, and as people were starting to trek off to the next place, we stepped in and started taking a few photographs, and I was the last one to linger, and I'm standing there taking some shots. I'm not seeing anything. And suddenly, I have both feet firmly planted on the sidewalk. And by the way, this is a reasonably dark street. There's nobody on the street, and Holly and Debbie are walking away, and you know, come on. I'm like, okay. And suddenly, I am roughly shoved in my left shoulder, hard enough to knock me off of my feet forward. And I'm thinking, okay, somebody shoved me. I turn around to tell them how rude I think they are, and there's nobody on the street.
Nobody there.
Nobody there. And my first thought was, don't scream, go get the girls. So I quickly walked toward them and I said, you guys come back here. I swear to God, somebody just pushed me, and they're like, there's nobody here. And I'm like, exactly. We dash back, and the three of us are standing in front of this house in the dark, and we're taking photographs, and I just had this feeling that like the hair on the back of your neck stands up.
Yeah.
And I felt like somebody was approaching me, and I knew we were the only three there, and I said, Debbie, I'm still taking photographs. Debbie, there's somebody around us. And I said, take some pictures of me. I feel like there's somebody by me.
Yeah,
and so she did. And as a matter of fact, I entered this photograph in the photo contest.
Oh, my.
Yes, it's what's
Okay,
called...
explain to me, since I'm not there right now, what came out in the photograph?
Well, it's hard to explain. I've never seen that kind of light anomalies in a picture, first of all. A lot of white streaking lights. I'm holding still in the photograph, and none of us are real proficient photographers. We just rely on our auto-schmato cameras.
Sure.
But particularly just behind me, up at the top of my head, there's a man there. And he has like a pasty face, dark eyes, deep dark eyes, and like an old-timey haircut where he had like a little pompadour thing in the front, maybe.
And you're telling me in real life this man was not there?
No, there was no one but us three ladies on this street.
Mm-hmm.
And
well, one thing you don't ever mistake is getting pushed. I mean, push.
Exactly. I mean, and you know, Debbie's taking these photos, and she's not saying anything. She thinks she's photographing me. And so she turns and takes some more, and we're like, okay, now we're really behind. We got to get going. And I'm just like, okay, this is weird. And so we finish the tour, and we all go back to Holly's house, and hit the sack, and we wake up in the morning, and we're all getting our coffee on, and you know, we're in our jammies in the kitchen, and we have the bar stools pulled up to the counter, and we're looking through our photographs, and I happen to pick up Debbie's camera, and like, what are all these lights in this photograph? And to myself, and I'm looking at like, oh my goodness, this can't be. I mean, you don't even anticipate something like that, a photograph of yourself. And I said, oh my God, Debbie, look at this photograph. And she took the camera from me and just simply shrieked.
Yeah. Absolutely. Listen, I'm with you all the way. You might expect lights. You know, orbs, I don't know. Orbs have been said to be souls, and I don't know about that. Streaks of light, normal in photography, right? But, one, getting shoved by something, not at all normal, and number two, a man appearing in a photograph where there was no man, really, really strange. All right, we'll break here. This is Spooky Matter on Halloween night. I'm Mark Bell. That's quite a laugh he's got, isn't it? All right, let's see who's been hanging. Colorado's been hanging. Hi, Darren.
Hey, Art. How you doing, Roswell?
Thank you.
When I was in college, I worked at one of the most haunted radio stations in America. It was
many stations actually are haunted.
Oh, really? Well, I didn't know that when they took this job. I was an overnight DJ on a classic rock station. It was K-Sky Radio in Deadwood, South Dakota. And the address, believe it or not, dead serious, was 666 Main Street, Deadwood, South Dakota. So we think it was a portal for ghosts because of the strange address in Deadwood, South Dakota, 666 Main Street. But everybody that worked at the radio station knew about a ghost named Doc Smiley. He was a dentist from the 1880s to the 1920s in Deadwood, and he had a dentist practice at the location of the radio station in the second floor where the radio station was located. We were located right across from the number 10 saloon where Wild Bill Hickok got shot and killed by Jack McCall, in the 1800s.
Sure.
So there's a lot of history in that town. A lot of people met untimely deaths in Deadwood, South Dakota, and that's why I think there were a lot of ghosts in that town too. And one of them used to hang out at the radio station and do crazy things especially overnight.
Yeah, poor overnight guys.
So you said they're overnight one night. You remember the old AP teletype machines that used to come over? Of
course.
One night we were there, and the dentist office was converted into a newsroom. And through a double pane glass, we looked through the glass and we saw a man standing there in Old West garb. And we thought that was pretty strange. We walked around the corner, and nobody was there. So he was gone. And then another time when we were working there, for whatever reason, whenever we played Led Zeppelin's Whole Lot of Love, things used to kind of kick up at that radio station. Crazy things would happen. We would have clocks on the wall would turn upside down. The old carts, that we used to play that had the commercials on, you would find them stacked weird or turned upside down. Just all kinds of things. Okay.
Well, actually, we used to, for example, if you played a card and you didn't allow it to recue, you would automatically turn it upside down and remind yourself to cue it.
You're right. Yeah, that's true. So you remember how we used to stack those? Well, they would be all, changed around if you walked out of the room and came back. So it was just crazy things like that used to happen when you worked overnights at that radio station. Through the corner of your eye, you'd see dark figures walking down the hall. Doorways would creak and slam by themselves. And one night I was working late during a blizzard, and about 3:30 in the morning, I heard a really loud demonic roar come from down the hallway. So I thought it was one of my friends playing a trick on me. So I went running down the hall to see if I could catch him. Went down the stairs, and it was a snowstorm. I looked out the door, and there were no tracks or anything. So I knew that nobody else was at the station other than me. So it kind of freaked me out the rest of the night.
I'm sure. Well, there are so many stories. I don't know why radio stations are the target of hauntings, but they are. It's true. Now, I don't know why any radio station, particularly one in Deadwood, would allow itself to be marked as 666 in their address. Let's go to Skype and Michael. Hello.
Good evening, Art.
Good evening.
My story is kind of an ongoing.
Okay, Michael, you're kind of not, you don't have good audio. Can you move a little bit or something?
Yeah. Is that better?
A little, back away a little more.
Okay, well, I'm not going. Is that better?
Well, not really, so just go ahead and talk in the mic.
Okay, I moved into this house 12 years ago, and every evening between 7 and 9, there's a thump at the door.
Right.
It's like someone hitting it. And I'm knocking, and through the years, I go to the door, look out the peephole, and nothing's there.
Mm-hmm.
And so I just kind of blew it off as, it's my ghost. So one night I decided, okay, I want to go outside, sit out there and see if this is the kids or what. And I went outside and I stayed out till about 9:30, come back in the house and sit down. I get a thump again.
Mm-hmm.
And so I don't know what this is. It's been going on for 12 years. And I called you about 3 weeks ago and told you that my cat sees something flying around the room.
Sure. And
you told me that you don't want to know what it is because if it would get a hold of me,
mm-hmm.
it'd tear me up. That's haunted me ever since. You scare the hell out of me.
Keep your eye on your cat, Michael. And thank you very much for the call. Yeah, sure. Cats see these things. There's absolutely no question about it. Anybody with cat knows. Texas brings Mark. Hello, Mark.
Hi, Mr. Bell. How are you this evening?
I'm great, thank you.
Well, happy Halloween. Well, we only got 25 minutes left here in Texas.
Uh-huh. That's enough.
Well, my story is about my twin brother, my identical twin brother, with whom I was extremely close. Back in 2003, December of 2003, he took his life.
Oh, sorry.
And obviously it was crushing beyond words for me. And in the weeks and months following his passing, we were close. Even for twins, we were extraordinarily close.
Mm-hmm.
And so from the very beginning, I sort of always felt that I would receive some communication from him. I didn't really have doubt. I had doubt as to how it would happen, and if it happened in a place that would make other people think I might be insane or something like that. But I really thought it would happen, eventually. But as the months went on, and this is, now 3 or 4 months into after his passing, I had not yet received any communication from him. And I was very, I just wanted to know he still existed. I didn't, at that point, I was still in shock. I was pretty fearless. I thought, even if the Catholics are right and they go to the bad place, if they do something like that, well, then I can figure out a way to get him out of there somehow. I really just wanted to know he still existed. And so I got home one day from work, and this was, again, probably 4 or 5 months at the most after he passed. I was working a very manually intensive job, so I would come home sweaty and grimy. And of course, in Austin, Texas, it's, by April, it's already in the 90s at least.
Sure.
And so would come home, immediately take a shower, dry him off, and I was in the shower, and all of a sudden, a song came into my head, and it was, I didn't attach any significance to it at the time. It was a song from Paul's favorite band of all time, called the Smiths. And so I exercised my God-given right as a person living by myself to sing in the shower, which I immediately started to do.
Mm-hmm.
And within 1 or 2 seconds of my starting to sing this song, which I did not think of, the song came to me and sort of asked to be sung in an odd way.
Mm-hmm.
I think
what happened?
So I started singing it. Well, within, before I got probably the first full line of the song out, I instantly knew my brother was
Fortunately, not in the shower with me. He was right outside the shower curtain. I knew exactly the elevation of where he was. I knew how far away from the shower curtain he was. Everything about him was there. And the feeling was so strong, I had absolutely no need to look beyond the shower curtain to see if there was any wispy smoke or, if there was wind in my hair. I mean,
Should have asked them to hand you a towel.
Yeah, yes, right.
Well, okay, I understand that's very comforting for you, and I don't know how to interpret that, and whether I do interpret that as a ghost. I might interpret that as your own mind doing something that provided the comfort that you had been wanting. And I don't mean to diminish your story in any way, but as told, that's kind of how I would interpret it. On Skype comes Lisa. Hello, Lisa.
I'm first-time caller.
Oh, where are you? Lisa, where are you?
I'm good.
No, not how are you, where are you?
Oh, I'm a truck driver, and I'm currently in North Carolina.
Okay.
So, my husband was in the Navy, and we were stationed in Guam, and he was out at sea, and my little girl was about 2 years old at the time. And we were sitting in the living room having McDonald's for lunch, and she looks over at the staircase, which is off to her left, and I'm off to her right, sitting on the couch. And she's looking at the staircase, and she turns around and she looks at me and she says, "Mom, can I give that man a French fry?" And I said, "Yeah, okay, sure." And she turns back around and looks toward the staircase again, and then she looks back at me and says, "Where did he go, Mom?" And I said, "I don't know, baby. I never saw the man." That was just, that's it.
Okay, well, that's a good one, I guess. There could have been a man there that you didn't see. Or...
Yeah, it was only about 2, so.
Okay, well, I appreciate the story. Thank you very much. Again, with that one, I'm not sure what to do with it. There could have been a man there. Or there could have been a man there that only she saw. Kind of hard to say, huh? Let's go to New Hampshire and Mike. Hi, Mike.
Hi, Art. How's Wells?
Thank you.
Good. Well, my story started about 23 years ago. My father had rented a house with his boss, split-entry house, cathedral ceilings, beautiful place. The first night that we moved in, my first night that was actually quite bad. I started with a really bad dream of me coming up on the back porch. We had like a large deck, and I saw this old man there, and he was sitting at a table, and when he turned around, his eyes were hollowed out. They were gone.
Bad.
And yeah, and he had his teeth were rotten. And just recalling it actually it makes me nervous.
Certainly the eyes go before the teeth.
Yeah. And but not only that though, he looked quite old. But I woke up from it. But when I woke up from it, I was wide awake, and there were these big balls of light that was zigzagging through my room, and I was terrified. They were like giant. I mean, people talk about like spirit orbs. I mean, this was back in the early 90s before there were any ghost shows or anything. But you were hearing these giant orbs. There was like with long tails zigzagging around my room. But that was just the first night. And a lot of things happened. You know, in the beginning, I didn't tell anyone because it was my parents and my brother. I was 16 years old. And it got to the point where I'd get up and go to the bathroom in the middle of the night.
No, I would have told everybody.
Yeah.
You're not telling anybody about this?
Well, I was 16 years old. I was scared, you know, and I didn't know what my parents would think. You know, we weren't very religious. My father was an atheist. And my father, you know, he served in Vietnam. He was hard at nails, still is today. And, you know, he just didn't believe in that stuff. And And but I get up on the use the bathroom now on the main floor. I mean, this place was huge, big living room, and then and then my brother's room was next to mine, and adjacent to ours was my parents' room. And I'd be so afraid to get up to use the bathroom because there'd be a giant mist going down the hallway. I mean, I could walk into the hallway and it was freezing cold. And I would run down, the hallway was long. This place was a mansion, but it was big. And I would run into the bathroom. And while I was using the bathroom, I could hear whispering and footsteps all through the house. And I'm just summarizing it because it's a long story. And I'm still being terrorized by a lot of it today. And so is my family. But, there was one occasion, like back in the 90s, the old computers, on the older computers, when you use a program in high res, the screens would flicker. So you'd go and buy one of those special screens you put on the Velcro, and they would stop the flicker on the screen. Back in the old days, it was PCs and Commodore Amigas and whatnot.
Sure, yeah, I remember.
Yeah, but I used to love to run it, and I still do. And as I was using my computer, I looked up, and there was this twisted face staring over my shoulder. And, of course, this was like 11 o'clock at night. It was just, I could see the eyes even now. They were red, but they weren't, like, glowing red. They were pupils, but they were reptile-like. And I jumped out of my chair.
Most people, I would say move, but in your case, I don't think it would do a darn bit of good. Whatever it is. I eventually told my parents, and they thought I was losing my mind. And, they're like, are you sure, Mike, you're not just giving these things up? I said, no. Well, I finally built up enough nerve to talk to my brother, whose name is Ken. Come to find out he was experiencing the same thing. Seeing the faces and screens and seeing figures in the house. I could give a furnished basement downstairs, and that's where the laundry room was, and I go downstairs in the laundry. And as I go to walk back upstairs, I hear someone whisper my name. And of course, I start running up the stairs. Right, I start running up the stairs. When I turn around, I see this white figure with bulging eyes. I can't describe what it looks like. It wasn't so much later that I've seen these UFO documentaries. Listen, guy, you're haunted. I mean, you are just thoroughly, completely followed and haunted. That's all there is to it. You don't bother moving. Obviously, that thing will come with you. Good heavens to Betsy. Will be right back on Spooky Matter. There are people like that. No matter what they do, they're haunted. The wormhole yields the following. John says, I think your show is overwhelming XM internet tonight. I'm trying to maintain a connection for the last 2.5 hours. Can't stay connected for over 15 minutes and trouble getting your webpage to load back on. Horrible. Sorry, John. Yes, we're aware of the troubles and we're monitoring them. And I'll have something to say about all that tonight. But yes, it's rough. We know. All right, let's... Well, let me see here. How about Washington and Craig? Hello, Craig.
Hey, I'm here.
Okay. Then it's your turn. Yes, it is, Mr. Bell. I'm fine.
All right. Well, I'm going to tell you, as I left the bowl out, took a treat, take as many Roswell as you would like.
Thank you.
It's still there.
Yes.
All right. Well, yeah, this story thread is kind of a little bit difficult to just get down in one sentence. It's got to be a few things. It kind of equates around some of the history of the property that was on. And this goes back to an area called Clarksburg, Pennsylvania, or anywhere back east. It's actually in California. It's about 14 miles from Capitol Steps.
Okay.
UC Davis in the 1980s, 1890s, I should say. Uptight here about that. But formed this conglomeration about reclamation of properties that were taken over by the floodplains of the Delta. So they came in and they went with this whole invention about pumping up the water and storing up the land. So these are sacred lands to the Indians of that place.
Mm-hmm.
So Anyway, what they did was they were able to get the pumping stations in and get this one area reclaimed, which pretty much reclaimed the whole Delta region of the Sacramento area and then down in San Joaquin.
Okay.
But the guy named John McClellan, the person that did the landscaping there in Golden Gate Park, came in and did all of the landscaping on this property, and they made this property the signature soap piece of this land.
Mm-hmm.
So it kind of goes on from there, where there was something spiritual about this land to the native Americans that were occupying it and living in that area. This is something that they claimed as their own, and this is where they buried a lot of their dead. It's high ground, but it was also something near the water. And then, you have all the effluent of all the levees and dikes and things that were naturally created there. So they felt that. So it kind of comes down to where there's a lot of key players in this. I guess what we need to do is cut this short because
we do, yes.
I know I'm going there with you. There are a lot of people there that are involved in this, but one of the people that came into the hands of this property, a guy named Gus Sands, and this is all public record, I can talk about this.
Just sort of tell me what happened. In other words,
the heart
of the story.
Okay. Well, anyway, there's a lot of figurative things that happened in this event.
Yes.
And what we were doing is we were trying to bring this property back up to market, and we were working on it. And so, and as we were working with it, we had a lot of characters involved. We'll show all the threads, and maybe someday I'll write a book. Who knows? But not for tonight's listeners, okay?
Okay.
So what we're doing is, in the summers in Sacramento, they get very hot sometimes. And so we would do the siesta thing, right now about 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and get yourself a little cooled off. Now, I happen to have a water bed at the time that used to take the sheets off right on the cooler bed, how that is.
Right.
Well, I had this event where kept having these kind of weird dreams about electricity, and I'm an electrician, so I didn't figure it was more than just my imagination, but in some of these dreams, I was being lifted up through a light socket up in the ceiling, and then I'd come away with physical marks.
Physical marks? That can happen in dreams, yeah.
Well, no, I exhibited to people that saw them and thought maybe it was scratch my leg. No, they were handprints where I could not put them on my ankle.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, those were weird enough things, and there was a lot of other things that tailed into this. But I guess the most amazing thing about this whole story was that I met this gal, and she was very spiritual. As a matter of fact, she was kind of a handler for this.
Okay, we're going to actually have to get to the heart of the story, the end of the story.
All right, we're going to go right to it then. I guess it's okay. More.
Yes.
So it happened that I was with this one particular gal. She was a runway model and was a handler of facilities. And she's very spiritual, and she did a lot of healing things. And we had all that energy going. There's a lot of energy connected to this property to begin with, and which I didn't get a chance to tell you about all that. But as it turns out, like I said, I had these recurring dreams. The one night, we were resting, and then I fell asleep, and then in my dream, I was going in and out of from the bedroom to the kitchen, and the kitchen was a brightly lit, really beautifully, kind of like green, and then checkerboard foundation on the bottom, and the lights were dimming up and down, and the guy was following behind me in my dream, but it was all well lit. It was all just like you would see it in your waking state. Okay, so, and then I kind of looked behind that door as I was waking up. Spooks are here, because I used to refer to these guys as spooks. They used to haunt the closet. So somehow I was like back in bed, and she was holding me down on the bed because she said I kept coming off the bed levitating, and that those were her words, levitating. Like I said, going towards the fixture in the ceiling above my bed.
Well, you apparently like electricity.
I guess I'm an electrician. I guess I would.
Okay, well, thank you, Craig, but we just sort of didn't get there. The levitating part was definitely interesting, but boy, that was a long trip. Let's go to Texas and meet Bill. Hello, Bill.
All right, what a pleasure. First off, I got to tell you, Megan Roswell's, and it is so good to hear your voice. I've loved you for years, and you're so much better than anybody else out there. Okay, I'm a doctor. I'm 67 years old, and back when I was in medical school, I was an exchange student, and I went to the University of London, Middlesex Hospitals. And both their hospitals and their doctors and their nurses were really great, but they were a lot less, they used a lot less technology than we did. The nurses were called sisters.
Mm-hmm.
And in working with the patients, I had a patient ask me about a very kind, nice lady that offered her tea, and who was that person? Well, I didn't know who that was, and I asked around in the hospital, and then this is something that all the hospital staff knew, but none of the patients knew, and they didn't want anybody to talk about it at all. And the story of a ghost named the Gray Lady.
Mm-hmm.
It turns out that patients that ended up dying right before they would die would see this apparition that they thought was a nurse, but she was dressed as the old nurses back then did, before the current ones. And this is, I'm talking about the 70s, so even before that. And she would offer them tea, and they would be dead within 24 hours.
Wow.
And they told the story. Yes.
There was a story kind of like this. That was actually in the mainstream press not long ago about a cat that would go and curl up next to somebody. I think it was in a nursing home. And every time this cat went to somebody, they would, within, as you point out, 24 hours or so, die.
Right. Well, I didn't read about that, but that's the kind of thing that was going on there. But they had their own theory about it. And one time they told the story, the staff there, about an apparently well patient that said, who was that really nice lady that wanted to know if I wanted tea? And this was a lady that was doing well and what?
Oh, no.
Yeah.
I see it coming. I hear it coming.
Right, and she was dead within 24 hours of a pulmonary embolus, a blood clot to her lungs. And nobody thought she was going to die. So it wasn't like somebody was just going to the people that we expected to die.
I hear you.
And the theory they had about it was that this was a nurse who was taking care of people in the old days in that hospital, Middlesex Hospital. Mm-hmm. And the patient had asked her for some tea, and she forgot about it, forgot to bring it. And the patient died. And so their theory was after she died, this was a way of making amends to try to cover patients who were about to die. And they believed it totally. They were totally convinced of it, and they wouldn't let anybody tell it to anybody outside the circle of people that worked there. Because
As a doctor, how did you feel about this?
You know, I have seen so many things that you wouldn't think was possible. People live that you wouldn't think should have lived. I'm on board with it. I really am. I mean, I think there's more things out there than people know about.
Obviously so. Thank you very much. That's very interesting from a doctor. It would be interesting, wouldn't it, to hear from other physicians that I know have heard many and have seen many things that should not be possible, and yet are. Still, as a doctor, as a scientist, actually, and you can refer to a doctor, I think, as a scientist of sorts, right? Very well schooled. It's almost ingrained in them to, well, chuckle at this sort of thing, and yet they meet up with it. And as they do again and again and again, I wonder how it affects them. All very, very interesting. All right, let's see with the times. Obviously, Marty in California has been waiting a long time. Hi, Marty.
Hi, Art. How are you?
Fine.
I just wanted to tell you about something that happened to our family. I adopted my 3 little grandchildren, and the 10-year-old granddaughter of mine, she went over to a friend's house to spend the night, and she'd been over there a couple of times before, and it had taken her a while to go back, and I just thought maybe it was just her and the little girl maybe, had gotten into words or something. Kids do that. Anyway, she went over, and she called me the next morning, and this was a child that doesn't get excited over anything. She was, Grandma, you have to come and get me right now. And I said, what's wrong with you? And she said, you just have to come and get me right now, Grandma. You can't, you stop doing anything you're doing and you come and get me. So I got in the car and I went over there. I knew it wasn't just a child thing. So I picked her up and she ran and got in the car and I left and I come home and I told her, I said, Sissy, what happened to you? And she said, nothing, Grandma. And I said, did someone hurt you or did someone scream at you? Did someone touch you? No, Grandma, I'm okay. I'm okay. And so I just let her go because I thought maybe it was just nothing. And that evening, it was about time to go to bed. She came in and she said, Grandma, I need to talk to you alone. So we went in my bedroom and she just broke down and started crying hard and shaking. And I said, what is wrong with you? And she said, Grandma, there's 2 black figures in that house over there. And she said, they're real bad. And I said, what are you talking about? She said, last night when I was asleep, she said, something was breathing in my ear. And then she said, well, and it started pulling me across the carpet and had me by my ankle. And she said, I went to the shower and the next morning, and she said that something was on the other side of the shower curtain. And she got so scared that she ran out without even drying off. And she said, Grandma, it's playing with that lady's babies. She has a little baby. So I had to make her bed next to my bed because she just was hysterical. She was so scared and traumatized. And so the next morning I called my friends and I said, you need to come over here because we need to talk. And she came over and I told my granddaughter, I said, tell her what you told me. And she just broke down crying again. She said, there's 2 black things over there and they're playing with your baby. And my girlfriend, she completely fell apart. So I told her she needed to ride home, and I said, well, I'll give you a ride and my granddaughter said, well, I don't want to go. I said, come on, Sissy, I'm not going to leave you alone, home alone. So you go. We're not going to get out. So I drove up in the driveway, and it's kind of an upgraded driveway, uphill a little.
Yes.
I pulled up there, and the lady got her baby, and she got out. And, this lady's hysterical. She doesn't know what to do. And she's scared too. And I told her, whatever you do, don't keep the baby from them. It might make whatever it is mad. And then it could really, if it's playing with the baby and not bothering it. Anyway, she got out and all of a sudden my 10-year-old granddaughter started kicking the back of the passenger seat. She was screaming like somebody was stabbing her. She said, go, Grandma, go, he's coming out the bathroom window. It was a 2-story. And I said, oh my God. And she said, she just was screaming and hysterical. Grandma, go, go, go. So I flew out of there.
You saw nothing?
No, I didn't see anything. I was having some kind of cardiac arrest when she was doing this because it scared me so bad. And seeing her is hysterical. So I flew out of the driveway, almost tore up my car, got her home. She was just hysterical for days and days. Slept next to my bed. I had to get a see-through shower curtain because she was worried about something being on the other side. It took a couple of months before she was sleeping in her own room. And
right, I would suppose that this kind of thing would put you into a state of shock. So that, yes, you wouldn't want to be in the shower, and if you were, you'd want to be able to see out. And playing with babies? No, I think perhaps it would be interpreted by somebody as play, but it only takes once, right? Let's go to Jeff in California. Hi, Jeff.
Hello, Art. How are you?
Quite well, thank you.
Great, great. I'm a little nervous, so you'll have to bear with me a little bit. I'll try my best here.
Let's take a deep breath and just
yeah. Yeah, we're not all used to being on the radio like you are. I have a ghost story that happened to me. It was back in June of 1985. A friend of mine that I grew up with, I had the same birthday, and I hadn't seen him for a few years. And we always tried to get together on a birthday because we have the exact same birthday. And at that time, he ended up in a little town called Lake Elsinore. And I drove out there. We got together and we went to, I asked him, you know, if there were any old abandoned houses or anything like that to visit, because that's what we did a lot of when we were growing up. And he told me there was this great one nearby, and we went by it. It was this gigantic structure. And it was left over from like the 1920s.
All so, abandoned houses. I spent some time with a few.
Yeah, it was always fun to explore when we were kids, you know. So just kind of doing a little catching up and all of that. But when I saw this place, I was just extremely intimidated. It was just massive, you know. And he's like, we're going to go in there tonight after dinner. And I'm like, you got to be kidding me, you know. It's just huge. So we went and ate. And driving towards the place, we ran into a friend of his, walking down the street, told him about it, went to his place, got a crappy.
Yes, we just lost that
place.
Oh, you are there.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Did we cut off or?
Yeah, for a second.
Oh, I'm sorry. I don't know what that was.
Anyway, go ahead.
So we went through this place, and it was extremely huge. It just took hours and hours to go through every bit of this place, room after room, on and on and on. Went through there, went out the back, and trying to explain this because we went up an outside staircase. We're sitting next to a room up there, at the top of the stairs, and suddenly I heard footsteps down below, and I was extremely, you know, we were all very nervous. It's like, oh my gosh, you know, who's in there? And no one said a word, and we're just sitting there, and the footsteps got closer and closer and closer and closer until they were upstairs on the level we were at, and these footsteps came right up. I had my back to a door. It was just pitch black in this room. And I mean, whatever it was walking just right up within arm's length of me. And it was just, you know, I had no idea who was there. And we just jumped up and we bolted out of this place as fast as we possibly could, you know. And it was just really, I was just really shook up about that. Like, you know, who the heck was that? Well, I went back the next day, drove out.
Now, why would you go back after that?
Well, because I just went out to visit. It was broad daylight.
Mm-hmm.
So completely different thing. Yeah, and the thing that just, you know, really got me was that seeing in the daylight, these footsteps that I heard, and they were as plain as can be, they were in the room below us and they came upstairs. And it's just, to make it quick, whatever was making those footsteps, and they were as clear as my voice is.
Mm-hmm.
This person, or whatever it was, went through the ceiling and went through walls, came, you know, it was just, there was no way to go from the lower level where the footsteps started, except to come outside into this back courtyard and come up the flight of stairs at the top of which we were sitting at.
Well, those can do that. I mean, they can.
Yeah, no kidding. I mean, but I just couldn't figure that out. Well, I stayed there the whole day. I mean, we were hanging out, and we went back to that night. I had brought a really big flashlight with me. We went through the whole place again. Nothing happened. We went out the back again, and we went out into the courtyard. We went up the same flight of stairs, back to the very same room. Went inside. It's like peering through there. There's a little bathroom. It's all broken up. I mean, this place is abandoned. It's been that way for quite some time. And then as we were peering into this bathroom with a flashlight, all of a sudden there's this loud boom noise. But it was so strange because it was like just a second before that noise, we both just sort of simultaneously jumped back and stepped together. And then this noise, and then these bats come flying out of this bathroom, you know. And like, they're all, you know, I mean, brushing through the hair and across the face and everything. But I heard these two very distinct grunting noises, very low, guttural grunt. And it was like, bats don't make that kind of noise. And in my head, I'm not telling you, so I heard a voice say, "Get out." They did not. But in my head, those words translated to that, if that makes sense.
Well, it makes sense, and you should have gone immediately out. That's certainly what I would have done. California and David.
All right, how are you?
Well, very well, thank you.
Fantastic. It's a pleasure to talk to you, especially on Halloween.
Yes, sir.
My ghost story goes back to 1988. I had just graduated high school and was working at this garden center in Pasadena, California. And it was a great place. It was, a lot of the structures on the property were back from the early 1900s. And one day I'm in one of the buildings, and it's about a 15 by 15 room, and I'm against one of the sides of the building, cutting up some paper, and I end up backing up into a ghost.
And how does one know you backed up into a ghost?
Well, I felt the person behind me when I stepped back. My foot ended up on their foot, so my heel didn't touch the ground, and I felt like I pushed a body back. And I turned around, I thought it was my boss having snuck up behind me, and I turned around, and this is a big room, and there was nothing there. And by the time I stopped running,
I don't know. Yeah, that's right. Thank you. You ran. That's what I would have done too. When you're bumping into a body, you can feel it. It's very solid. So, yeah.
Absolutely. I literally turned around and said, "I'm sorry," and I don't think I got the word "sorry" out. I ended up coming back into the store. I literally ran probably a couple hundred feet out into the street, and came back and talked to a couple of the employees there, and they had told me that up to 3 people had killed themselves on that site, and that just freaked me out. But,
I would say you definitely had an encounter with, I'm not going to say disembodied spirit, because it sounds like that spirit had body. Let's go to Arizona and Barbara. Hello, Barbara.
Hi, Eric. I'm just very thankful for your call. Very, very lucky for me to talk to you. Anyway, this happened several years ago. I was in my house here in Phoenix, Arizona, and my husband and I were, it was close to Halloween, and we were watching TV, and it was actually close to midnight. I think it might have been October 5th or something, but I'm not sure. But we were watching a show called Most Haunted. It was an English show with a girl named Yvette, and they were supposedly doing a live show in London, ghost hunting. And they were having like a seance. They were supposed to be getting in touch with Jack the Ripper at one point, and then they were doing a Ouija board. And we had all the lights in the house out. We thought it was kind of amusing, and we were kind of enjoying it. So while we were watching the show, I had to go to the bathroom. So my husband was in bed, which is actually an important point. I got up, and I went down the hall, which is like you go a short hall, and then you make a right. So I was like 2 halls away. And I shut the door, and I heard from the back of the hall that I was next to, in the back of that hall is a guest bedroom. I heard footsteps coming down the hall from that room. And they were very slow, heavy, plodding steps. And the whole house was dark. I didn't bother to turn on any lights. And I thought, why is Robert getting up? And I thought, well, is he going to go feed the cat? Or because it was going towards the kitchen. But in my heart, I knew that that was not my husband. I just was aware that subconsciously that those were not his walking.
Right.
The steps got closer to me. They were very slow. They sounded just like Frankenstein. Seriously. And then they went into the kitchen and stopped. And I thought, if I open this door and it's all black out there, like I'm just going to die. I opened up the door, it was all black out there.
Oh, boy.
Yeah. And,
You obviously lived.
I don't know what that was. I went back down the hall. My husband's lying in bed, staring at me. And I looked at him and I said, I thought I heard you walk down the hall. And he looked at me and he goes, I thought I heard you walk down the hall. But you were supposed to be in the restroom, and then I saw the light come on when you opened the door again. So we both heard it from different parts of the house.
Right, I got you. Let me tell you what I think. And it's just what I think. It's not what I know. You were watching, you said, a seance on television. You were watching somebody manipulate a Ouija board on TV. And this is just a wag, but listen. These things invite things to you. And it may well be that even on television, it does not matter. If you're watching this kind of material, or I might add, listening to a program like one you're listening to right now, that discussion of these things invites things to you that you might not want. Just a word of warning. But even through the TV, Ouija boards, seances, no. Not good. Maybe okay tonight, but otherwise not good.
I can see her lying back in your satin dress in a room where you do what you do.
All right, where to go here? To Indiana and Phil. Hi, Phil.
Hi, Art. It's great to hear you on frequencies other than 80 meters.
Well, thank you.
And I want to give a shout out to the Bell Gap people that I'm very loosely affiliated with them. Thank God. My story is about a friend of mine from the 80s, went back when I lived in Illinois, and we more or less lost touch with one another, as people do when they get older. And I moved to this really painfully small town called Alton, which was literally out in the middle of nowhere. And it's a fairly short story. I was laying in bed, sleeping, minding my own business, and out of dead sleep, and I don't like to get up in the morning, so this had to be something for me. Somebody's tugging on my foot, and I thought, oh, what's this? And it was my friend David saying goodbye. And when this happened, I just kind of wrote it off as, pizzas and night being forward, but I was curious, so I, got up and got ready to go to work, turn on radio, and there's a news story that my friend David had died in a car accident about 3 miles south of where I was.
Good morning.
Yeah, and it hit me pretty hard.
And he had been tugging on your foot, waking you up to say goodbye.
That's right. And we were very close, and I hate to bandy the word spiritual sense out there, but we weren't typical, not high school kids.
Yeah.
So it actually figured that he would do that, if you know what I mean.
It does. That's one hell of a story, buddy. I don't know what to tell you, but if it had happened to me, I guess first there would be horrible shock, and then I don't know. I guess you'd be at peace with it because you realize your friend did say goodbye to you, but that's rough stuff. That really is rough stuff. I wonder how many get the opportunity, to say goodbye to anybody. Fascinating. Absolutely fascinating. To North Carolina and Ron. Hi, Ron.
Hello, Art. Roswell to you. And I wanted to just give you a brief start on what happened to me. I have a best friend, and we've known each other for 30 years, and we fish a lot, and it's night fishing. And, of course, as both we were school teachers, so that meant not much day fishing. So we do a lot of night fishing, especially in the summertime. And that's how I got started listening to you each night. And I probably had the first CC radio test, and I also have the VersaCorder and all of this because I would have to get up early in the morning to go teach school. And so I would have your program to record every night.
I see.
Well, And so Wallace, who is my best friend, and I would go out fishing night on the weekends, and we were having to go through at that time. I think WBT in Charlotte was one of your stations
Right.
back then, and we would just get out there, and of course we would hear most of it. The boat would turn some way, and then a way that we would lose a little bit of the signal, and so it was just because it was coming in. Charlotte was coming in on Skip, and you know how Skip goes in and out.
Comes and goes.
Sure you do. I'm a KA4 FUG for 25 years, so we know about Skip. Well, so we were fishing, and it was late at night, and I was listening to you, and he was listening to you as we fished, and you had just gotten through the section where you would give the world news and talk, maybe the first 15 minutes on the world news, and I didn't know what your next topic was going to be, because we'd catch a fish, and that would go over top of your topic, and then so on. So we moved up to this lake, and we moved up to a point where there was a creek running in, and it was running into the main body of water, and we were almost to the headwaters of the lake. And as we sat on this point, and normally that's a great place to catch fish, because you've got the creek coming in with fresher water, cooler water, and running into the main body of the water. Well, I was just looking around and listening to you, and looking around and fishing, and looked up toward the headwaters, and I saw this what I would describe as a night light, a street light, and it was sort of pinkish. And I thought, well, it would be, this lake is so remote, Art, that there are no houses on the lake. There's nothing there. There's one boat launch, and you have to drive a 5-mile dirt road to get to it.
Right. So what did it turn out to be?
Well, this light moved, and the next time I looked at it, it was bigger. And then the next time I looked at it, it was bigger, and it started coming through the trees. And the weirdest thing, Art, as it would come through the trees, if you were to take a flashlight and walk through the trees with a flashlight, every time you went behind the tree, you wouldn't see the light. But yet this was coming through the trees, this whole forest of trees, and you could continuously see the light. And it was a ball that started out no bigger than if you were looking 3/4 of a mile away at a street light, and it got to be, as it approached us, as large as a good-sized pumpkin. And by this time, we were getting scared. I'll be honest with you. And so we turned off all our lights on the boat so as not to attract anything. And all of a sudden, this thing came, and it came out right out to the point, and the point was clear on the end. There were no trees where the point ran to the water, and it came right on off and went into the water, and that was the last we saw of it. It didn't.
Ooh, that's weird.
I turned it off, Art.
That is really weird. I have no clue. That's a cross between a ghost story and a UFO story. I have no idea what that would be. Something that would grow or very small light, bigger, basketball size, and then into the water in front of you. Pretty weird stuff. Let's go to Ohio, I believe, and Debbie. Maybe not. Hold on.
I like Scott in Maryland.
Yeah, Scott in Maryland is where we are. Hi, Scott.
Hi, Art. Happy Halloween and many happy Roswells from my wife, Jessica, and her mother, Nadine, who have been fans of yours for decades.
That's the way to get those plugs in.
I met my one and only ghost in 1978 in a lighthouse in Long Island Sound. I was in the Navy. I was 20 years old. I was in submarine school in Groton, Connecticut. And through reasons that I don't remember, I came to make a friend who was in the Coast Guard and was one of the lighthouse keepers of the New London Ledge Lighthouse, which is in Long Island Sound between the north shore of Long Island and the Connecticut coastline.
Yes.
And at one point he said, "Hey, how about you come on up to the lighthouse for some weekend?" And I said, "Sure, that sounds great."
So I got together with a buddy, and we picked up a bunch of groceries, and we went across the river from Groton, where sub school is, to New London. And he picked us up in the Zodiac and took us out to the lighthouse and showed us all around, and it was great. And we're having a good time out of the lighthouse, and it's a Saturday night. And there's 4 of us who are watching TV there. It's the 2 postguardsmen who are on duty, and myself and my friend from sub school. And we're watching Saturday Night Live, and we hear this big bumping noise from upstairs, really, really loud. And so we go upstairs to see what it is, and we don't really see much except a bunch of free weights, like for weightlifting, the big round heavy one.
Oh, yes.
Okay, they're scattered all over the floor of this room at the lighthouse that they use as an exercise room.
So that had been the noise.
That had been the noise. And my friend Jerry then says, well, yeah, there's a ghost out there. And he tells us the story of the ghost of the lighthouse. And apparently it dates back to the 1930s when civilians were lighthouse keepers. And the way the story went, according to Jerry, was that a husband and wife had been taking care of the lighthouse, and she had been fooling around on him, and he found out about it. And when he found out about it, he threw himself off the top of the lighthouse and killed himself. So, okay, we thought, that's pretty interesting, and we went back downstairs to watch TV. There was a TV room. So it was a short time later, and all 4 of us are again watching TV. And we again hear this, loud thumping, noise from upstairs. Well, this time we ran upstairs to understand what the heck was going on. And we get to the exercise room, and this was the strangest thing. All of the free weights that had been scattered around the floor were stacked up in the middle of the room, with the biggest ones on the bottom, and then going all the way up to the smallest ones on the top, and they were stacked up there in the neatest stack you could imagine.
And so from the time you heard the noise, you ran up, and it could not possibly have happened that quickly.
Well, no, and plus, all 4 of us were together, so it's not like somebody was trying to pull a fast one. And and then, we were all kind of freaked out at the time. I was, like I said, I was like 20 at the time. And then the next day, my friend Jerry took us down to the basement of the lighthouse, and he dragged out all the old logs, all the log books from the lighthouse, from when the Coast Guard kept it and from when civilians kept it. And if you go through page after page, and over the years, there were many, many entries of people writing down entries where ghostly things had happened, and some of them were just like standard ghostly stuff, like, doors slamming and creaking noises and stuff. But the really cool ones were like entire floors would be painted, or grass would be polished, or stuff like that. And it was almost like this guy, this dead lighthouse keeper who threw himself off the top of the lighthouse, was haunting it and was trying to keep the place up, keep up his full duties. So
that sounds that's exactly right, and that is what occurred. And obviously, it was haunted. There are haunted places, right? And isn't it interesting that he had books, logs of prior hauntings? That would be eerie, wouldn't it? Really eerie to sit down after that had happened to you and begin reading of the years of hauntings. Wild stuff. All right, Kansas Springs Joe. Hi. Hello. Hello. Going once.
Can you hear me?
I hear you.
Hi.
Hi.
Hi there.
Well,
wow. I went a little while. It's pretty cool to hear from you, Arthur.
It's cool to hear from you, sir. Do you have a story?
No, I have a pretty good story. It's 2 stories in one, I would say. Basically, back in 2001, my father passed away. He was a big fan of yours, actually. He's
2 levels for you, and since he was a fan for me.
Yes. We trust me, you're probably gaining fans at this point. He passed away. I was probably 19 years old at the time.
it was in March. It was I come home from 2 years of playing college football, and at Christmas break, semester change. I switched colleges and came out to a local college. Anyways, I came home and he passed away in March when and then a couple months later, I failed out of school. I mean, it wasn't good for me or my mom, but my older brother was I guess you call him an overachiever. He was a high school valedictorian, perfect SAT, 1600.
Yeah, I had a system like that.
Yeah.
Anyway, your story?
Well, the story is that 10 years later, almost 10 years later, after the death of my father, I come home and I'm married. I have a 1-year-old kid, and then 2 years after that, I get a divorce. Don't want to get
Sorry
into
to
that.
follow that, sir, but your
Well, of course. What happens is I'm sitting there one night with my mother, and she's telling me the story. She says, I'm sitting in my house. Basically, what happened was a man from down the street said that he had seen my father walk into his house, and then he came down to tell my mom that she needs to look into his shirt pocket for a note. She looks into his shirt pocket for a note. She finds the note. My brother goes to college based on the note. It takes more.
Stop. Well, there's a lesson in it for you. You have to get to the point, to your story, before the phones give out. Adam in Canada, you're on the air. Hello.
Hi, how's it going?
Fine.
So my story involves a friend of mine. Just got cabin a few streets down from my place in West Washington. And we've got my friend's little brother. He's never slept in the room in his cabin. And he's always complained that it was haunted. But nobody believed him because he was the boss clown and always joking around, messing around with the family. So nobody took any notice of him. And
are you talking right into the phone? Because it's kind of hard to understand what you're saying.
Sorry, I don't see the phone. So the family lives in Hawaii and they have their place in the summer in Washington. And they decided to move here full time, decided to sell this little cabin, buy a bigger place, and they decided to sell it back to the family they bought it from.
Yes.
And when they offered it back to the original family, their father said, I'm too old to look after it, I'll offer it to my kid. So he called up his son, and his son was like, no, I don't want the cabin, it's haunted. And the father was like, what do you mean? He goes, oh, it used to be an old man and cover all pointing at the lake with. So the old man was like, okay, don't worry, I won't go to you. I'll tell him no thanks. So he calls back to my friend's dad and goes, sorry, we don't want it. And long story short, my son says it's haunted. My friend's dad goes, oh, that's funny. My son says the place is haunted too. And he goes, what's wrong? He goes, well, he says that there's an old man pointing at a light switch. He goes, oh, okay, I'll ask my son what he says. Sure enough, my friend's little brother says he sees the exact same thing. This is 10 years apart that they're seeing the same ghost.
Well, there's, I guess, pretty good basis for that sort of thing. It is said that ghosts do things repetitively, sometimes again and again and again. Maybe that's some sort of karma that comes upon them, but they're always doing the same thing. Some kind of cycle, some kind of repetitive cycle. Hello there in Canada. Mike, you're on the air.
Oh, wow. How are you, Art?
I'm okay, sir.
I'm a little nervous, so please bear with me. Anyway, in Nova Scotia, Canada, and we live in a fairly old house. Actually, a very old house, 200 or so years old. I live in a town called Annapolis Royal, and it's actually one of the oldest towns in North America. It's actually the location of the most battles fought in North America and all kinds of things like that. Check it out on Wikipedia if you have a minute, and you'll see what I mean. Anyway, I'll get to the point. Basically, when I was a little kid, probably 8 or so, I got this feeling, kind of 2 in the morning, woke up in the middle of the night, and I saw this, I guess to say it politically correctly, an African-American gentleman standing over my bed. I live, like I said, that house is a very old house. We're the last house on a very old dirt road, community of probably 50 people. Anyway, like I said, I saw this apparition, ran into my parents' room. They kind of just dismissed it as, a bad dream, and went back to bed. And anyway, years later, I had kind of, asked around about it, of course, told this story, over the years, and to some older people in the community. And anyway, I got to talking to them, and they told me a story about how the people who built my house were actually African American, and they moved here to Canada after the expulsion of the Acadians, if you know your history. Anyway, so basically, we're at the last house on this road, like I said, far away from the actual community of Annapolis Royal. So they gave all the black settlers the furthest land from town, of course, black, basically, it was
different time.
Yeah, exactly. So basically, how the story went that I heard was that just because of the fact that they were black and they were doing all right for themselves, some of the white settlers came and hung them, basically. And the house was abandoned for years, and people picked it up over time. My parents were actually expats. They came up here in the late 70s and rebuilt this house, and it's work in progress kind of thing, but hobby farm kind of idea. Anyway, like I said, we've done more verification over the years. We got some information from the deed office that verified their name. Names were actually
Okay, well, I don't need the name, but it is.
No, I mean, it was just a very interesting story. But like I said, I've seen this, saw this apparition, and
okay, we've got to run, sir. We're way out of time. But you did see an apparition. No question about that. This is Spooky Matter on Halloween. All right. We're way out of time. My favorite story of the night, I've got to say, was the one that never ended and never got to the point. Something I'll remember that forever. All right. As many of you may know, because you've been helping us with it, SiriusXM, which is really a great satellite company, mainly delivering, of course, to vehicles, cars and trucks and so forth, has been having quite a bit of trouble with their streaming partners. In fact, to the degree that it makes listening difficult. Many thousands of my listeners came on board when it began, but they've fallen off because of that reason, a very difficult reason, the 1001 error and many others. It's kind of a systemic problem. We do have a monstrous vehicle audience, of course. However, for a caller-driven show like this, speaking only to people on cell phones in moving vehicles is, somewhat difficult. This show also is being pirated. Oh, you have no idea. We are all over the net right now. From YouTube, you'll see my show the next day, to to a server in England, for example, that's streaming the show live. All of this pirating. And because of all this, I have asked SiriusXM to alter their normal method of doing business and allow free streaming for everybody. And I say that again, free streaming for everybody from artbell.com. The live show only, of course. All value-added stuff, like on-demand old shows and so forth would remain with SiriusXM. Now, they say they may have an answer for this by Monday. It's my position that nobody in the world is going to ever cancel a radio in their car or their truck simply because we stream a 4-hour, live stream for 4 days. Now, that may not be their decision, of course, but if we get the opportunity to do this streaming, and they are considering it, we will kick some serious butt, pun intended. If not, we may not have a viable situation going forward, but I'm looking forward, knocking on wood, I do have wood here, that Monday we'll see, hopefully, a yes. And that's the situation we're in. So, sorry to sort of drop this on you at the last moment, but it is an interesting situation in which longtime listeners have had a very difficult time because of all this error stuff. And we do have a situation where we can stream very effectively, in fact, to virtually everybody. It represents a kind of a new business model, one that we're hoping they'll accept or at least give a try to. And there you have it. That's the announcement that I wanted to make, and that's the current situation. And for those that have helped with the streaming problem, I want to thank you because, we've asked for people to identify the streaming error and then what kind of system you have, what kind of computer, and all the rest of it. So we pretty well nailed down the fact that it is a continuing problem. And this would be a wonderful solution. Let me repeat that what we're hoping for is free streaming for everybody. It's pretty out there hope. But in fact, we may do it. So there you have it. I guess I better get to my young lady here. This is Crystal, of course, and she's the one who always leads us out. So lead us out, she will. Again, thank you all very much. Thank you for Spooky Matter, all the spooky stories, even the one that never came to the point, and I'm sure, given the opportunity, never would have ended. Good night, all.
This magical journey will take us on a ride, filled with the longing, searching for.
Welcome to Open Shelf Audiobooks. Okay, let's dive in. We're going to tackle some questions that, humans have been asking for a really, really long time.
The big ones, right?
Exactly. Like, where did everything come from? Why is the universe the way it is? Is there, a point to it all?
Yeah, these aren't just idle thoughts. They've actually driven science forward for centuries, maybe millennia. A long journey of discovery.
Absolutely. And for this deep dive, we're looking at a book that honestly brought these huge ideas to so many people. Stephen Hawking's A Brief History of Time.
A truly iconic book. Its success was just, staggering for something dealing with theoretical physics.
I know. The source mentioned it was on the London Sunday Times bestseller list for 237 weeks. That's an incredibly long time for any book, let alone one about cosmology.
It really shows you how much people do want to understand these things. It tapped into this deep, maybe long-standing curiosity we all have.
Millions sold, translated into, 40 languages? It just blew away expectations.
Yeah, it really did. There's that great quip from Nathan Myhrvold, who helped Hawking, saying he probably sold more books on physics than Madonna sold about sex.
Huh. It just nails it, doesn't it? That unexpected hunger for understanding the universe.
It really does. It speaks to that fundamental human drive, to figure out our place in the grand scheme of things.
And that's exactly what we're aiming for today. We want to unpack some of the key ideas from Hawking's book. Ideas that, frankly, can mess with your common sense view of reality.
Things like relativity, quantum mechanics, black holes, space and time themselves. It's a journey through how our scientific understanding has evolved, sometimes dramatically.
Right. We'll try to break down these sometimes pretty complex concepts so you get a good handle on them, a sort of shortcut to being clued in on the universe's biggest mysteries. No physics degree required.
We'll talk about the Big Bang, why time seems to flow in one direction. Lots of fascinating stuff. We'll try to make it make sense.
It's a big topic, covers immense distances, unbelievably long stretches of time. So where do we even start? maybe, like way back.
Sounds good. You know, the book kicks off with this great little story, maybe apocryphal, who knows. A scientist gives a talk on astronomy. Earth orbits the sun orbits the galaxy.
The usual stuff.
Right. And afterwards, this little lady comes up and says, "That's all nonsense, Sonny. The world's a flat plate on the back of a giant tortoise."
Okay.
So the scientist, a bit amused, asks, and what is the tortoise standing on?
And she says,
"You're very clever, young man, very clever. But it's turtles all the way down."
Huh. Turtles all the way down. It's perfect though, isn't it? It captures that problem. Okay, what's the ultimate foundation? Does it ever stop? A puzzle we've wrestled with for a long, long time.
It really does.
Yeah.
And the earliest serious attempts at cosmology tried to provide some kind of foundation. Aristotle, for example, had this idea that things had a natural place of rest.
So rocks fall down because their natural place is down on Earth.
Exactly. And Earth itself, its natural place was at rest, at the center of everything. The sun, moon, stars, they all moved around us. It felt right based on what you see every day.
Makes sense from that perspective.
Then Ptolemy, much later, built this into a really detailed mathematical model. Earth fixed at the center.
But the planets don't move smoothly across the sky, do they? Sometimes they seem to go backwards.
Right, retrograde motion. So Ptolemy needed these complex additions. Planets moved on big spheres, but also on smaller circles attached to those spheres, epicycles, sort of wheels within wheels.
Sounds incredibly complicated. Why did people buy it for so long?
Well, for one, it actually predicted planetary positions reasonably well for the time. And crucially, it fit the philosophical and religious view. Earth and humans were central. Plus, it left space outside the stars for, heaven and hell.
Convenient, but it wasn't perfect, right?
No, it had flaws. Like, it predicted the moon should look twice as big sometimes as others, which clearly doesn't. But still, it dominated Western thought for, over 1,400 years? A very long time.
Until Copernicus came along. Quietly at first.
Yeah, in 1514, Nicholas Copernicus circulated this radical idea. What if the sun was stationary at the center, and Earth was just another planet orbiting it? Much simpler.
But he kept it kind of quiet.
For a long time, yeah. Probably worried about the reaction, especially from the church. There's a massive shift in thinking.
And his model wasn't quite right either, was it? He still used perfect circles.
He did. The observations didn't perfectly match circles. It took Johannes Kepler, using Tycho Brahe's incredibly precise data, to figure out the orbits weren't circles, but ellipses slightly flattened circles. That finally made the sun-centered model work accurately.
And then Galileo pointed his telescope upwards.
Game changer. 1609. He sees moons orbiting Jupiter. Suddenly it's obvious not everything revolves around Earth.
You could try to make the old model fit, I guess? Make Jupiter's moons orbit Jupiter while Jupiter orbits Earth?
People did try, but it got ridiculously complicated. The Copernican Keplerian model was just so much simpler and more elegant. Occam's razor, right? The simplest explanation is usually the best.
So that whole long era of thinking Earth was the absolute center started to crumble. Observation and simplicity started winning out.
And this paved the way for Newton, who brought in a whole new framework based on laws of motion and, importantly, relativity of position.
Right, Newton's laws basically said there's no absolute rest.
Exactly. His laws of motion work the same, whether you're standing still on Earth or on a smoothly moving train. You can't do an experiment inside a closed box to tell if you're moving uniformly or not. Position is relative.
If I drop a ball on a train, it falls straight down relative to me. Someone outside sees it move in an arc. Both are valid descriptions.
Precisely. So the idea of an absolute fixed position in space, gone. Depends on the observer.
But Newton did hang on to one absolute thing, didn't he?
He did. Absolute time. He believed time was universal, flowed at the same rate for everyone, everywhere, completely independent of space. Like a single cosmic clock ticking away.
Which, again, feels like common sense. Works fine for everyday stuff. Apples falling, planets moving relatively slowly.
Totally. But that assumption hit a wall when people started thinking seriously about light in the late 19th century. The idea was light waves must travel through some medium, filling all space, called the ether.
Like sound waves travel through air?
Kind of. And if Earth is moving through this ether, then the speed of light you measure should depend on whether you're measuring it in the direction Earth is moving, or against it, or across it.
Makes sense, like swimming with or against a current.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So Michelson and Morley set up this incredibly clever experiment in 1887 to detect this difference, to measure the effect of Earth's motion through the ether on the speed of light.
And they found
nothing. Absolutely no difference. The speed of light was precisely the same in all directions, regardless of Earth's motion. A huge puzzle.
How did they explain that? People must have tried.
Oh, yeah. Physicists like Lorentz came up with ideas, like maybe objects moving through the ether physically contract or clocks slow down, just the right way to cancel out the expected difference.
Kind of patching up the old idea.
Exactly. But then came Einstein in 1905. He was working as a patent clerk, not even at a university.
Amazing.
And he had this radical thought. What if there is no ether? What if the constancy of the speed of light isn't something to be explained away, but is a fundamental principle?
Okay. So accept the weird result.
Accept the weird result and see what follows. And what follows is revolutionary. If everyone, no matter how they're moving, measures the same speed for light,
But they might disagree on the distance the light traveled because they're moving relative to each other.
then they must also disagree on how long it took.
Whoa. So time isn't absolute.
Time is relative. There's no single universal clock. Each observer has their own personal measure of time, and it depends on their motion. That's the core of special relativity. Your clock literally ticks at a different rate depending on how you move relative to someone else. The duration of events becomes relative, especially over long periods or at high speeds.
Mind blown. Okay, so time isn't separate from space anymore.
That's the next logical step. They're not independent. They're woven together into a single four-dimensional continuum called space-time.
4 dimensions. 3 of space, 1 of time.
Yep. Think about locating an event. You need 3 coordinates for where it happened, like latitude, longitude, altitude, and 1 for when it happened, time. So 4 numbers specify an event in space-time.
Hard to visualize 4 dimensions, though.
Impossible for our brains, really,
Huh.
but we can use diagrams. Often we draw just one space dimension horizontally and the time dimension vertically. An object just sitting still traces a vertical line upwards. Through time, its world line. Something moving traces a slanted line.
And light traces special paths.
Light travels at the maximum possible speed, the cosmic speed limit. On these space-time diagrams, the path of light spreading out from an event forms a cone shape. The future light cone contains all events that can be influenced by that event.
And there's a past one, too.
Yet the past light cone contains all events that could possibly have influenced the event you're looking at. Because nothing travels faster than light. Anything outside these cones is, at that moment, causally disconnected.
Ah, the sun vanishing example. If the sun disappeared right now, we wouldn't know for 8 minutes.
Exactly. The event sun disappears is outside our past light cone for 8 minutes. The information that darkness travels at light speed across that huge distance, about 93 million miles, takes time, a measurable, finite time.
And this connects to seeing distant galaxies.
Absolutely. When you look at a galaxy a billion light years away, you're seeing light that left it a billion years ago.
Yeah.
You're literally looking back in time across that vast distance and that incredibly long duration.
Okay, so special relativity, unified space and time, made time relative based on the constant speed of light, but it left something out, right?
It did. Gravity, Newtonian gravity, was instantaneous action at a distance. If the sun vanished, Newton's theory said Earth would instantly fly off its orbit.
Yeah.
That conflicts with relativity's speed limit,
So Einstein needed a new theory of gravity.
which took him another 10 years of intense work. The result was general relativity, published in 1915, and it was even more revolutionary.
How so? What did it say gravity is?
It's not a force pulling objects across space like Newton thought. Einstein said gravity is the curvature, the warping of space-time itself, caused by the presence of mass and energy.
Whoa. So mass tells space-time how to curve.
And curved space-time tells mass how to move. Objects follow the straightest possible paths, geodesics, through this curved space-time. We perceive those paths as being bent by gravity.
So Earth orbits the sun not because the sun pulls it, but because the sun's mass warps space-time around it, and Earth is just following the straightest path through that warp.
That's the picture. Like a bowling ball on a rubber sheet making a dip, and a marble rolling nearby curves towards it.
Okay, that's a big shift. Did it make testable predictions?
A major one was that light itself should follow these curves. Starlight passing near the sun should be bent by the sun's gravity, making the star appear slightly out of position.
And they tested this.
Famously, during a total solar eclipse in 1919, expeditions led by Arthur Eddington went to locations where the eclipse was visible, photographed stars near the sun, and compared their positions to normal photos. They saw a shift. The amount matched Einstein's prediction. It was huge news, made Einstein world famous overnight. It showed space-time really is warped by mass, an effect measurable over the long distance light travels from a star past the sun to us.
And general relativity reinforces the idea that time is relative too.
Definitely. It predicts that time runs slightly slower in stronger gravitational fields. Clocks at sea level tick slower than clocks on a mountain. It's a tiny effect on Earth, but measurable.
Is that related to the twins paradox?
It is. The twin who travels away at high speed and returns ages less. Part of that is due to their speed, special relativity. But if acceleration or gravity is involved, which it must be to turn around, general relativity also plays a role. For a long journey, say to a nearby star and back at near light speed, the traveling twin could return decades younger than the one who stayed home. Time's passage depends on your path through space-time.
Okay, so general relativity gives us this dynamic, curved space-time. How does that help us understand the universe on the largest scales, like stars and galaxies?
Well, understanding stars starts with analyzing their light. Spread the light out into a spectrum like a rainbow, and you see patterns. The overall color tells you the star's temperature. Dark lines, missing colors, tell you what chemical elements are in the star's atmosphere. They absorb specific frequencies.
Like a fingerprint for the star.
Exactly. And in the 1920s, astronomers like Vesto Slipher started looking at the spectra of faint patches then called spiral nebulae, what we now know are other galaxies incredibly far away.
And they found something odd.
Almost all of them showed their spectral lines shifted toward the red end of the spectrum. Redshift.
Which means?
The Doppler effect. Just like a siren's pitch drops as it moves away from you, light waves from an object moving away get stretched out, shifted to longer, redder wavelengths. Redshift means moving away.
So almost all galaxies are moving away from us.
That's what it looked like. And then Edwin Hubble, using the new large telescope on Mount Wilson, did meticulous measurements. He figured out the distances to many of these galaxies, and he found a stunning correlation.
Which was?
The farther away a galaxy is, the faster it's moving away from us.
Yeah.
Double the distance, double the recession speed. Hubble's law. This was the bombshell.
Yeah.
The universe itself is expanding. These galaxies are immensely distant, their light having traveled for long, long ages to reach us.
So it's not just galaxies flying through space, it's space itself stretching.
That's the modern interpretation. Like dots on an expanding balloon, the distance between the dots increases over time. The universe is growing. The scale is immense. The observable universe stretches for billions of light years, a mind-bogglingly long distance.
Did this fit with Einstein's theory?
Actually, yes. A Russian mathematician, Alexander Friedmann, had already found solutions to Einstein's equations back in 1922 that described an expanding universe. Einstein initially dismissed them, but later acknowledged they were correct.
What did these Friedmann models say about the universe's fate?
They show different possibilities depending on how much matter and energy there is, the average density. If the density is high enough, gravity eventually wins, stops the expansion, and pulls everything back together in a big crunch. In this model, space is finite, but has no boundary, like the surface of a sphere. It expands for a long time, then contracts.
What if the density is lower?
If it's below a critical value, gravity isn't strong enough, and the universe expands forever. Space is infinite and curved like a saddle. If it's exactly at the critical density, it also expands forever, but space is flat and infinite. All these models deal with vast distances and long time scales.
But all these models tracing them backwards.
They all point back to a beginning. A time in the past, maybe 10 to 20 billion years ago, when the distance between everything was zero. The universe was incredibly hot and dense.
The Big Bang.
The Big Bang. But right at that point, the density and space-time curvature become infinite in the models, a singularity.
Like the center of a black hole, kind of?
Similar mathematical problem.
Yeah.
General relativity breaks down. It can't describe the singularity itself or what might have come before it. If anything, it's a boundary to our understanding using that theory.
So the theory that predicts the expansion can't actually describe the starting point.
Classically, no. It led to this idea that maybe you needed something outside the laws of physics to set the initial conditions. Some people didn't like that, felt it smacked of divine intervention, as Hawking put it.
Were there alternative ideas?
The main rival for a while was the steady state theory proposed by Bondi, Gould, and Hoyle in 1948. They suggested the universe looked roughly the same at all times. As galaxies move apart due to expansion, new matter is continuously created in the gaps to keep the density constant. No beginning needed.
Kind of elegant in a way. Constant creation over a long, infinite time. Was it testable?
Yes. It predicted that if you look out into space, and therefore back in time, the density of objects like galaxies should be uniform. But radio astronomers, particularly Martin Ryle's group in Cambridge, did surveys of distant radio sources. They found more sources per unit volume farther away, earlier in time.
Meaning the universe was different in the past, denser.
Exactly. That was a blow to steady state. But the real knockout punch came in 1965, completely by accident.
Ah, the microwave background noise.
Right. Arno Penzias and Robert Wilson, working at Bell Labs in New Jersey, were using this very sensitive microwave antenna. And they kept getting this persistent background hiss, noise, coming equally from all directions in the sky, day and night, all year round.
They checked everything. Bird droppings in the antenna.
Famously, yes. They ruled out all possible sources, equipment, atmosphere, our galaxy, the sun. It had to be coming from much farther away, for the distant universe itself.
And meanwhile, other scientists were actually looking for this.
Just down the road at Princeton, Robert Dick, Jim Peebles, and others were working on the idea, based on earlier work by George Gamow, that if the universe started in a hot, dense state, a hot Big Bang, the relic heat, the afterglow of that fireball, should still be detectable today.
But stretched out by the expansion.
Stretched out to much longer wavelengths into the microwave part of the spectrum, it should appear as a faint uniform background glow. Penzias and Wilson had stumbled onto exactly what the Princeton group was building equipment to find.
Wow. So confirmation of the hot Big Bang.
Massive confirmation. This cosmic microwave background, CMB radiation, is incredibly strong evidence that the universe was once extremely hot and dense. They got the Nobel Prize for it.
And there was other evidence supporting the hot early universe too.
Yes, the abundance of light elements. Back in 1948, Gano, Alpher, and Herman predicted that in the first few minutes, when the universe was hot enough for nuclear fusion, specific amounts of hydrogen, helium, and lithium should have been formed.
Before stars even existed.
Exactly, primordial nucleosynthesis. And the amounts predicted by modern calculations matched the observed abundances of these elements in the oldest stars and distant gas clouds remarkably well. There's a funny story that Gamow added Hans Beth's name to the paper, even though Beth hadn't contributed much, just so the author list sounded like Alpha, Beth, Gamow, like Alpha, Beta, Gamma.
Huh. Physicist humor. Okay, so the CMB and the light elements give us pretty solid confidence in the hot Big Bang model, describing the universe's evolution over these huge time scales, back to maybe the first second or so.
It's a very successful picture, but it still leaves that initial singularity problem where general relativity breaks down. And singularities don't just appear at the beginning of time.
They also appear in black holes.
Right. Let's talk about those. How do they form? Basically from the death of massive stars.
Stars burn nuclear fuel for a long time, right? Balancing gravity.
Millions or billions of years, depending on their mass. Our sun will burn for about 10 billion years total. But much more massive stars burn through their fuel much faster, maybe only a few million years, a short time, compared to the universe's age.
And when the fuel runs out,
no more outward pressure from fusion. Gravity wins. The star collapses catastrophically.
Doesn't something stop the collapse?
For stars up to a certain mass, yes. Electron degeneracy pressure holds up white dwarfs. Neutron degeneracy pressure holds up neutron stars, incredibly dense objects. This is worked out by Chandrasekhar. But if the collapsing core is above a certain mass limit, about 1.4 times the sun's mass for white dwarfs, maybe 2-3 times for neutron stars, even these pressures aren't enough. Collapse continues.
To form a black hole, what defines a black hole?
The event horizon. It's not a physical surface, but a boundary in space-time. Hawking defines it as the boundary of region from which it's impossible to escape to infinity, or to a large distance. Light emitted from inside the event horizon can never get out.
The point of no return. What would I see if I watched a star collapse into one from a safe distance?
It's weird because of time dilation. As the star shrinks toward the event horizon size, gravity gets incredibly strong. Time on the surface of the star slows down relative to your time far away.
So signals from it would get delayed.
More and more delayed. If an astronaut on the collapsing surface sent out light pulses every second according to their clock, you'd receive them further and further apart. The light itself would also be stretched to longer, redder wavelength gravitational redshift.
What about light emitted right as they cross the horizon?
From your perspective, it would take an infinite amount of time to reach you, and it would be infinitely redshifted, meaning zero energy. So you'd never actually see the astronaut cross the horizon. You'd see them appear to slow down, get dimmer and redder, and effectively freeze just outside the horizon, fading from view over a very long time.
But for the astronaut falling in, time doesn't freeze for them, right?
Not at all. They pass right through the event horizon. Inside, though, general relativity predicts disaster. All paths lead inevitably towards the center, where the theory says matter is crushed into a point of infinite density. another singularity.
An end of time for the astronaut.
Pretty much. And before reaching it, especially for smaller stellar mass black holes, the tidal forces would be immense. The gravity pulling on your feet would be so much stronger than on your head that you'd be stretched out like spaghetti. Spaghettification. A rather unpleasant end over a very short distance near the center.
Ouch. So general relativity predicts these singularities at the beginning, Big Bang, and inside black holes. Roger Penrose suggested they might always be hidden.
Yes, his cosmic censorship hypothesis. The idea is that singularities formed by realistic gravitational collapse are always closed, hidden inside an event horizon.
Yeah.
You can't have naked singularities visible to the outside universe, which would mean predictability breaks down for everyone. Nature, or God, as Penrose put it, abhors a naked singularity.
It's a conjecture, right? Not proven.
Still a conjecture, but widely believed in some form. It protects the predictability of physics outside the black hole.
Okay, these are wild theoretical objects. How did we get convinced they actually exist out there? Finding them seems hard if they don't emit light.
True, finding isolated black holes is tough. But we can see their effects on their surroundings. Early evidence came from quasars. These were discovered in the 1960s as incredibly bright point-like radio sources. When astronomers looked at their optical light, they found huge redshift.
Meaning they were incredibly far away. Long, long distances.
Billions of light years away. To be visible at such vast distances, they had to be emitting enormous amounts of energy, far more than any normal galaxy. The only plausible explanation seemed to be matter falling into a supermassive black hole at the center of a young galaxy, releasing immense energy as it spirals in.
Supermassive? Like how massive?
Millions or even billions of times the mass of our sun. Later, much stronger evidence came from observing the motions of stars and gas clouds very close to the centers of nearby galaxies, including our own Milky Way.
What did they see?
They saw stars orbiting an invisible central point at incredible speeds. The only way to explain those orbits, using Newton's and Einstein's laws, is if there's a tremendously massive compact object right there. All the evidence points to supermassive black holes operating on these huge galactic scales, like the one in galaxy M87 imaged recently, which is billions of solar masses.
Amazing. Are there only supermassive and stellar mass black holes?
Theoretically, maybe not. The source mentions primordial black holes. These wouldn't form from the stars collapsing now, but could have formed from the direct collapse of extremely dense regions in the very early universe, shortly after the Big Bang.
So they could be much smaller.
Potentially, yes, even down to the mass of a mountain, or less. Detecting these would be amazing because it would tell us about conditions right back then, a very, very long time ago. But they'd be hard to spot just by their gravity unless they were quite massive.
Which brings us to maybe the most famous thing Hawking discovered, that black holes aren't entirely black.
Exactly. This was a huge breakthrough connecting general relativity, quantum mechanics, and thermodynamics. It started apparently when Hawking was thinking about the definition of the event horizon, those light rays that just managed to hover on the edge, never escaping.
And he connected this to entropy, disorder.
Well, around the same time, Jacob Bekenstein had suggested that the area of a black hole's event horizon behaves like entropy. It always increases when matter falls in, similar to how the entropy disorder of a closed system always increases, according to the second law of thermodynamics. Hawking was initially skeptical. Why? Because if something has entropy, it should also have a temperature. And if it has a temperature, it should radiate heat like a hot poker glows. But black holes, by definition, aren't supposed to emit anything. It seemed like a contradiction.
So how did he resolve it?
With quantum mechanics. The key insight is that the radiation doesn't come from inside the black hole, but from the empty space just outside the event horizon.
Empty space isn't really empty in quantum theory, right?
Exactly. The uncertainty principle allows for quantum fluctuations. Pairs of virtual particles and antiparticles are constantly popping into existence, moving apart briefly, and then annihilating each other. They're called virtual because they don't last long enough to be detected directly, usually.
But near a black hole,
the intense gravity can pull a virtual pair apart right at the event horizon. It's possible for one particle of the pair, say the one with negative energy relative to infinity, to fall into the black hole,
leaving the other one stranded.
Exactly. The other particle with positive energy no longer has a partner to annihilate with. It can escape away to a large distance out to infinity. To a distant observer, it looks like the black hole has just emitted a particle.
That's Hawking radiation.
That's Hawking radiation. It's a quantum effect happening right at the edge.
But wait, if the black hole emits positive energy particles, conservation of energy means it must be losing energy, losing mass.
Precisely. You could think of that negative energy virtual particle falling in as reducing the black hole's mass energy.
Yep.
You mean CR, right? So black holes aren't truly black, they radiate. And therefore, they should slowly evaporate over incredibly long timescales.
Do bigger black holes radiate more or less?
Less. The temperature of a black hole is inversely proportional to its mass. Smaller black holes are hotter and radiate much more intensely.
So paradoxically, a tiny primordial black hole might be easier to detect by its radiation than a huge stellar one.
If they exist, yes. A black hole with the mass of the sun would have a temperature far below the CMB, practically undetectable. But one with the mass of a mountain might be quite hot. One, the mass of an asteroid, might radiate like a hydrogen bomb.
And this resolves the entropy problem.
It does. When a black hole radiates, its event horizon area, and thus Bekenstein entropy, decreases. But the entropy of the emitted radiation is greater than the entropy lost by the black hole. So the total entropy of the universe still increases, satisfying the second law. It all fits together beautifully.
And it suggested quantum effects might eliminate singularities.
It was the first real hint. If black holes evaporate completely, maybe the singularity inside disappears with them. This pushed Hawking towards developing a quantum theory of gravity using Feynman's sum over histories approach.
Okay, let's shift gears slightly. We've talked about time being relative, but we all experience it flowing in one direction. Cups break, they don't unbreak. Why? You mentioned entropy.
Right. That's the thermodynamic arrow of time. Things tend to go from ordered states, intact cup, to disordered states, broken pieces, because there are vastly more ways to be disordered. It's just probability.
And our psychological sense of time, remembering the past, not the future, seems tied to this.
Hawking argues it is. Our brains process information, which increases entropy locally, like heat generated by a computer. We build memories in the direction that entropy increases. So we remember the past because that's the direction of increasing disorder in the universe around us.
But fundamentally, the basic laws of physics seem mostly time symmetric, don't they? They work the same forwards or backwards in time.
Mostly, yes. Though there's a subtle point. The combined symmetry CBT, charge conjugation, perimeter image, time reversal seems to be exact. But experiments show that CP symmetry is sometimes violated in weak nuclear interactions. If CPT holds but CP is violated, then T-symmetry time reversal must also be violated on its own. The laws aren't perfectly time symmetric at the deepest level.
Huh. But that subtle violation doesn't seem to explain the overwhelming arrow of time we see in everyday life, does it?
No, the dominant arrow comes from thermodynamics, which leads to the real question. Why was the universe in such a highly ordered low entropy state near the Big Bang in the first place? That initial order is what allows disorder to increase now.
And why does this thermodynamic arrow point in the same direction as the cosmological arrow, the expansion of the universe?
Classical general relativity couldn't answer this because the Big Bang singularity was a boundary where predictability failed. The initial state could have been anything, even maximum disorder.
But quantum gravity might provide an answer, the no boundary proposal.
That's the idea Hawking championed. Using imaginary time and the sum over histories approach, you can construct a model where the universe is finite in extent, but has no beginning or end boundary, no singularity. It's self-contained.
What does that imply about the initial state?
It implies the universe must have started in a very specific state, very smooth and ordered, with only the minimum quantum fluctuations required by the uncertainty principle. This provides the necessary low entropy starting point for the thermodynamic arrow.
Okay, that explains why there is an arrow, but why does it align with expansion?
Here, the source brings in the weak anthropic principle. Let's assume the no boundary condition leads to a universe that expands and then eventually recollapses, which is one possibility.
Okay.
Intelligent life, as we know it, requires a strong thermodynamic arrow to function we need to consume ordered energy, like food, and release disordered energy, heat. Could such life exist in the contracting phase?
Maybe not. If the universe has been expanding for a very long time, wouldn't it be pretty disordered by the time it starts contracting?
Exactly. By the time contraction begins, the universe would likely be near maximum entropy. Stars burned out, protons may be decayed, a cold, disordered soup. There wouldn't be a strong thermodynamic arrow anymore. So, intelligent beings like us simply couldn't evolve or exist in the contracting phase.
So we observe the thermodynamic arrow aligning with the expansion phase because that's the only phase where beings like us can exist to observe it.
That's the anthropic argument. It's not that expansion causes the arrow, but that the initial conditions set by the no boundary proposal lead to both expansion and a strong thermodynamic arrow in this phase, making our existence possible.
Wow. Our perception of time is deeply linked to the universe's initial state and our own requirements for existence. Okay, let's tackle the really wild one. Time travel. It's been a staple of sci-fi for a long time. H.G. Wells, Star Trek.
Always captures the imagination. Could it be real? The first hint from physics came surprisingly early, 1949. Kurt Gödel, the famous logician, found a solution to Einstein's general relativity equations, describing a rotating universe where space-time was so warped that you could travel back to your own past.
A rotating universe. Does our universe rotate like that?
Doesn't seem so, observationally, but it showed general relativity allowed for time travel in principle.
And relativity also connects faster than light travel to time travel.
Yes. Special relativity implies that if you could send signals or travel faster than light, you could also send signals into the past, violating causality. There's that old limerick. There was a young lady named Bright whose speed was far faster than light. She set out one day, in a relative way, and returned on the previous night.
Huh. So faster than light seems out. What about warping spacetime itself? Wormholes.
Wormholes, or Einstein-Rosen bridges, are theoretical tunnels connecting different points in spacetime, maybe even different times. They appear as solutions in general relativity. The catch is, standard wormholes are unstable. They collapse too quickly for anything to pass through.
Can you stabilize them?
Theoretically, yes,
Yeah.
but it seems to require exotic matter stuff with negative energy density or negative pressure. Ordinary matter has positive energy density, curving space-time one way, like a sphere. This exotic stuff would need to curve it the other way, like a saddle, to prop open a wormhole or create the necessary closed time-like curves for time travel.
Negative energy density. Does that even exist?
Classically, no, but quantum mechanics allows it locally. The uncertainty principle means energy density can fluctuate, dipping into negative values in some places, as long as the average stays non-negative.
Is there any evidence for this?
Yes, the Casimir effect.
Yeah.
If you place two metal plates very close together in a vacuum, they restrict the kinds of virtual particles that can pop into existence between them compared to outside. This results in a lower energy density between the plates than outside. Since the vacuum energy outside is zero on average, the energy density between the plates must be negative.
So quantum effects do allow the kind of warping needed, in principle.
In principle, yes. It shows space-time can be bent that way. Whether you can gather enough negative energy to create a macroscopic, traversable wormhole or time machine is a whole other question. Probably extremely difficult, if not impossible.
Which might explain the big paradox. If time travel is possible, why haven't we been overrun by tourists from the future?
Exactly. You'd expect some evidence, wouldn't you? Hawking mentions maybe UFOs or sightings, but dismisses it as unlikely real visits would probably be more obvious. The lack of future tourists is a strong, albeit circumstantial, argument against easy time travel to the past.
So what are the potential explanations for why we don't see them?
One idea. Maybe you can only travel back as far as the time machine was first created, or maybe the past is fixed. The conditions needed for time travel simply didn't exist back then, so no one can arrive now from the future. The future might be different. Another idea is the consistent histories approach. If you did go back, you couldn't change anything that would lead to a paradox. You couldn't kill your grandfather because history shows you were born. Your actions would somehow have to be consistent with the history that already happened. Maybe free will is an illusion in that context.
Or maybe the laws of physics just forbid it.
That's Hawking's chronology protection conjecture. He suspected that the laws of physics themselves conspired to prevent macroscopic objects from traveling into the past, possibly through quantum effects like virtual particles running rampant near a potential time machine, creating infinite energy density and destroying it. It makes the universe safe for historians.
So, while theoretically fascinating, time travel to the past seems plagued by paradoxes and possibly forbidden by physics itself.
It remains highly speculative, especially for anything bigger than fundamental particles.
All these different theories, relativity for gravity, quantum mechanics for the other forces, point towards a bigger goal, right? Unification.
The ultimate dream of physics, pursued by Einstein for the last long part of his career, though unsuccessfully. The goal is a single theory, a theory of everything, that describes all forces and all matter within one consistent framework.
We have the four known forces: gravity, general relativity, electromagnetism, the weak nuclear force, radioactivity, and the strong nuclear force, holding atomic nuclei together. Quantum mechanics describes the last three very well.
And there's been progress in unifying them. In the 1960s, Salam and Weinberg showed that electromagnetism and the weak force are actually two aspects of a single electroweak force. They appear different at low energies, but merge into one force at very high energies.
Like different facets of the same diamond?
Kind of. The symmetry between them is broken at low energies, making them look distinct. This theory predicted new particles, W and Z bosons, which were later discovered, confirming the unification.
What about adding the strong force?
That leads to grand unified theories, or GUTs. These attempt to unify the electroweak force with the strong force. They predict that at even higher energies, all three non-gravitational forces become one. They also suggest intriguing possibilities, like protons eventually decaying over immensely long timescales, though we haven't seen that yet.
But GUTs still leave out gravity, and they have adjustable knobs.
Yeah, they're not the final theory. The biggest hurdle remains unifying general relativity, our classical theory of gravity, with quantum mechanics.
Why is that so hard?
When you try to apply quantum rules to gravity, you run into infinities. Quantum fluctuations in space-time itself at very small scales seem to have infinite energy, which, according to general relativity, would mean infinite mass and infinite curvature space-time would curl up on itself instantly. The math breaks down.
This is where string theory enters the picture as a possible solution.
It's currently the most promising candidate. It emerged in the late 60s and had a resurgence in the mid-80s. The fundamental idea is that the basic constituents of reality aren't point-like particles, but tiny, vibrating one-dimensional strings that can be open-ended or closed loops.
Like tiny rubber bands.
Sort of, but vibrating in complex ways. Different vibration modes correspond to different particles. One particular vibration mode of a closed string naturally has the properties of the graviton, the hypothetical quantum particle that carries gravity.
So gravity just pops out of the theory.
It does. String theory seems to require gravity to exist, which is remarkable. Interactions between particles are pictured as strings splitting and joining. Force transmission, like gravity between the sun and Earth, is represented by strings interacting, exchanging vibrational energy.
Was it originally invented for gravity?
No, initially for the strong nuclear force.
Yeah.
But it didn't quite work for that. Then Shirk and Schwartz suggested in 1974 that maybe it was actually a theory of quantum gravity, but the tension in the strings had to be enormously higher. This makes the strings incredibly tiny, far smaller than anything we can currently probe. String theory predictions match general relativity at normal scales, but differ at these unimaginably small distances.
Does string theory have other weird features?
The main one is that it doesn't work in our familiar 3 spatial dimensions plus 1 time dimension. The maths only hangs together consistently in higher dimensions, typically 10 or 11 dimensions total, 9 or 10 space 1 time.
Whoa. Okay, so where are the extra dimensions? Why don't we see them?
The idea is they are compactified, curled up into a tiny complex shape at every point in our familiar space. So tiny, like a millionth of an inch, that we can't detect them directly.
Like looking at a garden hose from far away, it looks like a 1D line, but up close you see its 2D surface.
Exactly that analogy. We only experience the large, flat dimensions. But why did only 3 space dimensions become large and the others stay small? That's a major unanswered question.
Could the anthropic principle play a role again?
Maybe. The source notes that life as we know it seems to require exactly 3 large spatial dimensions to function properly. For example, stable orbits, complex nervous systems. Perhaps the underlying theory allows for different dimensional possibilities, but intelligent observers only arise in regions or universes with 3 large space dimensions. We see it this way because we couldn't exist otherwise.
Still seems like a lot of possibilities. String theory has problems, right?
It does. There seem to be 5 different consistent string theories, plus another theory called supergravity, which one describes our universe. And there are countless ways to curl up the extra dimensions, each leading to different physics. Why this specific universe?
A theory of everything shouldn't have so many choices.
Exactly. But starting in the mid-90s, a second string revolution occurred. Physicists discovered deep mathematical connections called dualities, suggesting the 5 string theories in supergravity are actually different limiting cases of a single deeper underlying theory, perhaps operating in 11 dimensions, sometimes called M theory.
M for mystery, mother, membrane.
All have been suggested. This framework also includes higher dimensional objects called B-branes. A point particle is a 0 brane, a string is a 1 brane, a membrane is a 2 brane, etc. So the picture is still evolving, but it points towards a unified structure.
The long quest continues. Maybe this ultimate theory will finally get rid of those singularities from general relativity.
That's certainly one of the main hopes. Remember, classical general relativity predicts singularities points, where the theory breaks down at the Big Bang and inside black holes. These act like boundaries to space-time.
Where you needed God or something external to set the rules or initial conditions.
Right. Einstein wondered how much choice God had. But if quantum gravity, like no boundary proposal derived from string theory or similar ideas, eliminates singularities,
then maybe there are no boundaries, no edges where choices need to be made.
That's the profound implication. If the universe is completely self-contained, finite but unbounded, in imaginary time at least, then its state might be uniquely determined by the laws of physics themselves. There might be only one possible universe, fundamentally.
God had no choice.
Perhaps not in the initial conditions, maybe only in choosing the laws themselves, if even that. The state of the universe, including its apparent beginning in the Big Bang, would emerge naturally from the theory.
Does the no boundary idea make predictions we can test?
It predicts the universe should have started with very specific, minimal quantum fluctuations. These tiny irregularities would then get stretched by cosmic inflation, a period of rapid expansion in the very early universe, to become the seeds of large-scale structures like galaxies.
And have we seen evidence of these seeds?
Yes. Satellites like COBE, WM, AP, and Planck have mapped the cosmic microwave background radiation in incredible detail. They found tiny temperature variations, tiny ripples in the afterglow of the Big Bang that match the predictions for inflation based on the kind of fluctuations expected from the no boundary proposal remarkably well. This is evidence reaching across vast cosmic scales and back over almost the entire long age of the universe.
So the incredibly complex structure we see today, galaxies, stars, planets, us, which took a very, very long time to evolve, might have all originated from unavoidable quantum fuzziness in the universe with no beginning boundary.
It's a compelling, self-contained picture of cosmology.
We've certainly covered a lot of ground today, a real journey through space and time, guided by Hawking's insights. From ancient ideas to the very edge of modern physics.
It really is amazing to trace that evolution of thought, how our understanding has been completely overturned multiple times over the long course of scientific history, from thinking we're at the center of everything to understanding our place in this vast, expanding, relativistic quantum universe.
And the sheer scale involved is just staggering. The unfathomably long age of the universe, the immense distances, the long range effects of gravity, the long journey of light reaching us from the past. The word long keeps coming up.
It does. Yet even with all this progress, huge questions remain. We still don't have that complete unified theory. We're still grappling with the deepest nature of quantum gravity, the possibility of extra dimensions, the exact state of the universe at the very beginning.
So for you listening, we've explored these truly mind-bending concepts. Let's leave you with a final thought, building on that no boundary idea and the anthropic principle. The universe seems to have started in a very specific, ordered way, and our existence seems tied to certain features, like the arrow of time. But the source highlights something curious.
Yeah, the universe is enormously large and appears remarkably uniform on the largest scales, much larger and more uniform, seemingly, than is needed just for life like ours to arise in one small corner. If the universe exists just for us, why the extravagance?
So here's the question to mull over. If our existence is linked to specific physical laws and conditions emerging over the universe's history, does the universe need to be this incredibly vast, this astonishingly ancient, for intelligent life to finally get a chance to appear somewhere? Is all this scale necessary?
Or is the vastness, the uniformity, the immense long-term structure simply a consequence of those fundamental, maybe unique physical laws described by the no boundary condition? And our existence is just, well, a perhaps inevitable but localized outcome that happened after a very, very long time in one suitable neighborhood. What does the sheer scale imply about our significance or lack thereof?
Something deep to think about. Thank you so much for joining us on this deep dive through a brief history of time. We hope it's sparked your curiosity about these cosmic mysteries.
Definitely keep asking those big questions. There's always more to understand.
We live in a world where objects have permanence. And we see cause, then effect. But a startling phenomenon is revealing that this is not how the universe works at the smallest scales of atoms and tiny particles. Albert Albert Einstein argued it couldn't possibly be real. Einstein was like a jack in the box. Every day he'd pop up with a new challenge. But after a century of disputes and discoveries,
the experiment is just beautiful.
We're using it to create revolutionary new technologies.
What we have here is a quantum playground.
We want to push this technology as far as possible. It's perhaps the strangest concept in physics.
We're left with conclusions that make no sense whatsoever.
Yet it could be what forms the very fabric of our cosmos.
In the end, we just have this quantum mechanical world. There's no space anymore.
It's like being in Alice in Wonderland. Everything is possible.
Could it be real? It's Einstein's quantum riddle. Right now, on Nova. Is reality an illusion? Could something here mysteriously affect something there? A century of discoveries in physics reveals a strange, counterintuitive micro-world of atoms and tiny particles that challenges our intuitive understanding of the world we see around us. It's known as quantum mechanics. This strange theory has enabled us to develop the remarkable technologies of our digital age. But it makes a very troubling prediction called quantum entanglement.
Entanglement is this very powerful but strange connection that exists between pairs of particles.
Even if they're very far apart, in a way they're always coordinated.
Nature's fundamental building blocks could be connected and influence each other instantaneously, as if the space between them doesn't exist. As if two objects can mirror each other without any apparent connection. Einstein called it spooky action at a distance. He rejected the idea and tried to prove it couldn't be real.
You could have situations where the cause and the effect happen at the same time.
But if entanglement isn't real, cutting-edge technologies could be in jeopardy. Quantum computers, quantum encryption, they depend on entanglement being a fact in the world. Underlying it all is a profound question. Do we live in Einstein's universe of common sense laws? Or a bizarre quantum reality that allows spooky connections across space and time? 300 miles off the coast of West Africa, on one of the Canary Islands, a team of physicists is setting up a remarkable experiment that will use almost the entire breadth of the universe. To settle the question, is the seemingly impossible phenomenon of quantum entanglement an illusion, or is it actually real? Leading the team is Anton Zeilinger.
So we are now going up the mountain towards the Roque de los Muchachos. So everything looks perfect today.
It's a precarious undertaking. They've got a short window on two of Europe's largest telescopes. Each one will simultaneously focus on a different quasar, an extremely distant galaxy, emitting huge amounts of light from its core. This light will be used to control precise equipment that must be perfectly aligned to make measurements on tiny subatomic particles. And if that isn't tricky enough, the weather on the mountain is notoriously unpredictable. The team needs perfect conditions for the experiment to work.
in the end, it could be running smoothly, or there need to be a couple of decisions made, in the United States in the last instance.
With the experiment finally set up, the team takes their positions. David Kaiser has worked on this experiment with his colleagues Jason Galicchio and Andy Friedman for 4 years. Coordinating it all is Dominic Rausch. The experiment is his thesis project, and it's been years in the making. But as darkness falls, temperatures on the mountain begin to drop.
Okay, well, nothing. Okay, there's bad news. They have been told to leave the virtual because the road will be so dangerous, too dangerous, so they have to go down now. Yeah.
The next day, the team prepares for another attempt. They verify the equipment hasn't been affected by the weather. But now, the air is thick with clouds.
Here's the humidity at the various telescopes, and you see the humidity is 100%. So as long as this lasts, we can't do much.
The teams at both telescopes wait. But the clouds don't clear. All the preparation has come to nothing. Time on these huge telescopes is precious, and theirs has run out. This ambitious test of quantum entanglement must wait. Why are physicists so determined to put this bizarre aspect of quantum mechanics to the ultimate test? To explore the beginning of the story, David Kaiser has come to Brussels, the city that Albert Einstein traveled to in 1927, to attend a meeting about a new theory that described the microworld of atoms and tiny particles, quantum mechanics.
Quantum mechanics is one of those amazing intellectual achievements in human history.
For the first time, scientists were able to probe a world that was until then quite invisible to us. Looking at the world at the scale of atoms, 1,000,000 times smaller than the width of a human hair.
One way to think about the scales is that if you take an everyday object, like a soccer ball, and you enlarge that soccer ball so that actually you can see the individual atoms, you roughly have to make it the size of the Earth, and then move into that planet. Then you are in the world of atoms and particles.
It was the nature of fundamental particles which make up the world we see around us that Einstein had come to Brussels to discuss. And it was here that Einstein entered into a heated debate that would lead to the discovery of quantum entanglement, a concept that would trouble him for the rest of his life. David Kaiser has come to the place where it all began.
This is the original Solvay Institute building, beautiful grand building. And this is the place back in October 1927 where the 5th Solvay conference was held. This amazing week-long series of discussions on really what the world is made of, on the nature of matter, and the new quantum theory. And these steps are the very steps on which this famous group photograph was taken. It's a collection of some of the most brilliant people in the world. Here in the front row, we see Albert Einstein and the great Marie Curie and Max Planck. In the back row, standing the dapper Erwin Schrödinger and these sort of brash 20-year-olds or mid-20s, Werner Heisenberg and Wolfgang Pauli.
These scientists were the pioneers of quantum mechanics.
I have a huge version of this photograph up on the wall as a poster in my college dorm room. My roommates had their favorite bands, and I had in the 1927 Solvay conference, which says a lot.
This was one of the greatest meetings of minds in history. More than half were or would become Nobel Prize winners. Their experiments were showing that deep inside matter, tiny particles like atoms and their orbiting electrons were not solid little spheres. They seemed fuzzy and undefined.
So this group here, these were the folks who had just been plumbing deeper and deeper and deeper to find what they hoped would be a bedrock of what the world is made of. And to their surprise, they found things less and less solid as they dug in. This world was not tiny little bricks that got smaller and smaller. At some point, the bricks gave way to this mush. And what looked like solidity, solidness, in fact, became very confusing and kind of a whole new way of thinking about nature.
The theory of quantum mechanics presented at the meeting was strange. It said that a particle, like an electron, isn't physically real until it's observed, measured by an instrument that can detect it. Before it's detected, instead of being a solid particle, an electron is just a fuzzy wave, a wave of probability.
These objects, like electrons and atoms, when we describe mathematically their behavior, the only thing we can describe is the probability of being at one place or another.
It's like a wave of all those different possibilities. It's not that the electron is in one place or the other, we just don't know. It's that the electron really is a combination of every possible place it could be until we look at it.
Quantum mechanics only tells us the probability of a particle's properties, like location.
The laws of nature were no longer definite statements about what's going to happen next. They were just statements about probabilities. And Einstein thought, well, that's defeat. You're giving up on the heart of what physics has been, namely to give a complete description of reality.
For Einstein, the idea that particles only pop into existence when they're observed is akin to magic. It said he asked, "Do you really believe the moon is not there when you are not looking at it?" Outside of the formal setting of the conference, he challenged the most vocal supporter of these ideas, the great Danish physicist Niels Bohr.
Einstein would show up to breakfast at the hotel, and Niels Bohr would be there, and Einstein would present his latest challenge. Niels Bohr would sort of mumble and wonder and confer with his younger colleagues. They'd head off to the formal meeting at the Institute, and somehow every night by supper time, Bohr would have an answer. One of the observers said that Einstein was like a jack-in-the-box. Every day he'd pop up with a new challenge, and Bohr would flip this way and that, and then by supper have crushed that one, and it would start all over again.
To Bohr and his colleagues, quantum mechanics not only explained experimental results, its mathematics were elegant and beautiful. And since Einstein hadn't found flaws in their equations, they left the Solvay meeting feeling more confident than ever in their ideas. But Einstein didn't give up his conviction that quantum mechanics was flawed. And in his refusal to accept the weird implications of the theory, he would wind up uncovering something even weirder. In 1933, with the Nazi Party in power in Germany, Einstein chose to settle in America. and took a position at the Institute for Advanced Study in Princeton, New Jersey. He recruited two physicists to help him, Nathan Rosen and Boris Podolsky. And in 1935, at afternoon tea, the three men spotted a possible flaw in quantum mechanics that would shape the very foundations of the theory. They noticed that the mathematics of quantum mechanics led to a seemingly impossible situation. Today, Robert Dijkgraaf is the director of the institute.
Apparently Podolsky said, well, Professor Einstein, this is very important in your arguments showing that quantum theory is incomplete. So they got this very animated discussion, and what happens still is now you have a bunch of scientists discussing, and at some point someone says, let's write a paper together. So they did.
Their paper, known today as EPR, argued that the equations of quantum mechanics predicted an impossible connection between particles, a seemingly magical effect. It would be like having two particles, each hidden under a cup. Looking at one mysteriously causes the other to reveal itself too, with matching properties. Quantum theory suggested this effect could happen in the real world. For example, with particles of light, photons. The equations implied that a source of photons could create pairs in such a way that when we measure one, causing it to snap out of its fuzzy state, the other mysteriously snaps out of its fuzzy state at the same instant, with correlated properties. The 1935 paper that described this effect has become Einstein's most referenced work of all. It has captivated generations of physicists, including Anton Zeilinger.
The Einstein-Podolsky-Rosen paper fascinated me, and I had to read it at least 5 or 6 times until I finally understood what goes on. And then it didn't let me go again.
Another way to think of the paired particles is to imagine a game of chance that's somehow rigged.
Suppose I had a pair of quantum dice. I put these two quantum dice in my little cup, throw them. And look at them, they show the same number, 6. I put them again in the cup, throw them again. Now they both show 3. I put them in again, throw again. Now they both show 1. Point now being, what I see here is, I see 2 random processes, namely each die showing some number, but these 2 random processes do the same. It's really mind-boggling.
How could 2 particles act in unison, even when they're separated from each other?
Essential to the EPR argument is that these particles can be separated at an arbitrary distance. One could be here at Princeton, one could be in the Andromeda galaxy. And yet, according to quantum mechanics, a choice to measure something here is somehow instantaneously affecting what could be said about this other particle. You can't go from Princeton to Andromeda instantly. And yet that, they argued, is what the equations of quantum mechanics seem to imply. And that, they said, so much the worse for quantum mechanics. The world simply can't operate that way.
For Einstein, this strange effect conflicted with the most basic concept we use to describe reality: space. For him, objects, particles, everything that exists is located in space. Space, together with time, was the key ingredient in his theory of special relativity, with its famous equation E = mc².
Einstein, of course, was the master of space-time. He thought that if something happened here, that shouldn't immediately and instantaneously change something that is going on over there, the principle of locality, as we currently call it.
For Einstein, it's simply common sense that if objects are separated in space, for one to affect the other, something must travel between them. And that traveling takes time. Quantum particles acting in unison could be explained if they were communicating. One particle instantly sending a signal to the other, telling it what properties it should have. But that would require a signal traveling faster than the speed of light, something Einstein's theory of special relativity had proven impossible. And it would mean the particles were fuzzy and undefined, until the moment they were observed. Instead, Einstein thought the particles should be real all along. They must carry with them a hidden layer of deeper physics that determines their properties from the start. Almost the way that magic tricks, while appearing mysterious, have a hidden explanation. But this hidden physics was missing from quantum theory, so Einstein, Podolsky, and Rosen argued that quantum mechanics was incomplete.
Podolsky was very enthusiastic about this project. In fact, he was so enthusiastic that he ran to the New York Times and told them the news. So Einstein was really upset with Podolsky, and apparently he didn't speak to him anymore.
When Niels Bohr heard of Einstein's paper, he wrote an obscure response, arguing that one particle could somehow mysteriously influence the other. This seemingly impossible phenomenon became known as quantum entanglement. But Einstein dismissed it as spooky actions at a distance. No one could think of an experiment to test whether Einstein or Bohr was correct. But that didn't stop physicists and engineers from making use of quantum mechanics to do new things.
In the 30s and 40s, the debate around the EPR paper sort of dies down, but quantum theory actually takes off. The mathematics leads to all kinds of amazing developments.
Entanglement aside, the equations of quantum mechanics enabled the scientists of the Manhattan Project to develop the atomic bomb. And in the years after the Second World War, researchers at Bell Labs in New Jersey used quantum theory to develop one of the first lasers.
In our laboratories, men experiment with a light once undreamed of in the natural world.
And build small devices that could control the flow of electricity, transistors.
It's destined to play a vital role in your future, your electronic future.
Transistors became the building blocks of the burgeoning field of electronics. Computers, disk drives, the entire digital revolution soon followed, all made possible by the equations of quantum theory. Yet Einstein's questions about entanglement and what it implied about the incompleteness of quantum mechanics remained unanswered until the 1960s, when a physicist from Northern Ireland made a remarkable breakthrough, John Bell.
Bell was a very talented young physics student, but he quickly grew dissatisfied with what he considered almost a kind of dishonesty among his teachers.
Bell insisted that Einstein's questions about quantum mechanics had not been addressed.
He got into shouting matches with his professors. Don't tell us that Bohr solved all the problems. This really deserves further thought.
Quantum mechanics has been fantastically successful, so it is a very intriguing situation that at the foundation of all that impressive success, there are these great doubts.
It's a very strange thing that ever since the 1930s, the idea of sitting and thinking hard about the foundations of quantum mechanics has been disreputable among professional physicists. When people tried to do that, they were kicked out of physics departments. And so for someone like Bell, he needed to have a day job doing ordinary particle physics, but at night, hidden away, he could do work on the foundations of quantum mechanics.
Bell became a leading particle physicist at CERN in Geneva, but he continued to explore the debate between Einstein and Bohr. And in 1964, he published an astonishing paper. Bell proved that Bohr's and Einstein's ideas made different predictions. If you could randomly perform one of two possible measurements on each particle and check how often the results lined up, the answer would reveal whether we lived in Einstein's world, a world that followed common sense laws, or Bohr's, a world that was deeply strange and allowed spooky quantum connections.
We now know with hindsight this was one of the most significant particles in the history of physics, not just the history of 20th century physics, in the history of the field as a whole. But Bell's article appears in this, sort of out-of-the-way journal. In fact, the journal itself folds a few years later. This is not central to the physics community. It's sort of dutifully filed on library shelves and then forgotten, literally collects dust on the shelf.
A few years later, completely by chance, a brilliant experimental physicist stumbled upon Bell's article.
I thought this is one of the most amazing papers I had ever read in my whole life. And I kept wondering, well, gee, this is wonderful, but where's the experimental evidence?
John worked on Bell's theory with fellow physicist Abner Shimoni, and at the University of California, Berkeley, started work on an experiment to test it. He had a talent for tinkering in the lab and building the parts he needed.
But I used to rummage around here and scavenge and dumpster dive for old equipment.
He knew where to find hidden storage rooms like this, which he could raid to salvage spare parts for his experiments.
This was a power supply for diode lasers. That looks like something I built. Here's a picture of the experiment I did. I had more hair in those days. Here's another picture. This is Stu Friedman working on it with me.
Piece by piece, John Clauser and Stuart Friedman constructed the world's first Bell test experiment. They focused a laser onto calcium atoms, causing them to emit pairs of photons that the equations of quantum theory suggested should be entangled. They recorded whether or not the photons passed through filters on each side and checked how often the answers agreed. After hundreds of thousands of measurements, if the pairs were more correlated than Einstein's physics predicted, they must be spookily entangled.
We saw the stronger correlation characteristic of quantum mechanics. We measured it, and that's what we got.
The outcome was exactly what Bohr's quantum mechanics predicted. The experiment appeared to show that the spooky connections of quantum entanglement did exist in the natural world. Could it be that the great Albert Einstein was wrong? Remarkably, the first people to react to this extraordinary result were not the world's leading physicists.
Ronald Reagan's definition of a hippie was someone who dresses like Tarzan, has hair like Jane, and smells like Cheetah.
A small group of free-thinking physicists at the heart of San Francisco's New Age scene got in touch with John.
They call themselves the Fundamental Physics Group. They spelled physics with an F. Some members would experiment with psychedelic drugs. I mean, they were kind of in the flow of the kind of hippie scene. And that group was just mesmerized by the question of entanglement.
The idea was just to discuss fringe subjects with an open mind, and I thought, sure, that's kind of what I do. They were doing their best to link Eastern mysticism with quantum entanglement. They sold a lot of popular textbooks. There were a lot of followers.
Their books became bestsellers, like The Tao of Physics, which highlighted that Eastern philosophy and quantum entanglement both describe the deep connectedness of things in the universe.
It was the great cosmic oneness.
The group held meetings at the iconic Esalen Institute.
It was a marvelous, beautiful place where they would discuss all of these ideas. It was right on the Pacific coast with the overflow from the hot tubs cascading down the cliffs into the Pacific Ocean. To my knowledge, no useful connections to Eastern mysticism were ever discovered by the group. But it was fun.
The fundamental physics group may not have uncovered the secrets of cosmic oneness, but in seeing entanglement as central to physics, they were decades ahead of their time. "40 years later, cutting-edge labs around the world are now racing to harness quantum entanglement to create revolutionary new technologies like quantum computers.
In our everyday computers, the fundamental unit of computing is a bit, a binary digit, 0 or 1. And inside the computer, there's all these transistors which are turning on and off currents. On is 1, off is 0. And these combinations lead to universal computing. With a quantum computer, you start with a fundamental unit that's not a bit, but a quantum bit, which is not really a 0 or a 1, but it can be fluid.
A quantum bit makes use of the fuzziness of the quantum world. A qubit, as it's known, can be 0 or 1, or a combination of both. A particle or tiny quantum system can be made into a qubit. And today, it's not just pairs of particles that can be entangled. Groups of qubits can be linked with entanglement to create a quantum computer. The more qubits, the greater the processing power. At Google's quantum computing laboratory in Santa Barbara, the team has recently succeeded in creating a tiny chip that holds an array of 72 qubits. The task for researcher Marissa Giostina and her colleagues is to send signals to these microscopic qubits to control and entangle them.
Mounted on the underside of this plate, we have the quantum processing chip itself. In essence, a quantum playground, you could say. Each qubit is a quantum object that we should be able to control at will. Thinking about it as the faster version of that PC over there would be a great slight to this. It can be much more than that.
By using entangled qubits, quantum computers could tackle real-world problems that traditional computers simply can't cope with. For example, a salesman has to travel to several cities and wants to find the shortest route. Sounds easy. But with just 30 cities, there are so many possible routes that it would take an ordinary computer, even a powerful one, hundreds of years to try each one and find the shortest. But with a handful of entangled qubits, a quantum computer could resolve the optimal path in a fraction of the number of steps. There's another reason teams like Marissa's are racing to create a powerful quantum computer: cracking secret codes. In today's world, everything from online shopping to covert military communications is protected from hackers using secure digital codes, a process called encryption. But what if hackers could get hold of quantum computers?
A quantum computer could crack our best encryption protocols in minutes, whereas a regular computer or even a supercomputing network today couldn't do it, given months of time.
But while quantum entanglement may be a threat to traditional encryption, it also offers an even more secure alternative. A communication system that the very laws of physics protect from secret hacking. Researchers in China are leading the way. Here in Shanghai, at the University of Science and Technology, Jianwei Pan runs a leading quantum research center. His teams are working to harness the properties of the quantum world. They can send secret messages using a stream of photons in a system that instantly detects any attempt to eavesdrop. Jianwei's team has created a network of optical fibers more than 1,000 miles long that can carry secure information from Beijing to Shanghai. It is used by banks and data companies. But there's a limit to how far quantum signals can be sent through optical fibers. To send signals further, Jianwei's team launched the world's first quantum communication satellite. Above Earth's atmosphere, there are fewer obstacles, and quantum particles can travel much further. Each night, teams on the ground prepare to track the satellite across the sky. Laser guidance equipment locks on and allows signals to be sent and received. The team aims to use this equipment to create a new, secure communication system using quantum entanglement. The satellite sends entangled photons to two users. An eavesdropper could intercept one of the entangled photons, measure it, and send on a replacement photon. But it wouldn't be an entangled photon. Its properties wouldn't match. It would be clear an eavesdropper was on the line. In theory, this technique could be used to create a totally secure global communication network.
So the next step is we will have ground station, for example, in Canada and also in Africa and many countries. So we will use our satellite for the global quantum communication. We want to push this technology as far as possible.
These are the first steps in creating a completely unhackable quantum internet of the future, made possible by quantum entanglement. But there's a problem. What if quantum entanglement, spooky action at a distance, isn't real after all? It could mean entangled photons are not the path to complete security. The question goes back to Clauser and Friedman's Bell test experiment. In the years after their pioneering work, physicists began to test possible loopholes in their experiment. Ways in which the illusion of entanglement might be created, so the effect might not be so spooky after all. One loophole is especially hard to rule out. In modern Bell test experiments, devices at each side test whether the photons can pass through one of two filters that are randomly chosen, effectively asking one of two questions and checking how often the answers agree. After thousands of photons, if the results show more agreement than Einstein's physics predicts, the particles must be spookily entangled. But what if something had mysteriously influenced the equipment so that the choices of the filters were not truly random.
Is there any common cause deep in the past, before you even turn on your device, that could have nudged the questions to be asked and the types of particles to be emitted? Maybe some strange particle, maybe some force that had not been taken into account, so that what looks like entanglement might indeed be an accident, an illusion. Maybe the world still acts like Einstein thought.
It is this loophole that the team at the High Altitude Observatory in the Canary Islands is working to tackle. With quantum mechanics now more established than ever, they're determined to put entanglement to the ultimate test and finally settle the Einstein-Bohr debate beyond all reasonable doubt. The team is creating a giant version of Clauser and Friedman's Bell test, with the entire universe as their lab bench. In this cosmic Bell test, the source of the entangled particles is about 1/3 of a mile from each of the detectors. The team must send perfectly timed pairs of photons through the air to each side. At the same time, the telescopes will collect light from two extremely far-off, extremely bright galaxies called quasars. These are among the brightest objects in the sky, emitting light in powerful jets. Random variations in this light will control which filters are used to measure the photon pairs. And since the quasars are so far away, the light has been traveling for billions of years to reach Earth. It makes it incredibly unlikely that anything could be influencing the random nature of the test. If the experiment is successful, the team will have tackled the loophole and shown that quantum entanglement is as spooky as Bohr always claimed. Dominic and Jason are at one telescope.
Hi, Anton.
Anton is at the other.
Wir hatten gerade schon den Quasar in Field of View in der Iris.
Die Quelle funktioniert
Ja, Quelle funktioniert, der Kontrast ist super. Los. Okay. Ciao.
With clear skies finally overhead, the huge telescopes awaken. Poised to collect light from distant quasars.
Moving. Dark level. So we're doing everything at once now. So the guys for the links are setting the state of the entangled photon pair. We try to acquire the quasar. We're just centering it and making field of view as small as possible to be sure that we only have the quasar.
Okay.
It's guiding now?
Yes.
Okay.
All right.
Great.
Yes.
Yeah, I've heard.
Looks like 90, let's say 91 to be conservative, of purity.
With the telescopes now locked on to two different quasars, the team begins to take readings.
Lights count 12,000, row count 7,000.
We do the full cosmic bell test. What? Yeah, we're doing a full cosmic bell test.
It's working. Light from the quasars is selecting which filters are used to measure the entangled photons.
It is exciting. It is. Now we do have the test, but it's not clear what the outcome will be.
Going.
All right. Everything's exactly the same. Beautiful, perfect. Yeah.
2 months later, back in Vienna, the team analyzes the experimental data.
This might take seconds. The numbers look really great, and it is extremely pleasing to see that all these work so nice. We clearly see correlations that correspond to quantum mechanics.
The results show entanglement. And since the light from the quasars controlling the test was nearly 8 billion years old, it's extremely unlikely that anything could have affected its random nature. This remaining loophole seems to be closed.
The experiment we did is just fantastic. The big cosmos comes down to control a small quantum experiment. That in itself is beautiful.
You know, honestly, I still get chills. I mean, when I realized what our team was able to do in this intellectual journey that stretches back to the early years of the 20th century, there's hardly any room left for a kind of alternative Einstein-like explanation. We haven't ruled it out, but we've shoved it into such a tiny corner of the cosmos as to make it even more implausible for anything other than entanglement to explain our results.
Accepting that entanglement is a part of the natural world around us has profound implications. It means we must accept that an action in one place can have an instant effect anywhere in the universe, as if there's no space between them. Or that particles only take on physical properties when we observe them. Or we must accept both.
We're left with conclusions about the universe that make no sense whatsoever. Science is stepping outside of all of our boundaries of common sense. It's almost like being in Alice in Wonderland, right, where everything is possible.
It was first seen as an unwelcome but unavoidable consequence of quantum mechanics. Now, after nearly a century of disputes and discoveries, spooky action at a distance is finally at the heart of modern physics. At the Institute for Advanced Study, where the concept of entanglement was first described, researchers are now using it in their search for a single unified theory of the universe, the holy grail of physics. Einstein's theories of special and general relativity perfectly describe space, time, and gravity at the largest scales of the universe, while quantum mechanics perfectly describes the tiniest scales. Yet these two theories have never been brought together.
So far, we've not yet had a single complete theory that is both quantum mechanical and reproduces the prediction of Einstein's wonderful theory of general relativity. Maybe the secret is entanglement.
What if space itself is actually created by the tiny quantum world? Just like temperature, warm and cold consists simply of the movement of atoms inside an object. Perhaps space, as we know it, emerges from networks of entangled quantum particles. It's a mind-blowing idea.
What we are learning these days is that we might have to give up that what Einstein holds sacred, namely space and time. So he was always thinking, well, we have little pieces of space and time, and out of this we build the whole universe.
In a radical theory, known as the holographic universe, space and time are created by entangled quantum particles on a sphere that's infinitely far away.
What's happening in space, in some sense, all described in terms of a screen outside here. The ultimate description of reality resides on this screen. Think of it as kind of quantum bits living on that screen. And this, like a movie projector, creates a illusion of the three-dimensional reality that I'm now experiencing.
It may be impossible to intuitively understand this wild mathematical idea, but it suggests that entanglement could be what forms the true fabric of the universe.
The most puzzling element of entanglement, that somehow 2 points in space can communicate, becomes less of a problem because space itself has disappeared. In the end, we just have this quantum mechanical world. There's no space anymore. And so in some sense, the paradoxes of entanglement, the EPR paradox, disappears into thin air.
Truly understanding quantum mechanics will only happen when we put ourselves on the entanglement side, when we stop privileging the world that we see and start thinking about the world as it actually is.
Science has made enormous progress for centuries by sort of breaking complicated systems down into parts. When we come to phenomena like quantum entanglement, that scheme breaks. When it comes to the bedrock of quantum mechanics, the whole is more than the sum of its parts.
The basic motivation is just to learn how nature works. What's really going on? Einstein said it very nicely. He's not interested in this detailed question or that detailed question. He just wanted to know what were God's thoughts when he created the world.
To order this program on DVD, visit Shop PBS or call 1-800-PLAY-PBS. Episodes of Nova are available with Passport. Nova is also available on Amazon Prime Video.
The following NOVA program contains scenes of quantum physics, which is known to cause confusion, anxiety, and even heartbreak. Please see your physicist if symptoms persist.
Quantum physics. It's the science of the very small, but it punches far above its weight.
Quantum physics has not just been important, it's been revolutionary.
It's the most successful scientific theory of the last 100 years.
Quantum mechanics already permeates everything we do.
Everything from your computer or cell phone to how we keep time depends on our understanding of the quantum world.
We could say now that we live in a quantum age.
And it's behind one of the greatest discoveries in the history of science. Gravitational waves. Tiny ripples in the fabric of space-time itself.
Gravitational waves give us a whole new way to look at the universe.
And yet, beyond the mathematics, quantum physics makes a shocking claim that at its deepest level, reality plays like a game of chance.
Probabilities are not a measure of what we don't know. They're just intrinsic to the quantum theory.
With mind-boggling behaviors like superposition and entanglement.
This is weird. It's strange.
What quantum physics really means remains deeply mysterious, but it's created the world we live in today.
Quantum physics actually governs everything around us. There's not some weird outpost of physics that's far away.
It's completely changed the way we used to live into the way we live now.
Decoding the universe. Quantum. Right now on Nova.
As an American-based supplier to the construction industry, Carlisle is committed to developing a diverse workplace that supports our employees' advancement into the next generation of leaders from the manufacturing floor to the front office. Learn more at carlisle.com.
December 12th, 1970. NASA launches a Scout B rocket from a former oil drilling platform off Kenya's coast. Its payload is a small satellite named Uhuru, a Swahili word meaning freedom. Uhuru is the first space telescope dedicated to observing X-rays, high-energy light waves invisible to our eyes. Powerful sources of X-rays constantly bombard Earth, but our atmosphere blocks them. With this groundbreaking telescope, a new vista for exploration opens. But buried in the data collected from Uhuru is something ominous. In 1971, scientists revealed that the constellation Cygnus, the Swan, contains what until then was more of a mythical, mathematical beast. A black hole.
Black holes are the most mysterious objects in the universe. Also the most violent.
Even Einstein didn't think nature would allow such a crazy object.
Black holes are fearsome monsters, capable of devouring whole planets, whole stars, and even each other. A black hole is created when gravitational forces bring together enough mass to put a rip into the fabric of space-time.
Some of them are genuinely monstrous. I mean, millions, billions, maybe even 10 billion times the mass of our own sun.
We don't actually have laws of physics to predict what's going to happen to us when we go in. Hopefully none of us will experience it anytime soon.
In the decades since the first sighting, Science has learned a lot about these menacing and mysterious objects of destruction. They aren't that rare. Supermassive black holes sit at the center of most large galaxies. We have one in ours. But it turns out these cosmic behemoths also may have an Achilles heel, first predicted by Stephen Hawking in 1974. Scientists thought of a black hole as a one-way trip to oblivion. That past its event horizon, nothing could escape. But Hawking disagreed. He theorized something did escape from these mighty giants. Radiation. Ironically, the end result of physics at the tiniest of scales. Quantum physics. Clifford Johnson is a nonfiction graphic author and also a theoretical physicist.
One of the key things that was discovered in quantum physics is that empty space itself is not empty, it's seething with possibility. Instead of having empty space here, a particle and its antiparticle can appear, dance around a little bit, and then annihilate back into empty space. Now imagine that happening near a black hole horizon, which we're told is a one-way door. What if one of those particles falls in, and now the partner doesn't have anything to annihilate? So it will actually fly off, and a distant observer will see that particle as radiation coming from the black hole.
Without consuming more matter, if it emits radiation, it will gradually shrink in size.
The black hole actually begins to evaporate. Now, this is a completely stunning revelation.
Known as Hawking radiation, its existence is still only a theory, but perhaps, given enough time, and it is a very, very, very long time.
For many black holes, longer than the current age of the universe.
Even a supermassive black hole, like the one at the heart of the Milky Way, may evaporate and disappear, vanquished by the quantum world and the physics of the very small. The quantum world is often cast as weird, and it sure can look that way in the movies.
You're sending a signal down to the quantum realm. Where are we?
But what is quantum physics? It arose as the solution to a problem. Science during the 19th century had investigated smaller and smaller amounts of matter and energy. But by the first 2 decades of the 20th century, the existing line between the physics of particles and the physics of waves had grown murky, especially when trying to understand the fundamental nature of light.
Sometimes it really is important to describe light as a wave, as an extended object that sort of waves in space and travels over time, analogously to an ocean wave in the water. Other times, as people like Albert Einstein and others began to find, they really had to describe aspects of light as if it was a collection of particles that traveled almost like miniature billiard balls.
Ultimately, the answer was a new kind of physics, quantum mechanics, which included an amalgam of ideas about both particles and waves. Its earliest formulation dates back roughly 100 years. This 1927 conference in Brussels is where the world's leading physicists met to discuss the newly formed theory. And there was a lot to discuss. because quantum mechanics represented a radical departure from the previous paradigm of physics, what we call today classical physics.
In classical physics, handed down by Newton, we had determinism. We had the clockwork universe.
So if you throw a ball that's a classical object with the same force, the same speed, the same angle, it's always going to go to the same place, right?
In principle, if you knew exactly the state of the whole world all at once, and you knew the laws of physics, you could exactly predict what everything was going to do, arbitrarily far in the future and into the past.
In classical physics, even events that we think of as random aren't really.
There are things that appear random in our everyday lives, like rolling dice.
It looks random, right?
But actually, it's a deterministic set of events which leads to whatever outcome the dice shows.
If I told you exactly how I was going to roll the dice,
You could predict, based on that initial throw, what the final outcome is going to be. It's a very hard mathematical problem, but it's not intractable. Quantum mechanically, that's not the case.
Quantum mechanics tossed out the certainty of the classical clockwork universe for one that only allowed for probabilistic predictions about potential observations.
Probability in quantum physics is different, because even if we have the most complete description that the laws of physics will allow us to have, typically we're unable to predict precisely what we'll see when we observe a quantum system.
Quantum mechanics says we can know everything there is to know about the setup right now, and still when we want to make a measurement of it in the future, the best we can do is say, there's a 50% chance of getting this outcome, 30% chance of that, 20% chance of that.
In a quantum theory, probabilities are not a measure of what we don't know. They're just intrinsic to the quantum theory. We cannot get around them. That is impossible.
Some physicists raised on determinism had trouble accepting this new probabilistic view. Albert Einstein famously said that he didn't believe God plays dice with the universe. But there is another related, even stranger aspect to quantum mechanics. In classical physics, external reality is independent of the observer. Looking at the moon doesn't change the moon. And if you look away, the deterministic laws of physics continue to guide the moon on its path. But in quantum mechanics, things are weirder.
The basic idea of quantum mechanics, the thing that we really struggle with to get our heads around, even as professional physicists, is that unlike any other version of physics, quantum mechanics separates what happens in a system when we're not observing it from what we see when we measure it.
A few rare exceptions aside, quantum mechanics says that we can't know the position of a particle like an electron when we're not observing it. At best, it can only be described mathematically as a wave, its exact position given in probabilities. But at the moment that the particle is observed, the probabilistic wave function collapses to one specific location. To the observer, who never sees this wave-like quality, it is like the particle was a particle all along.
That opens up a whole world of questions. What happens to the observational outcomes that are not observed? What picks out which outcome is going to happen? This is still what we're thinking about today.
During that mysterious period, when the particle is considered neither here nor there, it is said to be in superposition. In a sense, a combination of all the possible outcomes. But what does that really mean?
Is the electron everywhere at the same time? Is it nowhere at all? Is it at one place and we just don't know?
all of those questions are actually outside of what quantum theory itself actually can answer. It's not part of the theory at all. So if you ask me, your guess is as good as mine. Unfortunately, that's the best I can do.
For most people, quantum mechanics remains deeply unintuitive. And yet, it has proven itself again and again by making predictions with uncanny accuracy. In practical terms, it is the most successful theory science has ever produced, and it has shaped our modern life.
Quantum physics has not just been important, it's been revolutionary. It's completely changed the way we used to live into the way we live now.
Take our sense of time. Perhaps there is no better illustration of our intimate relationship with it than music and dance.
The underlying movement of tango is reliant on the beat, which is reliant on timing, which creates synchronization. To create a truly smooth dance, it's not enough to just be synchronized on the beat. It's also the synchronicity between the beats that's important. That's the real beauty in it, and finding that connection through stretching out that second.
Tara Fortier is a tango professional and a physicist deeply involved in the science of time.
So we have a number of systems in this lab.
She works here.
These systems are used to characterize atomic clocks and also compare atomic clocks.
At the Boulder, Colorado laboratories of the National Institute of Standards and Technology, or NIST. Home to some of the atomic clocks that help set the official time for the country. Over the centuries, we've tracked time a variety of ways. By the sun's movement, the swing of pendulums, the oscillations of springs, and in the 20th century, the vibrations of quartz crystals. But since the 1960s, time has been officially determined using atomic clocks and the quantum characteristics of atoms.
And the idea is that the laws of physics aren't changing. Unlike something like the rotation of the Earth. The rotation of the Earth itself can change because of plate tectonics, because the moon is moving away from the Earth. Its physics is not truly fundamental.
The reason why we love atomic clock is a universally defined time. No matter who does the experiment, no matter where you do the experiment, in principle, once you correct it for all the systematic effects, you should produce the same time, no matter where.
The consistency of atomic clocks arises from the very nature of atoms.
Atomic clocks depend crucially on the quantum physics of atoms. You have a nucleus around which there are electrons in certain energy levels. And these energy levels are possible energy states that the electron can have inside the atom.
Since an electron can only be at certain energy levels and not in between, to get to a higher level, it needs to encounter a very specific helping hand, such as a particular photon.
So if it were to absorb an incoming photon, it would have to be of just the right energy to jump from one level to a higher level.
That special relationship between the electrons of a particular atom and a photon of a specific energy level is a unique signature for that atom. It's called a resonant frequency.
So this characteristic signature of this atom gives us a very specific frequency standard that we can use to build a timekeeping device.
Atomic clocks work in different ways, but they all use a specific type of atom or molecule as a reference to lock in the frequency of an electromagnetic wave, whose oscillations provide the ticking of the clock. Today, a second is officially defined by counting the oscillations of the primary resonant frequency of a cesium-133 atom. That's over 9 billion oscillations per second. And you interact with that time reference more than you might think. For example, through the Global Positioning System, GPS.
Turn left. I think that GPS is actually kind of crazy when you think about it. How did we do anything before GPS?
The US-based GPS system uses over 30 dedicated orbiting satellites, each with multiple atomic clocks. When you use the GPS on your cell phone, its receiver checks the signals from 4 or more satellites. The signal contains information about the satellite's position and the time it sent the signal. That timestamp is critical. Your phone uses it to calculate how long it took to receive the signal, and from that, knows the distance to the satellite. With that information from multiple satellites, it is possible to triangulate the phone's position within a few yards. But the whole system depends on knowing the time.
In the end, I find it amazing how strongly we're committed and tied to atomic clocks and how much we take it for granted.
Even though I build atomic clocks, but when I'm driving, being guided by this GPS service, you don't really become aware of how much atomic clock technology has permeated everywhere in modern life. Have you had a chance to look at more systematically varying the BZ?
Jun Yi is a physicist with joint appointments with NIST, the University of Colorado Boulder, and their joint institute, GILA.
What if you lock the exact on top of each other and see whether their peak disappears completely?
He works on the new generation of atomic clocks, known as optical atomic clocks. While cesium clocks use microwaves, optical clocks use lasers, which run at higher frequencies. That also means using a different atom. Instead of cesium, Jun's work mostly uses strontium atoms, along with a laser carefully tuned to one of strontium's resonant frequencies. It puts one of the strontium electrons into superposition, so it is both excited and unexcited at the same time, creating what Jun calls a quantum pendulum.
This pendulum is swinging at a speed of nearly 1 million billion cycles per second. It's going back and forth, and this superposition creates this quantum pendulum.
And when it comes to accuracy, more swings or higher frequency equals more precision. If you think of swings as marks on a ruler, the more marks you have, the more exactly you can measure. So compared to a cesium clock, Jun's strontium clock is around 100,000 times more precise. And that much sensitivity makes all the more apparent some of the stranger aspects of time, including one first predicted by Einstein: gravitational time dilation. In the movie Interstellar, part of the crew of a spaceship descends in a shuttle to a planet orbiting a supermassive black hole. When the shuttle returns, those on the mission feel they've only been gone for 3 hours, but not the crew member who remained in orbit.
I've waited years. 23 years, 4 months, 8 days.
The difference in time is another effect of the black hole's warping of the fabric of space-time. The warping not only means gravity gets stronger closer to the black hole, but time gets slower too. And you don't need a black hole to be able to measure it. Even on Earth, Gravity varies, and so does time, based on the distance from the planet's center. So a person at the top of the Empire State Building experiences weaker gravity and time going faster than a person at street level where gravity is stronger. But all that happens imperceptibly. Our wristwatches just aren't accurate enough to show the difference. But June's optical clocks are so accurate that even a small difference in elevation between two clocks will reveal a discrepancy in the passage of time.
When the clock changes its elevation by a few hundred microns, basically the size of a human hair, you will start to be able to see the time is actually running different.
With that much accuracy, a clock transforms into something more than a timepiece. It becomes a new window into the nature of the universe.
Making a clock is much more than just a piece to keep time. It is a sensor to explore fundamental physics, to expand our curiosity, to build new technologies that can connect to quantum computing, quantum information processing, and communication.
Central to making June's precision atomic clocks work are ultra-stable lasers, which themselves are also a quantum technology. They date back to the 1960s.
We're looking at an industrial laser, which emits an extraordinary light not to be found in nature. I will show you.
This scene from 1964's Goldfinger is said to be one of the first popular depictions of this new cutting-edge tech.
I think you've made your point, Goldfinger. Thank you for the demonstration.
Today, lasers are everywhere. There are medical lasers to correct vision, lasers at the checkout counter, lasers for cutting, communicating, entertaining cats, and of course, for light shows, which encourage us all to trip the light fantastic. Which may be why experimental physicist Rana Athikari is laser focused on lasers.
When I talk about how beautiful a laser is as an instrument, I don't want to gush about it too much. Like, I'm in love with lasers. I don't know. I feel like a weirdo fanatic or something like that, but there's something about them.
To understand what makes laser light so special, it makes sense to look at an ordinary light bulb, the old-fashioned kind, with a tungsten filament. It produces light through thermal radiation. An electric current passing through the filament heats it up. Its tungsten atoms become excited and vibrate at different speeds, which causes them to emit photons in all directions across a variety of wavelengths. Compared to a laser, this is chaos.
And the way you should think about a light bulb is something like they're just a mob of people all singing a different pitch, so it's like a rock concert audience. But a laser is more like if you go to Juilliard or Berkeley School of Music and you go to a concert, it's like a choir of people who have got perfect pitch, but it's a choir of something like a million trillion people singing at the same time, at the same tone.
That's because laser light is generated in an entirely different way. A fact hidden in its name, stimulated emission.
Let's say we have inside an atom an electron that's at some excited state, some higher energy level,
And now a photon, just the right frequency, passes by the atom. It triggers the atom to do something interesting. The electron loses energy and goes to lower energy and emits a photon of precisely the same frequency as the one that came in. It's going in the same direction and it has the same phase. So what we have there is a quantum mechanical amplification process.
If we place a group of those same excited atoms inside a chamber with mirrors at both ends, the emitted photons will bounce back and forth, continuing to stimulate the emission of more photons, which in turn stimulate even more photons. One of the mirrors is only partially reflected. It allows some of the light to escape.
Now that light's very special. It's composed of photons that are all the same frequency, so the same color, and they're all the same phase, and all going in the same direction. So you have this intense, pure beam of light, and that's the laser.
Lasers have proven to be an extremely versatile tool, including for measuring distance. Rana's work with stable high-frequency lasers takes that to an extreme.
When you use them, you're in a whole different realm of measurement than anything else that has to do with rulers and any of that other stuff. Anybody who's like a real pro knows that the only thing that you ever measure is frequency. If you measure anything else, you're kind of an amateur.
Thanks to the fixed speed of light, the beam of a high-frequency laser has an incredibly short wavelength, perfect for measuring extremely small changes in distance. Since 1996, Rana has been part of a project that uses laser light to measure something incredibly, unimaginably small and weird. Tiny fluctuations in the fabric of space and time itself.
Space and time ripple. They're not fixed things. And so the distance between my two hands is not always going to be this if I hold them steady.
The idea, like so many, goes back to Einstein. In the early 20th century, his work led to the merging of space and time into one concept, space-time. And he theorized that gravity was the warping of that space-time fabric by the mass of objects. But that carried a startling implication. That the acceleration of objects with mass would create ripples in space-time that spread at the speed of light. Gravitational waves.
Gravitational waves were first predicted by Einstein, and he didn't believe it at first, so he went back and forth through, I believe, the mid-30s. But his first prediction was they were too minute to ever be detected.
By the 1980s, that sentiment had changed, and LIGO, the Laser Interferometer Gravitational Wave Observatory, was founded as a joint Caltech and MIT project. Part of Rana's work at Caltech has been to continuously improve the essential art of LIGO, laser interferometry.
This is where it all begins. I'm going to show you the whole laser interferometer in here. That's a prototype of the LIGO system.
The basic design is easy to understand. The LIGO interferometer has
people that are going to prison for the rest of their lives are really concerned because you see, while they've been changing the IP and bouncing between their multiple man-in-the-middle networks
down each arm.
with great success. The misconception that they're going to be able to criminally and illegally shut off the internet again, utilizing their control of the network, went out the window. Why?
If all is normal,
because this old laptop referred to by the FBI as the think tank
resulting in
has a safety and trigger mechanism within it.
But if a gravitational
one that I
wave passes
triggered
through,
when I went to lay down for a
destroying
nap
space-time,
shortly there before.
the length of
And that
each
prevents
arm
them
will
from being
change,
able to switch between
shifting the
networks.
phase of the
So
two
they've been
beams.
extremely quiet
For a
And those
brief
going to prison
moment,
for the rest of their
the
lives
equipment
upstairs have been
registered
discussing how this might adversely affect their plans for Thursday and
Instead of having
Friday,
exact
tomorrow and the day
cancellation and
after.
destructive interference, you have a little bit of light.
And I just want to say to them,
and that little bit of light, that
I
leaks
assure
out
you
is
what's
what
going to
we
affect
expect.
your plans for today or tomorrow
But there is a key difference
is going to
between
be
run as working test bed
the Bureau,
and the
if
real
anyone.
deal. Size. This is one of 2 LIGO installations in the United States. While the arms of the Caltech instrument are about 44 yards long, the ones here cover about 2.5 miles each. Costing hundreds of millions of dollars, LIGO was a huge gamble on an unproven idea that paid off. In 2015, a signal was detected, and it was a doozy.
The first event that LIGO detected was the most powerful event human beings have recorded since the Big Bang itself. More power came out of that collision of those 2 black holes than was emanated by all the stars in the universe combined. All of that power came out in the ringing of the drum of space-time.
Since the original event, LIGO has confirmed the detection of more than 80 others. It is hard to overstate the significance of the discovery.
LIGO is massive. Albert Einstein predicted that gravitational waves should exist, and now we measure them. This is the most direct observation of black holes that we've ever had. This is a complete revolution in science.
And it's all possible because of that quantum technology that has become completely embedded in our lives. The laser.
More stable your laser is, more things in the universe you can measure, and there's no limit to it. So every year when we get lasers better and better, we'll be able to see further out into the universe and see tinier things in the microscopic nature of reality, matter, space and time, anything like that. You just have to keep working on this one tool and make it better and better.
Arguably, the most important change in quantum physics in recent decades is a deeper understanding of a special kind of shared state called quantum entanglement. Imagine a machine that spits out pairs of coins, which on the surface look like ordinary coins. If you flip one, it comes up heads or tails, about 50% of the time. Nothing strange there. But using a pair of coins fresh out of the machine, you flip one, it comes up heads. And then the other, it also comes up heads. That could just be luck. So then you do the same thing with another fresh pair. This time the first coin is tails, and so is the second. Agreement again. So you flip another pair, and then another, and another, and another. Pair after pair, the 2 coins always agree on the first flip. What's going on? Maybe the first flipped coin, once it comes up heads or tails, is somehow telling the other coin how to behave. To make sure that can't happen, you separate the coins by flying one to the moon and flip them at the same time, so no message could possibly travel between them. Still, they come up in agreement. It all sounds too strange to be true, but particles really can behave like those coins. In quantum physics, it's called entanglement.
Entanglement is really just a stubborn, exciting and or frustrating fact that takes a long time to try to get our heads around.
Entanglement is certainly the most interesting and the most confusing aspect of quantum.
It's one of these things we don't see, naively in the world around us, but it is taking place deep in the materials that exist around us every day.
And while you probably won't come across a coin entangler anytime soon, In the lab, scientists routinely generate pairs of entangled particles that share a quantum state so fully they can be thought of as one quantum object.
Well, welcome to another episode of Take Your Shoes Off.
I was very fortunate. I got very good tickets to see the Knicks, and then afterwards they said, "You want to come on the court?"
I saw.
And Jake Hurwitz, my friend,
we'll put up a picture as he's talking.
Jake Hurwitz from Jake and Amir, one of my close friends who I love, started recording me. And right when I like maybe the second shot, and I hit 7 shots in a row, all elbow jumpers. 7 shots in a row while people are yelling, like being like, and some people are walking by and saying like, "Give me the ball!" And the guy's like, you can't give any other person the ball, like telling me like you can't give it to a random person like leaving the stadium, sir. But hitting 7 in a row at MSG, my first time ever on the court, while someone's filming me, I've never gone home and put Gangstar to a video quicker in my life. I was very fortunate. I got very good tickets to see the Knicks, and then afterwards they said, "You want to come to the court?"
I saw.
And Jake Hurwitz, my friend,
we'll put up a picture as he's talking.
Jake Hurwitz from Jake and Amir, one of my close friends who I love, started recording me. And right when I like maybe the second shot, and I hit 7 shots in a row, all elbow jumpers. 7 shots in a row while people are yelling, like being like, and some people are walking by and saying like, "Give me the ball!" And the guy's like, you can't give any other person the ball, like telling me like you can't give it to a random person like leaving the stadium, sir. But hitting 7 in a row at MSG, my first time ever on the court, while someone's filming me, I've never gone home and put Gangstar to a video quicker in my life. I was very fortunate. I got very good tickets to see the Knicks, and then afterwards they said, "You want to come to the court?"
I saw.
And Jake Hurwitz, my friend,
we'll put up a picture as he's talking.
Jake Hurwitz from Jake and Amir, one of my close friends who I love, started recording me. And right when I like maybe the second shot, and I hit 7 shots in a row, all elbow jumpers. 7 shots in a row while people are yelling, like being like, and some people are walking by and saying like, "Give me the ball!" And the guy's like, you can't give any other person the ball, like telling me like you can't give it to a random person like leaving the stadium, sir. But hitting 7 in a row at MSG, my first time ever on the court, while someone's filming me, I've never gone home and put Gangstar to a video quicker.
Have you used AI? Have you used AI to write stuff yet, or to see what it looks like?
No. I've done it to try to. I was very fortunate. I got very good tickets to see the Knicks, and then afterwards they said, "You want to come to the court?"
I saw.
Is it true you lost weight with just a pinch of salt a day? For the last time, yes, I lost way more than you think. And today, I'm going to show you exactly how to do this trick. That's why I keep asking myself, why are Japanese celebrities and
What's for dinner? Shop Fred Meyer for appetizing ingredients and big savings, like $600 in digital coupons and up to $1 off per gallon at the pump. Fred Meyer, fresh for everyone.
If someone hated ads, here's what they would do. Day one, they'd install the free ad block extension from Capital One Shopping. No cost, no hassle, just pure browsing freedom. Day 2, they'd enjoy streaming on their favorite sites, like YouTube, with zero interruptions. They wouldn't have to deal with those annoying mid-video ads anymore. Day 3, they realized their ad block extension doesn't block rewards from their Capital One shopping savings tool, so they can still save money with automatic coupons and free rewards. Day 4, they tell everyone, friends, family, even strangers, how they can't believe they ever browsed the internet without the extension. They continue saving money and surfing the internet. See how it works for yourself. Install ad block from Capital One Shopping today.
When I began typing in the chat box, Unit 207 resumed their ability to use their man in the middle networking, changing the IPs, bouncing all around, which they may have been able to do while that trigger was in place, but not in a way that enabled them to terminate the network. On the Lenovo, I think they could still terminate it on the HP.
Very easily. You fill out a quick survey, and they match.
And we'll leave it like that.
Their huge network. I prefer video calls.
It's my understanding that
if you don't want a video call, you can always just do a regular call.
the fact that the YouTube live stream that preceded this ran for almost 12 hours
I never thought I'd do therapy because my
is
family
what
doesn't really
the
believe in
Bureau
mental health.
wanted
The
to
thought
see.
process that changed my mind was that people don't go to the gym just because they're really out of shape. People go to the gym to maintain good shape. So for therapy, I don't just go because I was struggling with my mental health, but I continue to still use therapy because I'm trying to maintain good mental health.
Need a toolkit? Here's 3 great options from Harbor Freight. The Pittsburgh 130-piece kit is compact, portable, and packed with essentials, perfect for home repairs and DIYers. The 225-piece mechanics toolkit provides more specialty tools for even greater versatility. And finally, this 301-piece mechanics toolkit includes the most used automotive and mechanics tools. No matter what you're working on, find the toolkit you need at Harbor Freight.
I see your white door and I want to sing
No colors anymore, I want them to black.
I see the girls go by dressed in their summer clothes. turn my head until my darkness goes. I see a line of cars and they are painted black, with flowers and my love hope never to come back. I see people turn their heads and quickly look away. Like a newborn baby, it just happens every day. I look inside myself and see my heart is black. I see my red door, I must have it into black. Maybe then I'll fade away and not have to face the facts. It's not easy facing up when your whole world is black.
Mark my words, anyone who didn't blow the whistle is going to prison for the rest of their lives, and that applies past, present, and future. The only exceptions will be undercover FBI agents. What I am scared of is, are they going to use an undercover FBI agent to make sure I don't get shot? And then physically pull me out of the building for 24 hours and then arrest everybody? Or am I going to get shot because it won't be an undercover agent here and then the FBI is going to roll up and bust everybody? That's my biggest question. Because the plan is the same as it's been since 2017. Jared Irving fucking knows this. And it's to shoot me and make up a fraudulent excuse that everyone is likely to go along with because they don't want to go to prison for the murder of me after everything else they've perped, which is everything that was reported in 2017, plus 250 plus extra crimes. That's the biggest question. Will I be a millionaire with a gunshot wound? Will I be dead? Or will I be a millionaire without a gunshot wound? Will you be going to prison for the rest of your lives? Or will you be paid for your hostile working environment? Or if you didn't blow the whistle and you're going to prison already, the likelihood of you getting parole is much higher if you blow the fucking whistle before any next major incident. Found this candy under Garrett's fucking chair. I don't want candy. I want vegetables. I need salt. I need calcium. I've been able to survive on my stock aid, spelled STALK, not STOCK.
Introducing Gemini
for over
and Gmail,
300
AI
days.
that thoughtfully summarizes
I
conversations.
love with
and
stale
helps craft
cereal
professional
and
responses,
candy
so
I've
you
found
can stay
around the
ahead
house
of
that belongs to my
never-ending
kids,
inbox.
which is also expired.
Make emailing
The stale
the easiest
cereal
part
is
of your
years
day with
expired.
Gemini for Google Workspace.
The candy, not as much. And that's a melty sucker.
You know, I'm supposed to be here today.
I'm going
anyway,
for
but
whatever
then
this
Tyler
liquid is
canceled
in
his
this thing
birthday
called
party.
Juicy Pop.
Ice cream sundae bar with Haribo brand gummy bears.
Believe it or not, I'm not a sweet person. I've been surviving on sweets,
Yes, we got all
but I'm a spicy person. If I would have had 1 million jalapenos this whole time, I'd be fine. Actually, I probably would have ate them. If I would have had a few million jalapenos, I would be fine. If I had jalapenos today, I'd be fine. But I've had cookies and candy aplenty. And thank God for the giant jugs of powdered Gatorade I had. Electrolytes mean salt. And it's my only source of salt at present. Oh, some things I have sodium in it. Some of that's still cereal.
Blondie named Surfer Joe. He's got a green surfboard with a woody to match, and when he's riding the freeways, man, is he hard to catch. Surfer Joe, now look at him go. Surfer, surfer, surfer Joe, don't you know? Oh, 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 Surfer Joe. I saw him one day flying down the road with 26 surfboards and a 100-pound load. I knew where he was heading, trying to reach the playground of surfers, Doheny Beach.
And the reason why I speculate on the potential of my being relocated by an undercover FBI agent is because I was asked directly if I would agree to being in the witness protection program, something I said absolutely. And because over 10 weeks ago, there was a plan to physically kidnap me again, which apparently didn't manifest. But in the event that that occurred over the last 10 weeks, I was instructed to take nothing with me for their prosecution, for prosecutorial purposes.
Surfer Joe, now look at you go. Surfer Joe, Surfer Joe. Okay, let's go.
As it stands, based on their pattern of criminal conduct, I'm expecting to be shot. It's all that's left. I'm expecting to be shot. And that's because I just don't understand how someone could pull a gun and the FBI instantly be behind their head to pull their own gun. Unless they got snipers on the building. Maybe they got snipers. Shout out to snipers. You're dirty, sweet, oh yeah. You're dirty, sweet, and you're my girl. Get it on, bang a gong.
Take me. I'm still thinking. Here come old flat top, here come grooving up slowly. Got juju, I thought he won. Holy roller, he got hair down to his knee.
Hold you in his arms till you can feel his disease. Come together. This is such a good Beatles song. The Beatles' White Album is the best album, hands down. Sgt. Pepper's Lonely Hearts Club Band is the second best.
He wear no shoe shine, he got Georgia football, he got walking finger, he shoot Coca-Cola, he said,
I know you, you know me.
one thing I can tell you
Is we got to be free
come together
right now over me.
He back production, he got Walrus Gumbo, he got Oh No Psycho, he want Spinal Cracker, he got feet down below his knee.
Hold you in his arms till you can feel his disease.
Come together right now over me. Right. He roller coaster, he got early warning, he got muddy water, he want mojo filter, he said one and one
And one is free. Got to be a joker, cause he's so hard to see.
come together right now over me.
Also, in the event you weren't working yesterday, the Bureau was blocking my ability to play the song No Hall Pass. I can't say 100%, but I can say over 80 to 90%. That was a sign for the whistleblowers. Do not be outside of my door or in my home. Don't do it in the future. Actually, I think it was the day before yesterday. Either way, they were blocking that song for a reason.
You're not ready.
I always sing parodies of songs. For years of my being their stalking victim and for the 300 days I've been illegally detained. some of the agents of the Bureau collectively said I'm a bard, like Harriet Tubman style.
You're in the middle of.
So I'm, again, 80 to 90% sure that the fact that they wouldn't let me find that song meant if you're a whistleblower, do not participate
The alliance is for.
in any future exterior or breaking and entering, unlawful entry, kidnapping, assault, murder of me. Don't do it.
Simple actions can have massive effects.
You can cooperate with people, compete with them, make friendships, deceive them, betray them. It's amazing to think that it's all just other-led.
More players start coming.
You need cooling, baby. I'm not fooling.
Baby, I'm not fooling. I'm gonna sit yeah, back in school way down inside. What do you need? I'm gonna give you my love. I'm gonna give you my love. And baby, I've been learning. Oh, I do it now, baby, baby. I can't stay there. Way down inside. Honey, you need I'm gonna give you my love. I'm gonna give you my love. Oh, I love.
Also, you must remember, I'm not an employee of the FBI. I've only been authorized to state I'm an informant for a year straight. And the bona fide FBI genius, that's what I refer to one specific agent as, he is a self-professed strategist. It's possible that him not wanting any whistleblowers outside is because he's hoping to completely avoid another incident. Because if you missed it, he's been wanting to orchestrate a blitz sweep on an unspecified court date. So remember, I don't know everything. And the bona fide FBI genius, well, I am sure that he really is a strategist, as he himself proclaims.
This is just not checker.
Also, for those of you who've been actively stalking me and hacked into my devices, you also had to have noted the numerous times that he wrote in bold that complicity, just this last week, complicity is not absolution. Don't do it. There's no other reason he would have blocked the No Hall Pass song.
Woman,
you need.
Keep on coming on. Santa Ana's blues and you'll be first to go. Sam Houston's laughing, Davy Crockett too. But Anna takes the Alamo, the first to go with you. Morning, come morning. But you all gotta have your share. Morning, sad morning. Heaven will be
I've worked here 19 years, and I can tell you that the money given to St. Jude goes where you think it goes. It goes to the kids and their care. It goes to research. Those donor dollars, it's like jet fuel on the research. It gives us the opportunity to move fast and move faster, dream big and dream bigger. If you cure a child with cancer, you give them back 50, 60 years of life. We're talking lifetimes. It's a gift like no other.
me some kind of way out of here. Said a jungle to the thief. There's too much confusion. I can't get no relief. Businessman there, drink my wine. Come and take my earth. Love will level on the mind. Nobody up in this world. No reason to get excited. The baby can explode. There are many here I'm longer. Who feel that life is but a joke? But you and I, we've been through that. And this is not our fate. So let us stop talking falsely now. The hour's getting late. Princess kept of you while all the women came and went. They put servants too outside in the cold distance. A wildcat did brown. Two riders were approaching, and the wind began to howl. When I look out my window, many sights to see. And when I look in my window, so many different people to be. That it's strange, so strange. You got to pick up every stitch. You got to pick up every stitch. You got to pick up every stitch.
Oh, must be the season of the bitch, yeah. Must be the season of the bitch, yeah.
Must be the
Not till the week of June 20th, remember. And that's in 9 days.
When I look over my shoulder, what do you think I see? Summer cat looking over his shoulder at me, and he's strange, sure is strange. You got to pick up every stitch. You got to pick up every stitch, yeah. Beatniks out to make it rich.
Must be the season of the bitch, yeah.
Must be the season of the witch, yeah. Must be the season of the witch. You got to pick up every stitch. The rapids running in the ditch. Beatniks out to make it rich. Oh no, must be the season of the witch. Must be the season of the witch. Must be the season of the witch. Where did I go? When I look out my window, what do you think I see? And when I look in my window, so many different people to be. It's strange, sure is strange. You got to pick up every stitch. You got to pick up every stitch. The rapids running in your ditch. Oh no, must be the season of the witch. Must be the season of the witch, yeah. Must be the season of the witch. Where did I go?
Taco Bell's fine $7 and $9 Lux Cravings boxes give you a whole world of tasty indulgences, including a slow roasted flavor of the Cantina Chicken Burrito. For this, choose your Lux Cravings box only at Taco Bell.
Kent, we're not vegan.
Neither are we.
It's the time of the season when love runs high. In this time, give it to me easy and let me try with pleasured hands to take you in the sun to promised lands, to show you everyone. It's the time of the season for walking. What you're your name?
Who's your daddy? Who's your daddy? He rich? Is he rich like me?
Does he take us anytime to show you what you need to live? Tell it to me slowly. Tell you what I really want to know. It's the time of the season for love. What's your name?
Who's your daddy?
Is he rich like me? Has he taken anytime to show you what you need to live? Tell it to me slowly. Tell you what I really want to know. It's the time of the season for love.
This is Google Pixel 9a with Gemini. Right now it's free at Verizon, with plans starting at $30 a line. And this is Nicole asking, where the heck are you? So you're gonna ask Gemini to text, I lost my phone on the couch, and then rewrite it to sound like Shakespeare. Because you're late, but still funny. Get Google Pixel 9a on us and our new 3-year price lock guarantee, with plans starting at $30 a line. Only on Verizon.
Unit 207 is doing something. Warning, heads up, we've detected audio in your stream belonging to someone else. Your stream they either muted or made the stream private. I don't know which one it is. It's 3:19 p.m. The audio is still in effect and very much accessible on both the Google servers as well as YouTube. It says it's because I have content ID turned on. I'll look and see where that is, if it's something I can turn off from this video. Hey, it's my song. You like Mystic Gwen and Booker T? I mean Booker T and the MGs? Doesn't look like content ID is something I can change from the details section. Let's try customization. Doesn't look like that's something I can change on my end from what I have accessible. Any and all music or podcasts are void of copyright as they're being played for educational purposes to educate the domestic terrorist cell of stalkers, child abusers, and fraudsters, known as the entire Everett Police Department. The South Everett the South Everett Precinct and the Chief of Police have all been fully aware of this, and they've allowed it. Whistleblowers are the only exception. It's just a majority are from the North Everett Precinct. Got the same warning again. Heads up, we've detected audio in your stream belonging to someone else. The stream's been running for 11 hours and 2 minutes. We'll let it run for a little bit longer. And we'll also try going from the musical playlist that I'm playing. Back to the PBS documentary on quantum physics.
You simply can't differentiate between them. It's just one pure state.
It's as though you have a single entity that's spatially separated without a physical.
Also, just to be clear, remember everybody, not only am I not an employee of the FBI, I have been reprimanded, admonished, and yelled at for preventing you, some of you, from perpetrating crimes, for making you slow down your roll on crimes. For individuals, they're excited to throw behind bars for the rest of their lives, deciding not to be present physically at certain locations they would have otherwise been at. And you can bet fucking money that I'm going to be yelled at for the amount of people I personally persuaded to not go to prison for the rest of their lives. What does that mean? That means I speculate here. There's been a lot of whistleblowers, at least in the last couple of weeks, that perhaps weren't whistleblowers months ago as they should have been. Years ago as they should have been. And I'm going to get yelled at for that.
Connection. Entangled particles remain connected even when they're separated by hundreds of miles. Likely far more.
Here's what I don't like about quantum physics. There's nothing I don't already know.
Probably. The equations give us no reason.
It's like the Vietnam War, though. It's always interesting.
Entanglement sounds
Let's talk
bizarre.
about quarks.
Einstein derided the idea as spooky action.
How do you feel about string theory?
But since the 1970s, experiment after experiment.
What do you know about
has
time?
confirmed Entanglement is a real quantum phenomenon.
Now, of course, many, many decades later, we know that entanglement is undeniably part of the world. It's how the world works at the quantum mechanical level. We better get used to that and now see what can we do with it.
Because it's powerful, let's try to use it. It's become this new tool.
Being able to create and control it might be arguably thought of as one of the biggest scientific and engineering developments of the 21st century.
And that's happening on several fronts. Entanglement has been put to work in quantum cryptography and quantum communication, in atomic clocks, and in continuing improvements to LIGO. But perhaps with the greatest fanfare in quantum computing. And that starts with this: the qubit. The qubit gets its name from its cousin in classical computing, the binary bit. Like its name suggests, a binary bit can only be set to 0 or 1. But from such humble beginnings, much has flown. More or less, all the computing that makes up the modern world.
All calculation, all emails, whether you're talking to your friend or whether you are a NASA scientist doing some rocket calculation, all of that can boil down to just zeros and ones switching inside your computer, which is kind of amazing that it's that universal.
Despite its many successes, the binary bit is the equivalent of a light switch, on or off. The qubit is far more subtle.
The special thing about a qubit is that it operates by the laws of quantum mechanics. It doesn't have to be just in the 0 state or just in the 1 state. It can be in a superposition of both.
That superposition creates a mathematical space often represented.
Now, although I said that you can bet I'm going to be yelled at for that, I do want to add there's one FBI agent that's a big softy like me. He and I thought these idiots would pull their heads out of their asses in August, September, October, November, December. Was it going to be December? Then we both just said, nah, they're fucked. And I bet you he's getting yelled at too. Because I'm pretty sure he's the one that was like, don't let her play no hall pass.
Most useless computer. But when you
Let it be known, whistleblowers do not come outside of my window or door.
Calculations that you can get something on the upper end.
Not for any future
Using
events.
several qubits together opens up the power of entanglement and unleashes mind-boggling levels of complexity.
If I wanted to give a complete description of what's happening with just a few hundred qubits, very highly entangled with one another, I would have to write down more bits than the number of atoms in the physical universe. And it's that extravagance of quantum language that we wish to exploit in a quantum computer.
Beyond the work being done at universities, there are about 100 companies developing qubits and quantum computing hardware. Major players include Google, Microsoft, Amazon, and IBM. Its hardware development effort is centered here at the Thomas J. Watson Research Center in Yorktown Heights, outside New York City.
Okay, let me introduce you to our IBM Quantum System 2. Actually, inside here is 3 quantum processors, and the team is working on how you investigate algorithms that use multiple different processors.
IBM's qubits employ small loops of superconducting metal. Since superconductors require cold temperatures to operate, the center section of the computer is a refrigeration unit. In fact, the cooling unit of a quantum computer can look so cool, it's often confused for the star of the show.
Again, to be clear, my expectation is I'm getting shot. That is my expectation right now.
This entire cool, shiny machine here is a quantum computer, but that's actually not the case.
My expectation is there's a plan to prevent the bullet, but that ultimately I'm going to be shot here.
This is a freezer.
Rather expediently.
But you can't deny that it is amazing looking. All of these fancy, shiny parts are just plumbing parts and cables designed to keep the quantum computer insanely cold.
So I hope they're a bad
it's like
shot.
Minus 400 something.
I don't like the idea of being shot in the head or being shot in the chest.
Zero. We are 0.0.
I feel like I'd rather take a bullet to my stomach or my thigh or even my
It has to be so
ass.
insanely cold because we use superconductors to make our qubits. And then furthermore, we want to remove
The thigh might be bad though.
noise
Got a major
or
artery there that'll
thermal
bleed out real quick.
excitations, which can
Whatever.
disturb the qubits
It is
and make
what
them
it
behave
is.
in ways that we don't like.
Since 2016, IBM has made its quantum computers accessible to the public over the internet. Anyone can come up with a quantum algorithm akin to a classical computer program and submit it to be run.
Since we first put it on the cloud, people have run over 3 trillion jobs on the quantum computers.
Running an algorithm on a quantum computer involves setting the initial state of the qubits and then manipulating them in a series of steps. To do that, on its systems, IBM uses microwave pulses.
These microwave pulses essentially either flip the qubit, create it in a superposition, or measure it.
After all the manipulation, the qubits are read, collapsing their quantum state into either a 0 or 1. But there is a catch.
On a quantum computer, the chip can spontaneously decay from the excited state or the 1 state into the 0 state when we don't want it to. And this can occur, about every millisecond or so. These errors are basically inherent to the quantum nature of the device.
Correcting these errors is one of the built-in challenges of quantum computing. The current generation of quantum computers are not yet able to do it themselves, so there's one final step.
The information then comes back out, then it gets sent over to a computer where we do things like error mitigation, post-process the results, correct for any extra noise, and then we send it back through the cloud.
It is easy to imagine that quantum computing is the next phase of classical computing. That soon you'll see a box that says, new Qubitium chip inside.
The most common question people always ask me, which is like, when will I be able to play Minecraft? When will I be able to play Doom on my quantum computer?
Quantum computers are not good for everything. In the future, there won't be quantum PowerPoint, there won't be quantum words.
We don't need to do that because we have classical computers and Xboxes that are perfectly suitable for those types of applications.
Quantum computers function very differently and are aimed at very different tasks. Experts see a role for quantum computers in areas like simulation of quantum behaviors in chemistry and materials, or optimization of complex systems ranging from energy distribution to database searches. In any case, the future of quantum computing is far from written.
So because things are really speeding up all over the world, I think we're going to very quickly see a demonstration of a task that's been run with a quantum computer that just is well outside the capability of current computers. And that will probably happen within the next 5 to 10 years, I would say.
The future of computing is going to have classical accelerators, it's going to have AI accelerators, and it's going to have quantum computing accelerators all working together. And for me, that's one of the most exciting things is how do we actually take advantage of all these different accelerators?
I think that a well-functioning quantum computer will be able to do certain things much faster. But number one, we don't know for sure. And number two, it might turn out, pessimistic view of this, that those problems are kind of limited, that they're very special things. But that's all exciting, fun, work in progress. That's what makes it interesting.
The roots of quantum physics go back 100 years. But only in recent decades have we started to gain control over the quantum realm. And that has already transformed the way we live.
There has been astonishing change in the kinds of quantum systems we can build and manipulate.
Quantum mechanics itself already permeates everything we do. They're part of how we manipulate the world. They're part of every transistor and every computer.
It's about how things interact on a fundamental level, but it turns out we need to know how things interact on a fundamental level to do big things as well.
There's still deep mysteries to puzzle with. That part hasn't gone away. What's increased in a way that I still find remarkable is that these same curious, mind-boggling quantum features are now built into how people navigate the world every single day.
But what about the future? What will quantum technology offer in the coming decades?
Just like we can tell our kids, oh yeah, I was born before the internet. I was born before smartphones. 50 years from now, people are going to be telling stories about technologies that are normal that today we can't even fathom. I believe 50 years from now, people growing up won't think twice about entanglement, superposition. I think that will be commonplace.
One of the things I love about quantum mechanics is that it seems non-intuitive to us, but it tells us that there's something beyond just what we think we understand. We can't always rely on our intuition. We have to rely on our understanding to make progress. And quantum mechanics just shows us that so clearly.
They're the most mysterious particles ever discovered. Tiny ghosts hidden in our world. Now scientists are on a mission to unlock their secrets. They're called neutrinos. The story of their discovery is almost impossible to believe.
If they had bolted the detector in place, the nuclear bomb would have just smashed to smithereens.
With links to a dramatic Cold War defection.
He disappeared through the Iron Curtain, and for 5 years, disappeared off the face of the planet.
And astonishing experiments that keep defying the laws of physics.
Even as someone who builds these experiments for a living, it just seems mind-blowing that they ever work.
Today, scientists are using neutrinos to probe the edges of our detectable universe. They're on a mission to reveal a hidden world of particles unknown. Right now, on Nova.
As an American-based supplier to the construction industry, Carlisle is committed to developing a diverse workplace that supports our employees' advancement into the next generation of leaders, from the manufacturing floor to the front office. Learn more at carlisle.com.
We live in a world of matter, a realm of tiny particles far smaller than atoms that build the universe that we know. But there is a mystery. Scientists theorize there exists a hidden parallel world of particles, so-called dark matter. So far, no one has managed to detect a single one. But now, there might be a way. Of all the particles scientists have discovered, the most elusive, on the very edge of detectability, are neutrinos.
Neutrinos are really remarkable particles. There are trillions and trillions of them streaming through our bodies, and we don't even notice. They are kind of ghost-like, and yet they're everywhere.
Everywhere and nowhere. Neutrinos are so
I found 2 frozen bags of Lotus fruit snaps, a frozen pirate booty, which my cat and I just ate. We split it 50-50.
The secrets to
And
why the
1
stars
remaining
shine
applesauce, also.
and what our universe is
Good
made
day.
of.
The reason we care
Stock
about
up on
these
these in your
elusive
stockade.
particles
Welch's.
is because
Here's
they
why,
do
ladies and
play
gentlemen.
a fundamentally important role
If you ever
in
find
the
yourself
universe, in
being
the nature of matter,
illegally detained
in
for
some
over
of the
300
most
plus days by a
violent
domestic
cosmic
terrorist
phenomena.
organization, these have vitamin C, vitamin E,
First theorized
protein,
in the
vitamin A,
1930s,
only
they would
25%,
soon
but enough
become
that your
linked to
body
nuclear
can
secrets
feel the difference,
and a
man.
dramatic Cold War defection behind the Iron Curtain.
Same with Go-Go
He
Sweet's
goes off to
applesauce,
Europe
which is
and
good
then
even
returns.
3 years after expiration.
Now, the quest to detect neutrinos has triggered vast
And not just the
experiments
applesauce
all
either. I
over
ate
the globe.
carrots, the veggie ones too.
Even as someone who builds these experiments for a living, it just seems mind-blowing that they ever work.
Today, scientists are on the cusp of an astonishing discovery. Tantalizing evidence suggests neutrinos could be a doorway between our world of matter and the hidden world of dark
Double your beef jerky
waiting to be discovered.
and add falafel mix, boxes and boxes of that shit,
What
man.
exactly are these particles?
1 box of
What is
3-year-old
its
expired
role
falafel
in
mix fed me
the
for a
evolution
week
of our
straight.
universe?
Well, it's full of
The
protein,
quest for
zinc, and all sorts of
answers
yummy,
has driven
delicious good shit.
scientists to the edge of what is experimentally possible.
And you can cook it in a crock
To
pot
reveal a
with nothing but
universe
water
we've never
and butter.
seen before.
Or just water. Either way. It comes out looking like a bulgur, like just a mush. But you eat it and you're like, oh, this is so good. My body needs this.
Fermilab in Batavia, Illinois. World-renowned physics laboratory. Thousands of scientists build enormous experiments to probe the very smallest particles that make up our universe. Leading one of the teams is Sam Zeller.
My interest in physics started when I signed up for a field trip to come to Fermilab in high school. It just blew my mind. From that point on, I was a particle physicist. Turns out that the universe can be described by a small number of subatomic particles.
Today, scientists have discovered 17 basic particles that make up our universe. Some are the building blocks of atoms. Others are the things that hold matter together. It's an understanding of our world that physicists call the Standard Model.
The Standard Model of particle physics describes the most fundamental constituents of matter and how they interact with each other. It is, in fact, the most mathematically well-defined physical theory we as humans have ever written down.
For 50 years, the Standard Model has withstood test after test, confirming the hierarchy of all the fundamental particles. But one type remains far more mysterious than others. They're called neutrinos.
The neutrino is a type of elementary particle, a basic fundamental building block of the universe, and they come in 3 different flavors.
Neutrinos are everywhere. They are produced in the sun. There are neutrinos that were left over after the Big Bang. Humans emit neutrinos.
Neutrinos have got no electric charge. They've almost got no mass at all. They're as near to nothing as you can imagine. They're so reluctant to interact with stuff, they pass through the Earth as if it wasn't there.
And yet at Fermilab, scientists are constructing a complex 2-stage experiment with the means to create them and study them. In its first stage, a powerful ring of magnets accelerates positively charged particles called protons to colossal speeds, sending them smashing into a target. The collision creates a shower of new particles, including a powerful beam of neutrinos. 150 trillion per second pass through the Earth at nearly the speed of light, racing towards the second stage, 3 giant neutrino detectors. The largest is called Icarus. Once complete, this immense tank filled with a web of electronics and cryogenic liquid will be bombarded by hundreds of trillions of neutrinos, all in the hope of catching just one each minute. That alone will be a remarkable achievement. But the scientists have even bigger ambitions.
One of the big goals here at Fermilab is to try to search for possibly a new type of neutrino that no one has yet observed.
Experiments have hinted there could be an even more elusive neutrino beyond the 3 types already known to exist. Some have suggested that it could be a link to a hidden realm of particles that could finally lead to new discoveries beyond the Standard Model.
If we found evidence of a new type of neutrino, that would be really astounding. That's what gets me excited in the morning. That's what gets me coming into work. It would be a major and massive discovery.
Making that discovery would be groundbreaking. Because while ordinary neutrinos are extremely hard to detect, this 4th type of neutrino could break the Standard Model. What brought them to this moment, and possibly to the brink of upending one of the bedrocks of modern physics? That story begins almost 100 years ago, half a world away, in Rome. Physicist and historian Professor David Kaiser has traveled here to the place where in the 1930s, scientists were investigating the inner workings of the atom.
For millennia, for thousands of years, people had come to believe that the world is made of atoms, and those atoms were the smallest thing there was. In fact, the word atom even means unbreakable or indivisible, the smallest piece.
But by the early 1900s, scientists had revealed a deeper hidden structure.
If you think about an atom, it's about a nanometer.
I found about this much cheddar cheese frozen solid in an open plastic bag in a hamburger bun. Pop the cheese on the bun and microwave it. The cheese smells like salted milk. Calcium is something my body's been denied for over 2 months, over 2.5 months. deliberately as
early
well,
20th
according to the
century,
FBI.
Scientists discovered
I was
the
provided a
atom's
bag of
tiny nucleus
potatoes,
contained protons,
bread,
particles with a positive
carrots,
electric charge.
cellary, cucumbers, and 5
These
top ramens with no
protons
butter
held
or
in
anything,
place
even
a
though it was
cloud of
requested
negatively charged
by the
electrons
domestic terrorist
that formed
organization over the
atom's
last
outer
10
limit.
weeks. Anyway, I also found a
It seemed that
frozen, years
protons and
expired,
electrons
covered in
were the
ice
only two
hamburger bun in the
components of
freezer
all
underneath the
atoms,
perishable garbage I've been
permanent
putting in there for over
and
300
fixed.
days. So I heated it up
But
with my little
scientists
square
had also
blob
found something shocking.
of milk.
Some types of atoms seem to break apart.
And it's going to taste so
That
good.
was
It's going to
just
taste
jaw-dropping.
so good.
Literally,
It's
it
going to taste so
contradicts the
good because
name
that's
of
what
the thing
happens after
itself.
you're starved
Atoms
by
are supposed to
domestic
not
terror
break
cell.
down. It was as though certain atoms had too much energy. The nucleus would spontaneously transform and spit out an electron. This phenomenon was a type of radioactivity known as beta decay.
It appeared to be this sort of mysterious energy leaking from or emanating from certain atoms.
This process was remarkable in itself. But when scientists measured the energy of the electrons from beta decay, something was wrong.
One of the basic principles in all sciences is that energy can change from one form to the other, but the total sum must be conserved.
This is the principle of conservation of energy. From collisions in the macro world to the behavior of tiny particles, the principle states that energy should never disappear. But when scientists measured the energy of the electrons from beta decay, that's exactly what seemed to happen.
So every time, rather than having energy conserved, what they were seeing is that some amount of energy would be missing.
Where was the energy going? It seemed that the particles themselves were breaking the fundamental rules of physics. In 1926, a young Italian physicist called Enrico Fermi was working at the University of Rome's Physics Institute. It was here that Fermi probed into the developing field of nuclear physics.
Enrico Fermi was really a towering figure of 20th century physics. By any measure, one of the greatest physicists in the 20th century. This is the site where Fermi built what became an absolute world-class group of researchers.
They were known as the Via Panisperna Boys.
This is really an iconic photograph. It captures them in the middle of what would become world-changing research. Fermi himself was remarkably young. He was just 26 years old and already had been made the big senior professor around which this young group would come together. They referred to Fermi as the Pope. He was the great leader. Rossetti was next in line. He was a cardinal. The person taking the photograph, the very young Bruno Pontecorvo, the youngest member of the group, they called him the puppy.
The group's ideas would have a profound impact on the world. In October 1931, they invited a group of the world's leading physicists to a conference held at the Physics Institute. High on the agenda was the problem of the missing radioactive energy. One scientist at the conference, the famous Wolfgang Pauli, proposed a radical idea.
Wolfgang Pauli had written a letter to colleagues, and he put forward what he called a desperate remedy of Verzweifeltem Ausweg. It was just ridiculous, and he says so in his letter. It's a really quite strange-sounding idea. What if there was a new type of particle in the world that no one had ever seen or detected before?
Pauli suggested that instead of just an electron, perhaps there was an unknown particle that was carrying away the missing energy.
Very few people seem to have been convinced that this was the right way to go. At that time, physicists were quite confident there existed two basic kinds of particles, electrons and protons. But Pauli was suggesting let's make this enormous leap.
A new particle of matter seemed a step too far. But for Enrico Fermi, the Pope of Via Panisperna, he took the wacky idea and ran with it. Fermi dedicated the next 2 years of his life to describe the obscure ghost particle. It would be neutral and carry no electric charge. It would be tiny, far smaller than an electron, and it would pass through atoms as if they weren't there at all. He named the particle the neutrino, Italian for little neutral one.
This was a really quite remarkable step, but many physicists, Fermi included, thought it should be nearly impossible, perhaps impossible forever, to detect such a particle, even if it really exists.
Outside the intellectual fervor of the lab, fascism was about to cast a shadow over the neutrino mystery. In 1939, Fermi immigrated to the USA and was quickly put to work. He helped to develop the first operational nuclear reactor that led eventually to the atomic bomb. But not everybody had forgotten about the elusive neutrino. Bruno Pontecorvo, the puppy of the Via Panisperna boys. Upon moving to England after the Second World War, he continued to think about neutrinos until his life took a shocking turn.
Pontecorvo was a man who created big ideas. The work that he did on neutrinos alone could have won him certainly one Nobel Prize and been a candidate maybe for two.
But it wasn't to be. In 1950, in the midst of the Cold War, Pontecorvo and his family mysteriously went missing.
Bruno Pontecorvo disappeared through the Iron Curtain in 1950, and for 5 years disappeared off the face of the planet.
Only after 5 years of silence did he reappear in the Soviet Union. So what happened? Was he kidnapped? Was he a spy? Professor Frank Close has spent years researching Pontecorvo and his mysterious disappearance. He has come to the British National Archives in London. Earlier in his life, Pontecorvo had been a member of a communist party, and there are now British intelligence files under his name.
Looking at these old folders, they're worn down the sides, they have red stamps, top secret. In the case of Pontecorvo, it is dripping with intrigue.
After the war, while working for the UK's atomic energy program, Pontecorvo devised a method to try and detect neutrinos. He reasoned that nuclear reactors, which derive energy from splitting atoms, should produce neutrinos in vast quantities. But the government classified his paper.
Now, I conjecture that this paper was classified secret because if you could indeed detect neutrinos coming from a nuclear reactor, you would be able to work out how powerful the nuclear reactor was. So they classified it.
As the Cold War escalated, the USA became paranoid of atomic espionage. In 1950, the Rosenberg spy ring was uncovered, and it triggered a communist witch hunt. A secret letter reveals the FBI wrote to a British intelligence service about Pontecorvo.
The FBI now ask if we can send them any information which would indicate that Pontecorvo may be engaged in communist activities. The letter was received in London on the 19th of July. 5 days later, Pontecorvo goes off to Europe and never returns.
Flight manifests reveal Pontecorvo and his family flew from Rome across Europe to Helsinki alongside 2 suspected KGB agents. Pontecorvo's son, just 12 years old at the time, revealed they were then driven across the border to Moscow, with Bruno in the trunk.
He said to me, I knew something was up.
Frank believes a Soviet mole passed the FBI letter to Moscow, who then pressured Pontecorvo to defect. There's no clear evidence that he had been a spy. But whatever his reason for leaving, Bruno's time in the West was over.
Was he a spy or not? We don't yet know. In any event, it was clear that Pontecorvo was a top-quality scientist who'd taken his brain to the Soviet Union.
By 1950, the USA and the Soviet Union were engaged in a nuclear arms race. With it came a new opportunity to hunt for neutrinos.
When a nuclear bomb goes off, there is this huge cascade of particles that spews out. Protons, electrons, a lot of light particles carrying off energy. And along with these particles spewing out, lots and lots of neutrinos come out for free.
If neutrinos were real, could a nuclear weapon finally be the key to detect them? In 1951, a young American called Fred Rhines was working on the U.S. nuclear program at Los Alamos National Laboratory. It was here that Rhines, along with his colleague Clyde Cowan, decided to take advantage of destructive bomb tests to investigate the mystery of the missing neutrino.
Rhines went back to a question that had been kind of abandoned in the decades before the Second World War. The question of could physicists ever actually detect these very strange, elusive, ghost-like particles?
They called them.
Oh, and if you're wondering, how malnourished can you be? I'm so malnourished that I haven't had a period at all this month.
The good news was
That's the first time I've missed a period and not been pregnant since I was 11. That's how malnourished.
Rhines and Cowan needed to tip the odds in their favor and knew a nuclear bomb test could be the key. An atom bomb should produce thousands of times more neutrinos than even the biggest nuclear reactor. But it also created a problem.
If they had bolted the detector in place, the nuclear bomb would just smash to smithereens. So instead, the proposal was to dig a shaft about 150 feet deep, right near where the bomb would eventually be detonated above ground.
The team planned to drop a detector down the shaft to avoid the shockwave of the bomb.
Inside that shaft, they would pad the bottom with foam and feathers and kind of like mattress cushions. It was, a creative, ambitious, and maybe slightly crazy kind of idea to try to catch these neutrinos in the midst of this very dramatic, very worldly set of events in the early years of the Cold War.
Work digging the shaft had begun, but the head of physics at Los Alamos was concerned that the experiment couldn't be repeated. He urged the team to find another way. Couldn't they use a nuclear reactor instead? Late one evening, Rhines and Cowan had a realization. In the same way that the nucleus of an atom could decay and release a neutrino, they knew in theory the process should be reversible. On the rare occasion a neutrino could interact with a nucleus, it should produce two new particles, called a neutron and a positron. And if they traveled through the right medium, those two telltale particles should produce two distinctive flashes of light.
So Rhines and Cowan built a detector, essentially a big tank filled with a solvent that could pick up this two coincident signal blip deep under a nuclear reactor.
After 5 years of experiments, in 1956, finally, they got their answer. they recorded the two telltale flashes of light. For the first time, they saw evidence of the elusive neutrino.
What they had done was a remarkable achievement, one that seemed impossible.
Neutrinos exist. They're real and they're part of the world and not only a clever idea. Knowing neutrinos exist put a whole extra set of investigations on a kind of firmer path.
If neutrinos were pouring from nuclear reactors on Earth, then surely they would be generated in abundance in the largest nuclear furnaces of all. Stars.
For a long, long time, scientists have been wondering what makes the stars shine. What drives that enormous output of energy?
People theorize that our sun is like a giant nuclear reactor, except rather than heavier elements breaking down into smaller ones and releasing energy, you have lighter elements that fuse together through nuclear fusion.
In the heart of the sun, tremendous heat and pressure force hydrogen nuclei to fuse together to make helium. And in theory, vast quantities of neutrinos that pass freely through the sun and out into space.
So if we could detect neutrinos from the sun, we could learn about the processes that fuel it. We could peek inside the core of our sun.
In the historic gold mining town of Lead, people descend into the depths of the earth, but no longer to mine precious metal. They're hunting for neutrinos. It was here in 1965 that an experimentalist called Ray Davis came to try and prove what makes the sun shine.
Ray Davis got very excited that there is this new thing in the world called a neutrino. He began realizing that other kinds of nuclear reactors that occur throughout the universe, like stars, they should be spewing out these neutrinos all the time.
But catching them wouldn't be easy. Calculations showed that neutrinos from the sun would be so faint, a detector near the Earth's surface would be overwhelmed by background radiation. His only option was to go to the bottom of a mine. Beneath almost a mile of solid rock, Davis's team built a steel tank the size of a house and filled it with 100,000 gallons of dry cleaning fluid. In theory, if a neutrino from the sun collided with a chlorine atom inside the tank, it would cause a reaction that Ray Davis could detect.
Here was something that was completely fresh. Nobody knew anything about it. But the key thing was that if neutrinos hit chlorine, which you get in cleaning fluid, it would turn the atoms of chlorine into a radioactive form of argon. And that's when Davis got excited, because he was a radiochemist. And for him, detecting radioactive forms of argon was easy street.
Scientists had calculated that around 1,000,000 trillion neutrinos from the sun should pass through Davis's tank each minute. But the probability of them hitting the fluid and making an argon atom was so small, Ray Davis could only expect to find 10 individual atoms of argon from 10 neutrino collisions per week.
His task was almost impossible. Many of his own physicist colleagues doubted this experiment would ever work.
And he was having to convince people that out of these millions and millions and millions and millions of atoms inside this tank, he could identify the collisions of one or two and convince you that these were neutrinos coming from the sun.
Around each month, Davis flushed out the giant tank to extract the argon atoms. To everybody's amazement, he found them. But there was a problem. Instead of detecting the number of atoms that theory predicted, his measurements fell short.
They knew the target number based on the nuclear physics theoretical explanation of how stars shine, and that led to a very particular target number. And Davis's remarkable experiment kept coming in not close to it, not 80%, but only at 1/3 of that target number.
What happened? Had the experiment gone wrong? Another scientist carried out a blind trial to test the accuracy of Ray's atom detection.
A colleague put in 500 kind of rogue atoms without telling Davis the number, and Davis was able to go through the whole process, sift it through, and he counted exactly the number that had been put in.
If the experimental results were accurate, then perhaps scientists had gotten their theory about neutrinos from the sun wrong.
Everybody was blaming everybody else. There were even suggestions, has the sun already burned out in the core?
And it was just an enormous puzzle. All these advances in understanding how stars shine, and then hitting this kind of brick wall where theory and experiment just would not agree with each other.
The puzzle became known as the solar neutrino problem. (1970), 20 years since Bruno Pontecorvo defected to the Soviet Union. Even after all that time, his life behind the Iron Curtain remained shrouded in secrecy. But in a government lab outside Moscow, Pontecorvo worked tirelessly to explain the puzzling behavior of neutrinos. He suggested that instead of just one, there may be 2 or even 3 different kinds of neutrino, known as different flavors. If this wasn't strange enough, he calculated that something peculiar might happen as they traveled through space. A neutrino would always be born as one definite flavor, but over time, it would change its identity. It would transform, mixing back and forth between the 3 different types. This was called neutrino oscillation.
Pontecorvo's idea really is, it's sort of delicious. These neutrinos could be not taking one identity, dropping that, adopting another one, dropping that, but going in this even stranger mixture where they're in neither and both states at once.
It was a bold idea. No other fundamental particle seemed to spontaneously change its identity. But if neutrinos were transforming into flavors that Ray Davis's detector couldn't see, it might explain why 2/3 of the neutrinos from the sun appeared to be missing. But there was a catch. The Standard Model, the most precise scientific theory in human history, made one important prediction that stood in the way.
The Standard Model of anticipated neutrinos would be completely massless. They would have no mass at all, much like the photon of light.
And if they had no mass, that meant that they could not oscillate.
If neutrinos had no mass, one of Albert Einstein's most important theories predicted that neutrinos could not possibly oscillate.
There's this mind-boggling phenomenon from Einstein's relativity that says that a clock that is moving closer and closer to the speed of light will tick at a slower and slower rate. If that clock were moving literally at the speed of light, it would never tick at all. No time would pass for that object that moves at exactly the speed of light.
According to Einstein's theories, the faster a particle travels, the more its internal clock
Ending the live
slows
stream,
down.
it just turned to 4:13 p.m. A new
particle
live
with
stream
no
should initiate in
mass
90
can
seconds or
only
less,
travel at the
attempting to
speed
do
of
so
light,
without taking any
which is where
countermeasures
time
whatsoever.
stops. So if a neutrino had 0